free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still will turn the clock out.
I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Get neck when I'm traveling. Chicks pack wood when I'm traveling. Fuck a Lex cause the click fit good and the caravan slide through your hood like an avalanche. Take a flick if you get a chance, get that close. Fuck in the van cause I get that dough. Be with me, enemies come sleep with me for breakfast. Guaranteed to eat this toast. I'm reckless, fire starter, heat your foes. Just start an artist that eat your trash, so don't bring them around. I be around Ricans, feet all loca. They got all the toasters, don't need no gas. I got a 6 stash, leave them around so I don't get left around. Haters around when I leave, and the winter rock short sleeves, reason a pound. With the heat blasting, keep acting and keep blasting. Nothing no marine shining, marine fashion, backing them down. Niggas gonna keep hating, and my clique gonna keep grinding, keep moving, locking the town. This freeway in the place to be seen, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right, yeah. Still watch what you say to me, prick, cause I got what it takes to dunk the AK clip.
It's BC in a place where young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right, yeah. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still will turn the club out. Oh, it's Matt, Daddy, young Strappy. No, he ain't the OG Dexter. Yes, I is. Come on, don't test that kid. I fire bomb trips like left I did. Notorious, like that best I kid. Big or small, you can get it. Dead raw, like trying to brawl a strong armament. I pull that 9 out my pocket, I'm lying. I pull that Mac out the closet, start firing. For you cats out of pockets, I'm trying. Get back, clap iron. You know, stay low, keep fire. I put the lead in the cat, the metal will clap. I lay tax, fat on their back. Stop fucking with this radical cat. You fuck around and need a medical cat. The letter will clap, your head will go back. It's BC in a place to be with 2 heaters on the waist to me. Man, who facing me? It's BC in a place with young freaks, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right, yeah. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still will turn the club out.
This freeway in a place to be seen, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right, yeah. Still watch what you say to me, prick, cause I got what it takes to dump the HK club. Big nickels down your way, don't trip.
But what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by?
So the majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women.
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't bode well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just, because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I can see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Wow.
Like that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be
Explain
balance.
what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put them in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
Bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like,
yeah, it's going to college a waste of time.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think for biology.
It's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies or
poli-sci, political science?
Poli-sci, okay. Yeah. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Check.
Shit like that.
Can y'all hear me? What's poppin'? Hope all is well. Let me know if I sound all right. You know what I mean?
Shit like that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Japrice. Hit the like button. Portia was popping. Amen. What up, though? August was popping. Mr. JTK, of course, in the building was popping. Chris, Steppenwolf, Dead Pill was popping. Vince, what up, though? Bad boy. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. It was a good time. I mean, Enos, my bad. I put the wrong time. Yeah, I put the wrong time because I got my I have my computer set to Eastern time because a lot of like that's where all my family and people are. But I'm in Houston, so I be forgetting. Like I set it on my computer for 10 a.m., but I forgot that obviously my computer's on Eastern time. So that was that. So I apologize, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yo, I don't feel terrible, but I'm trying to kick this cold, man. This flu shit, it ain't no joke. You know what I mean? But I appreciate y'all. Did y'all tune in yesterday? Did y'all tune in? What's poppin'? Raz, what up though? Did y'all tune in? I think we did a good job over there on Lapeef, man. Shout out to JR. You know, when he reached out, I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll be on the show. But not only was I on the show, I was able to moderate that bad boy, which meant a lot to me. So I want to say salute once again, man. It was cool. It was cool. It was cool. Yeah, facts. Yeah, I've been hearing about that raw honey shit too. There's actually like a little store down the street. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So shout out to JR. Shout out to Lapeef. We had a good time for sure, man. People was telling me, well, Miss Let Go was cool though. He ain't do too much. You know, it was a good conversation, I think. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate that, man. I'm gonna keep working on it though, you know. You gotta stay the best, you know. If I'm the best, which I think I've still got work to do, you know. But yo, appreciate you out. Shalom was popping. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Hold on, what's he say? Yeah, so thank you. So when I talked to JR, he's like, yo, keep it on the hush. So he gave me the green light to post it. I kind of wanted to post it earlier, but it was actually cool, you know. When I posted it late, you know what I mean? Yeah. Thank you. It was cool, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Hold on, AFR. We trying, man, you know. Yeah, Mr. Let Go was all right, Dario. Like, he ain't do too much. Like, I could see how he could overtalk, but he showed, you know, he gave me enough grace in terms of respecting the fact that I was the moderator. Because I think I moderate well, but I think it goes both ways, you know. I think it goes both ways. Like, people have to want to, you know, just like we talk about leaders. Like, people have to want to follow you, you know. So it was cool. Yeah, they was all right though. And Daryl, I'm actually going. Well, let's talk about it real quick. Lapeef, right? I'm not gonna play the clips or nothing, but the girl Andrea, because I was doing my due diligence, like just to make sure I kind of understand people in the dynamics. So I know Marcus was a Q2, which was cool, and I also seen like he sits back. So and JR said it too. So I want to make sure I engage him, you know. And then I always ask follow-up questions when people are giving their answers. You know, and so it makes them think a little bit more, makes them engage. And then I might think something and what they say may enlighten me too. So we both learning in that instance. You know, so Andrea, one thing I noticed, right, is when somebody is the antagonist, they are the antagonist, right? It's almost like regardless of what they say, there's gonna be a hole poked in it somewhere. Did I agree with her? I don't think so, from what I can gather. But she was given what she thought was coherent answers. Now, once I started prying in to it, as you guys could see, like it was kind of like she started saying, well, if it's a sexual thing, I may not want to share that. But remember, it was actually full transparency in the beginning, you know. But I don't think she was trying to be deceitful. What she thought is what she thought until she was presented with scenarios that she that she had to be truthful about, you know. But I feel like sometimes, you know, when we on here, if somebody is tagged like my brother Be Nice said, he said she's far gone, right? And I feel like that's how we see that person for the rest of our lives. And I'm wondering if that's how that it should be. You know what I mean? So just thinking through it. But she was cool. Like, she didn't have an attitude with me. You know, and that could be for whatever reason they are. Thank you, Triple Black. Appreciate you, my brother. So just thinking through that shit, man. But it was cool though. It was cool. No doubt, no doubt. So man, shout out to them though. Yeah, shit. One thing I gotta address, y'all know I really don't do a bunch of current events. We definitely gonna get into Tuesday. But did y'all see Katt Williams? Did y'all see Ricky Smiley? His response. Yo, real shit though. I know Katt Williams is telling the truth. What's poppin', Mr. He said, hope all is well. Because of this clip right here. Yeah, see, facts. I usually don't go too much into the current events. You know, I usually just look at the stuff that we produce and try to, throw it out in terms of today. But yo, look at this, man. I'm going to tell you why I know for a fact Katt Williams is telling the truth. Hit the like button for me if you can. As y'all know, that helps the channel the most, man. We had 65 likes, but we got 173 people. So everybody, please hit the like button. Let's get to 100 real fast. Let me make sure I don't miss any super chats before I hit this. Yo, he wilding, yo. But I'm going to tell y'all why I know. See, I hear you, but I'm going to tell you why I know 100% that Katt Williams is telling the truth. Players only. I thought you was already a member. Shout out to my brother. Hope all is well. Thank you, bro. I appreciate the support. We're going to keep grinding. You feel me? Sun Kiss. Shalom. As always. Ronnie, I seen you tuned into the chat, my brother. I appreciate you. Ronnie with the $5 says, did your thing last night, my boy. I appreciate you.
Shit like that.
I tried my best, man. I think it was good, bro. I think I did a good job, man. And I know I did a good job based on what y'all telling me, man. So thank you, man. So look, but in because people are speculating, right? People are coming up with responses and shit. But this is what uncovered it for me. Yo, what's popping? So let me show y'all this real quick. Yeah. Thanks, Jay Miller. So hold on. All right. Y'all see my screen? Making sure. Yeah, you can see it. So look at this, right? I'm gonna let it play. It's like a minute.
Omega Psi Phi, that's friendship. Omega Psi Phi, that's friendship is essential to the soul. Manship, manhood, scholarship, uplift. My mind racing, so I can't.
It's crazy.
Ricky! Ricky! Dog said manship! You might as well said schooling. Pushing through. Upkeep! Ricky!
Now, you know, there was a way that I was taught that I made sure that I never forgot the order or what those principles were. I've seen worse happen for less. Worse happen for less. The upper room is where dog would have been.
Today.
Yo, so when he was saying those 4 core principles, yeah, I'm gonna catch y'all up. So when he was saying those 4 core principles, he said manship. I'm not even like super duper like centric to all of it, right? Being a Q, whatever. I pledged in 2008. But when he said manship, then he said manhood, right? Then he said uplift. All right, then he said scholarship. Manhood. He said, yeah, uplift. You never fuck that up. Manhood, scholarship, perseverance, uplift, point blank, period. I was so taken aback. I didn't laugh at first. To give you guys like an analogy, that it would be like you guys forgetting how to say the ABCs. That's how deep that is. And he said his mind is racing. It wouldn't matter. That is equivalent to the ABCs. And when the brother was saying, I seen people get worse for less. If you mess that up, the night is over with. When I was going through our process, I lost 50 pounds. 40 pounds of some change. So when he messed that up, I said, boom, Katt is 100% facts. You're not going to get frazzled enough to forget the ABCs. And so when he forgot that, I already knew he was lying. You know how dirty he going to be for the next 6 months? If the brothers catch him, Dirt Trail, Church Bells, and Slow Song, he getting put on his neck. He gonna have to go in the grass like he 25 years old. So when I saw that, I just want to let y'all know that nigga's lying. Period. That motherfucker's lying. Yo, so I ain't messing with Ricky, man. I'm not, man. I'm telling you.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
I just wanted y'all to know that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it was a bunch of interviews, but he's basically saying that he was supposed to be Money Mike, you know, in next Friday, I think. But instead, he was like the Grinch guy who was like stealing stuff. But he was supposed to be Money Mike, etc., etc. You know, he was saying different things. Katt addressed the fact that he wasn't supposed to be Money Mike. He was always Money Mike. He made Money Mike. He wrote the lines for Money Mike. So Ricky tried to act like it was him, etc. Katt said it wasn't. And I know that Katt telling the truth based on that one, I guess you could say, slip up or whatever it was. Nobody slips up on that ever. Drunk, high, almost dead. It don't matter. You don't slip up on that, period. So I'm just telling y'all that for edification purposes. That nigga's lying.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit
Miss
like
T,
that.
what's up? Damn, man. All right. So, did y'all watch Tuesday night show? It's been reviewed at least 100 times. My brother Cheeky got one off. Daryl did a review. Crimson Cure did a review. Israel did a review. Everybody, you know. I guess it's my turn. But it's so much in there though. Feel me? Cheeky was popping, my boy. Yeah, it was popping. It was good last night. You know what I mean? So it's so much to go through. So let's see. I think I got it queued up to where I want to start. Give me a second. Yeah, all right. So, all right. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. I'm gonna drop the link too in a second, y'all. Mr. Fantastic, what's popping?
Brother.
225 in here. Let me see where the likes are at. Pardon me. 92. Come on, y'all. Let's get to 100 real quick if you don't mind. All right. If you don't mind, let's get to it. I think this is where I want it. So I want to address one thing that I let slide that I don't think I can anymore. I think this is where it was at. Okay. The priest, you agree?
From my perspective, I think it's women don't follow. There's majority of women that don't follow men's leadership.
Okay. So you're saying that the men are leading, the women are uncooperative?
Yes. Men lead women follow, and it's the women aren't following because they probably are. They don't agree with how the men are leading. However, they are leading. They just don't. They're just not leading how they want them to lead. If that makes sense.
So what does that they want them to lead leadership look like?
Come again?
What is that you said, quote unquote, they want them to lead, how they want them to lead? What does that leadership look like?
I don't know. I have no idea. It's a lot of.
I see what she's saying now. Shout out to Japrice. I think she in the chat. I can tell she's trying to get the nerves out, right? Thank you, Blue Collar. So she stuttering and shit right now.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
I'm gonna do that one for sure, CT. How do women identify this leadership? If what Japrice is saying was correct, yeah, I know you was nervous. Stevie Wonder could see you was nervous. So when they saying it's not how they want it to be, I noticed a thing from last night. Shout out to Andrea. Even at the end of this, we won't get to the end of this, but Love was saying she could hear Japrice. She could hear, I think, was it T? But she couldn't hear the other ladies in their opinions or advice or whatever it was, because the delivery and who the person is matters so much. Thank you, bro. And the message matters a lot less, or they can't hear it simply because of the person who's giving that message, which I think is problematic. But how can they determine if Japrice is correct that men aren't leading how they want them to lead? How do they know what leadership looks like from a man? Is it 100% from their fathers? From seeing men out in the world? Is it like at work? How is there any boxes that need to be checked to identify a good leader? So I just and maybe we can, when I drop the link, let's answer that question. Because and I think men are implicated in this way. When I heard the brother saying that your leadership is based on how you see things, when it's possessive and subjective, then the women have wiggle room, because your principles are backed by what? Are backed by who? Who else agrees with them if it's only centric to your household? Am I making sense? Right? There needs to be a baseline for leadership. It can't be based on every man. It can't be subjective, because there's no accountability for anybody. And then does that man stand on his principles, or does he only stand on his principles when it's convenient?
Women have what they think in their head how a man should lead, and however sometimes it may not look like how they want it to look like, but it is leading.
Okay. Does anybody else agree with Japrice?
I do. I think most men are leaders. I think the problem is that a lot of the men that women pick are not good leaders. So they conflict the two issues in the fact of saying, oh, men are bad leaders. No, it's just the type of men that they're picking. Those men are not good leaders. Those men are not ready to lead. They haven't shown that they're able to do anything so far as leadership. So I just think women are picking the wrong ones. So that's where I would go. But I think most men are good leaders. Yeah.
Damn. So Love, the issue stems from the selection, women's selection. You agree?
I mean, which denotes, as Rose said, there are a number of men that aren't good leaders.
But
I mean, that's what she said as well. There are a number of.
Let me just clarify, right? Okay. Rose said some. I thought she clarified it. Obviously, she didn't, because now you're giving this answer. So, is it a minority of men or the majority of the men? This right here, this little between back and forth of me and Love. This is what I gotta correct going forward. That aren't good.
She didn't say minority or majority. She said a number. She didn't say majority or minority.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're asking me, as I said earlier today, I think that there's a large minority that are good leaders.
That right there. What I'm finding is that type of answer is a some answer in my estimation. Large minority, that type of jargon. They try. I see what niggas is trying to do. A large minority, you trying to say 50-50. You trying to say both. You trying to say some. So I caught on to that. And so that won't be happening going forward. Answer the question. Straight up. I'm not letting none of that shit slide. Right? Because you're not saying anything. So I caught it. And that's the same thing as some going forward. So I that's my fault, everybody. And I want to say it sounded like Gway and Japrice were saying two different things, isn't it? So Gway said she thinks most men can lead, right? Japrice said the leadership doesn't look how the women wanted to look, so they ain't following regardless, whether they can lead or not. Japrice said they don't like it, so therefore they're not following. Gway said, yo, you picking the wrong man, and this is your results. But most men can lead. So that's actually two different things. Which one is more problematic, though? Is it what Japrice said, where it don't matter if they can lead or not? If they don't like how it looks, they ain't following. Or is it they're picking bad men who can't lead and they're getting bad results? So y'all clear what I'm saying? So is it one for what Japrice said, they ain't following regardless because they just don't like it? Or is it two, what Gway said, where they picking bad men and then expect good leadership? So put a 1 in the chat for what Japrice said, or put 2 in the chat for what Gway said. I'm not really, I just want to see what you guys think it is, not saying either one of them are incorrect. So let's say we don't play the both game, right? If you had to pick one. So one, if it doesn't matter if he can lead or not, they don't like it, how it looks and how it comes up, so they don't do it. Or is it more so, Gway said, they're picking bad men and expect good leadership and to get mad when they don't have it? That's interesting. That's interesting. That's interesting. Damn, that's interesting. Woof. It would feel, to me, I would hope that number 2 prevails, because that can be, I think, more quickly overcome than number 1. Because if I don't like it, I ain't doing it. That's crazy. Wow. You're right. That's crazy. Damn. Head 166 just became a member. We appreciate it. Appreciate the support, man. Especially the residual shit. Enos with the £2 said, Katt left scorched earth, 14 million views. Yeah. That shit going crazy. Enos with the $2 says, the Pick-Me's watch the Sisterhood. Good show. Christopher Lee was popping. My boy with the $2 says, Hamp like Bone Thugs and Bone Thugs. 94 creeping on the come up, man. We trying our best, bro. So 2. Yeah, that's good though, right? Because it's interesting. Damn. So what up? Yeah, it's contradictory in the statement itself. Ones, who in here? Ones. Hey, CC, do me a favor. Can you scroll up and count for me just quickly? See if it's 1s or 2s. If you working, I understand. I feel like it's 2. Yeah, her mystic. You know, I always understand that there's multiplicity, right? In these answers, but I like to get something more concrete so we can assess. Damn, man. That's interesting. I kind of just heard it though, even when we were just talking just now. So, see, you ain't even a moderator. Hold on, let me fix that. All right. Let's keep going. Oh, I'll make a poll. Okay, I'll make a poll. But okay, I'll make a poll. So you're saying 49%? That's a long. I gotta type all that shit up. Just give me the ones. These men are bad leaders.
No, they're good leaders.
So a minority that are
large minority. A large minority are good leaders. I said.
Okay. So what's happening?
Go ahead.
Okay. So what's happening then? So yeah, you're saying 49% are. And like I said, just to be clear, I did a bad job here of letting 49% slide because you're literally saying both are bad leaders.
Are good leaders.
Oh, there's a large minority that are good leaders.
That are good leaders.
And
Yes.
what would you say? 49%?
Yes.
40%? Okay.
Yes.
And so what's happening in the selection process?
Well, that's a different question. Are there a number of women picking bad or have picked bad, and therefore, maybe tarnished their view? Absolutely, absolutely. That happens.
Okay. So you agree that the problem then, so what is the problem in your estimation?
There have been instances and times in which we as women have picked bad and has skewed the lens, right? So they think that most men, or I'd say men, period, right, can't lead because their lenses are skewed because they've had bad experiences. But I believe there are a large minority of men that can lead. I believe that men, have that leadership in them, but how it's manifest and how it's presented,
and this is what happened too. She's saying this large minority majority of things, so it just switched, right? So a large minority can lead, and I feel like I just heard a large minority can't lead. And since it doesn't make sense, right? It's an oxymoronic statement. It convolutes the conversation.
It's curated and cultivated is something different.
Oh, I want to rewind it, but I don't feel like it. I ain't gonna lie. They're saying the issue is then that women just don't want to follow.
They don't want to follow. Let me say this. I'm not gonna put the word issue. What I'm gonna say is, it is a more of show me that you can lead, through our interaction, whatever, just from our getting to know each other, show me that you can lead, because you don't want to give up, your autonomy and be submissive to the wrong type of man, because then that causes issues.
Okay.
So you want to ensure. Go ahead.
No, I got you. So, Ms. Jenny, you agree with that men need to prove to women they can lead?
Yeah, I think that's a valid statement because the home is, I've heard it compared to as a business. And so if a business goes under, you don't blame the employees, you blame the leadership. And so when a relationship fails, and I'm going to be speaking specifically to marriage. And so when a marriage fails,
one thing that baffles me is you hear this argument, right? But then you often hear the argument about our community being a matriarchy and how the women had to lead because the men weren't doing X, Y, Z. And then when we have these conversations, now the men are given all the blame because they're supposed to be the leaders, right? But then if you have a different conversation about our community, then it's said that we had to lead, we've been leading X, Y, and Z. I just feel like those points contradict themselves about how strong our women are, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying they aren't, whatever about that. But what's said, but until accountability comes into play, then it starts talking about how men are the leaders and therefore it's their fault. Y'all see what I'm saying? Or am I tripping? I know I understand everything's not necessarily mutually exclusive, but I'm just kind of picking that apart. We are this, we are that, we are this. Oh, something bad? It's y'all fault because y'all supposed to be the leaders. But then it's like they're gatekeeping in terms of prove to me that you can lead. right? But I just never had to prove. I mean, I showed my subordinates that I was competent, right? That I understand, but I don't feel like I was proving shit to them. I feel like I gained their trust and things of that nature. But if I'm in charge, I'm in charge. Whether you like it, understand it, accept it, believe it or not. So I find it problematic, in that way that men are here proving themselves to the women that say that they want to be, they don't want to be the leader. They want to be in subjection, right? Meaning a helpmeet. You know what I mean? Like, I just feel like that's a problematic thing. Yeah. Yeah, my employees don't select me either. So is that the difference there? I pick them. But if men control access to relationships, then that would kind of be analogous, right? If I hire my employees, right, and then I choose to make this woman my wife, or if I'm monogamous and things of that nature, then it would be similar. And I'm gonna drop the link, right? I'm just giving you guys these thoughts as I'm listening, and I edited it, but I edit based on, because I kind of know what's being said. So I actually don't listen to all of it per se. I just clip it kind of at the right spots once a segment ends, Okay.
So it might be 80% of the time a woman leaving, but the marriage rises and falls on the husband because he is the leader. And so if a good man could wrangle in any woman, as far as I'm concerned. So like a lot of women, they'll say that, I'm willing to listen if the guy is good enough, or, I'm willing to be submissive and feminine if the guy is masculine enough. And then men, they combat that and they give pushback to that by saying like, oh, a real woman, she's always feminine and she'll submit to anybody. And I don't think that's legitimate. I think that it is the role of the man to control his woman and to bring her into submission, no matter, where she starts off at. Because if he is a good enough leader, he can get her under control, is what I would say.
Okay. And how does he force her into submission? What consequence? Now, this one, Cheeky, I was watching a breakdown, if you're still here, but I had to stop because I didn't want your breakdown to become my breakdown. So when I tuned in, I made sure I hit the like button, et cetera, et cetera. But then I like, okay, I can't listen to too much, right? Because if you said it, then I'm like, I probably end up repeating what he said because I respect what it is that you say. You know what I mean? Like, if that makes sense. So I said, don't let me. I don't want to listen to it because then my thoughts might just become what he said because it makes so much sense. So let's see. The consequences can he give her?
Well, I mean, in a marriage, there are different things that he could do. When it comes to consequences, I mean, I guess that all depends on what someone is comfortable with. But, I would even say, so
he put his foot in her ass?
I don't think that's completely off the table. I believe in corporal punishment, for people who are unruly. And so would I say that a man should never put his hand on his woman in that regard? I don't know if I would be comfortable saying that he should never do it, but maybe it'd be a last resort. If your wife is extremely unruly.
Mm.
But that's the last resort. That's not where you want to start off. But you could tell her that she, if she's gonna act like a child, then you might have to treat her like a child and say, you can't do certain things, you can't go certain places. I'm gonna take your debit card, I'm gonna take your keys, what have you. Mm. And so, if she's, because at the end of the day, in a marriage, she chose to marry you and she chose to be with you. And so if she's refusing to submit to your authority, then you have to discipline her accordingly.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Snake.
Because you mentioned her being unruly. As a leader, shouldn't he know how to choose his woman, that he would know not to choose a woman that would be deemed unruly?
That's a good point that you bring up.
Hold on a second.
And
how y'all feel about that? How do y'all feel about that?
Shit like that. Shit like
Brother.
Was she wildin'? Miss Jenny, were you wildin'? Yo, is it a dangerous narrative? When you hear men talking about, different countries and how the women are in order based on religious sectors, this could be a reason why. I had this conversation up and down with some Muslim brothers, in which case they admitted it. I'm talking about learned brothers, right? Miss Jenny says she's standing behind that shit. So I just want to show y'all this, right? Because we talk about women being in order, et cetera, et cetera. Let me show you guys this real quick. I'm sure you guys seen this before. This is a surah in the Quran itself. So 4 and 34. Some versions that are a little bit better. This one just was larger, so I hope you guys can read it. But men are the protectors and maintainers of women, because Allah has made one of them excel over the other. Right? Weaker vessel, and because they spend out their possessions to support them, so you give her all this stuff, right? You support her, you feed her, et cetera, right? Provision and protection, like women say they want. Thus, righteous women are obedient and guard the rights of men in their absence under Allah's protection, right? So she gonna hold you down whether you're there or not. As for a woman whom you fear rebellion, right? Admonish them, right? So tell them, hey, you're doing wrong, and remain a part of them in bed. So it's saying, admonish them, right? You discipline them verbally, then you don't sleep with them and beat them, right? Then if they obey you, you do not seek ways to harm them. Allah exalted great. So we say they tripping. I think Christianity still leads in the world. Is Christianity still the largest in the earth right now, or has Islam taken over? I'm not sure. Somebody let me know real quick. I could look it up, but so is Islam the largest? Yes, Islam is the largest now. Somebody type the whole thing, because y'all saying yes and no, but I don't understand. So this is here, and it's saying why. So this is okay. Christianity is still the largest. Okay. So this is here. I mean, this is what it says, right? So this is an option for a bunch of people. Okay, Christianity is largest, right? Islam is getting larger. Okay, that's fair. So it is an option in a bunch of people's religion to discipline as such.
So people can be deceptive. That's what I would say. There are a lot of people who claim that, I married this person and I didn't realize who they were. How much of that is legitimate? Whether or not they were willingly ignorant of the red flags that were there, that's possible. And so a wise man shouldn't marry a woman who is totally out of control. So there is that to be said. But, if he does, then he just needs to figure it out, because the Bible says that it's until death do you part.
Yeah, I guess I was looking at it from like the spirit of discernment. Like he should have been able to discern whether or not she has unruly behaviors, and then why would he choose to be with that woman if he feels that she's unruly and that she wouldn't be submissive to him. That to me, I would look at that like, isn't that a form of him being a great leader and him knowing how to have his home, his household be structured.
Right. Yeah. And that makes sense. So, a really wise man who is discerning wouldn't marry a woman who is wild, but, people change. And so you might get married.
If you attract a man that is not leading,
Do you guys see it as just straight up that DV? If he were to put his hands on her in a disciplinary fashion, like it should not be had, it should not happen regardless, no matter what. You should be able to talk it out, because what consequences can you give a woman, right? Or I mean, a man. Because I would say that I'm not sure if I can qualify it as domestic violence, but I guess, is it technically DV? They're saying it shows a lack of manhood. Okay. Interesting. All right, let's get to this part. He said it's risky like that. Slippery slope. Okay. Yeah, what would be the difference, right? Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna drop the link. How do we navigate that?
I guess that's having that spiritual inclination and having that strength. I mean, I think both would need to have it, because a man could have certain things. Like when she started talking about corporal punishment, I was like, ooh. A woman can, I guess, kind of discern that. You can. So I think it can exist on both sides.
Okay. Go ahead, Luna. Here's a point of contention here.
I just wanted to address the primary question I was asked. I believe that it all falls on a woman, but like starting with a woman who is his mother, because I feel like it's like naturally a trait for a man to be a leader. But if a mother like suppresses that in her son, and then he grows up and sees women that do the same thing, then one, he wouldn't be able to like express his leadership. And another part of it goes into the whole aspect of like women shouldn't be picking the men should be picking the women, and you attract what you are. So if you attract a man that is not leading, that just means that you were never open to be led in the first place, if that makes sense. Like submission is already within you. So if you're not a submissive woman, you're not going to attract a man that's going to lead you, because God would be wasting his time at that point, if that makes sense, because you're not going to listen to his leadership in the first place.
What does a mother suppressing their son's leadership look like? What does that look like?
It looks like multiple different things: not allowing your son to express himself fully, shutting him down, not being emotionally available, things of that nature.
Are you a mother, Luna?
I am not.
Oh.
Does that matter? I'm just wondering.
It does, because you said most things as if you are a mother.
But I have two brothers that I've witnessed grow up and be raised by a mother, and I also have multiple. I mean, we've all.
So that's what your mother did to your. That's what your mother did to your brothers.
No, not at all.
So this is where I got caught up, right? I heard what Luna said. She spoke confidently. But where did the notion come from? Is it just like seeing the women around her? But the most intimate woman, right, that she would be around would be her mom. And it didn't happen to those boys. Not saying that she can't understand the concept, but is it just a concept? And where did the concept come from? Is it come from I remember I saw this, I forget what it was. It was like back in the day, way back in the day when we were in chains. The moms would make a point to dumb the boys down, right? So that they didn't get taken and things of that nature. So is that what Luna's saying? Oh, he ain't that smart. Oh, he's this, that, and the third. To kind of keep them stifled. For various reasons. Because there's also a point made about moms coddling their sons. So would coddling be stifling? Or do those contradict each other? Because it sounds like another thing. If her mom is white, which she said her mom was Jewish, which is white, like how does that play into all this? If at all. Does that matter at all? Like, because when I see the boys and I'm coaching them and they don't have a dad, largely they be doing the fuck they want to do with when they mom until they get with me. But I feel like they mom be giving them everything. They have more effeminate mannerisms. But is that stifling their leadership? You know what I'm saying? Like, I heard it, and when I initially heard it, I'm like, oh, okay. But it's the women raising them, and then these women don't want to submit. And these women don't want to be led. So it's just women the whole way through. But Japrice just said in the chat, her boys don't listen, but as soon as they daddy come, they listen. But is that stifling, or is that how it is? And if that's how it is, that doesn't seem like it's stifling to me. Or is it because it's a woman yelling at them and telling them what to do all the time? They become submissive to women overall. Because I said it on the show. I was joking with Nay. She was yelling at her son. Some shit she was yelling. Just like, hey, Nick, clean up this shit. I'm like, don't talk to him like that. If he needs somebody to yell at him, tell that nigga come over here. I'll yell at him. Because I find it problematic that he getting yelled at by a woman, downtrodden by a woman all the time. So does it just carry over as such? And I was just joking with it. It wasn't that deep, But I said it on the show on Tuesday. Daryl said the wrong messenger. Okay. Let's see.
Both of my brothers are great leaders. I'm just saying we can all bear witness to Black mothers in the Black community basically belittling their sons and not allowing their sons to express themselves to their fullest potential. Like, that's just not a thing.
You could have blanket statement and you said most mothers, and then you said most Black mothers.
Mm-hmm. That's what she said. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I still stand on that. I'm not going to retract the statement. That's the truth.
You don't have to retract it. I'm just saying, understand what you're saying, because you're saying that all of us that are Black mothers, we fall into the most category because you're saying most.
Majority, yes. You don't have to be part of that majority, but if you feel
I'm not part of the majority because I am raising a Black son and I don't do that with them. But
So I think I'm having a hang up though. I ain't gonna hold y'all. Maybe it's just the wrong messenger, but if her mom is white and she's 20 years old, where is she seeing all this at? Is this like on TV? Or is the point the fact that they're being raised by a woman who's just tell them what to do all the time? disciplining them all the time, messaging them about how they should treat women, what's right and what's wrong all the time, that's the stifling in itself. You see what I'm saying? Like, is that the stifling? Or is this some talking point stuff that we're saying, not saying it's untrue, but if we had to prove it, will we have a hard time doing so? Interesting. BATL, click the link when I drop it, because it sounds like the ladies are pushing back, right? And so what we're actually doing now is we're actually breaking down what was said. So it doesn't sound like Ro allowed her to. It sounds like she addressing it.
You send out your message and you say that it's most, you're putting majority of us in the box.
Because it is the majority. That's my point.
But you don't know the majority because you only know what you've been around. And if you, unless you've been to all four corners of the earth and every single state in the United States to see all Black mothers, you don't know.
No, that argument, Ro, I can't ride with you there. When we use the word due diligence, you have to get half of whatever exists, right? So when my customers are saying, oh, well, we're going to get 3 more estimates. I'm like, oh, you can definitely find an estimate cheaper than ours. You'll find one more expensive, right? But what we're offering are the offerings the same, and they're like, well, I just want to do my due diligence. I said, well, there's 5,000 moving companies in the DMV area when you go on Yelp. So you would have to get 2,500 estimates to call it due diligence, right? So what you're going to be primarily based on is me and the price, So this, that, if she went to every corner, nobody does that, right? We use the numbers we're given. We use our anecdotal experience, the things around us, right? Along with what we see on TV. And then we'll look up some numbers to see if the stats make sense based on what we see. So that I don't like that argument there, but she's pushing back though.
But we can see the results of Black mothers raising Black men, and if the results are
but
Black
then we
men
go back to the original
single,
question. So we're going to go back to the original question, which was, what's the real issue? Men not being good leaders or the unwillingness of a woman to follow? So if that's the case, if majority of Black women are raising or suppressing Black boys from being leaders, then we got to go back to the answer, and that is basically men. Is that what you're saying?
No, the answer is women, because the women are suppressing the Black men, starting from the home, starting from the mother. The mother.
But I thought the rhetoric has been. Oh, sorry. I thought the rhetoric has been we've been coddling them. They are emotional, so it seems we're actually allowing their emotions to come out. So I'm just trying to figure out which one is it. Are we suppressing them, or are we coddling them and allowing them to be too emotional? Which YouTube talking point are you finna? Which one you going with today?
Being emotional and being emotionally intelligent are two different things. Being emotional is probably a result of the mother failing the son, because a mother should teach her son how to be emotionally intelligent. Being emotionally intelligent is completely different, because you can observe yourself feeling emotions but not let your emotions lead you blindly. A good leader, a man that is a good leader, is emotionally intelligent. Therefore, he does not let his emotions lead him blindly. So,
but you got to realize a lot of things just happen naturally. People are born just to who they are. A lot of people on this earth have never had parents at all, a mother nor a father teach them anything, but it's just who they are. So the YouTube rhetoric has been off. It's just been off. It's not correct information. It's just not.
Okay.
Caprice, I feel like you wanted to get.
Now, what was Luna's point there? Emotional, intelligent. Like, what was the Was that kind of like a pivot? Was it a goalpost move? Did she answer the question? Keep it real. Like, based on what sis asked her, was that a direct response? And should I have like, yo, tap in, answer the question? 1 in the chat if she answered, 2 if she didn't. I feel like in that moment I thought she did. But I'm not sure on second watch. 1, did she answer it? 2, did she not? Okay. 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 And so just so I'm clear, my mouse died. Just so I'm clear, the emotional nature of men without growing up without fathers is suppression. I don't know if that or is it the fact that she can't show him how to be a man, so those traits get lost? But I wouldn't call that suppression. They just don't know. They're unable to teach that facet to a boy. They can't instill being a man into a boy. They can teach principles and things of that nature. But him being emotional because he's raised by a woman and he'll take on those traits, I don't know if that is suppressing him. She just can't teach certain things. So he's not well-rounded and he may not come across as manly, but suppression, I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I can give the suppression thing. I ain't gonna lie to you. He just missing something. You know what I mean? He just missing something without his daddy. And you can tell when I coach football, right? I be mad hard on the kids. Like, it's crazy how hard I am on the kids. And I'll be asking, like, bro, do you got a dad? Why you say that, coach? You got your fucking hands on your hips, B. Don't put your hands on your hips around me. Right? But it's a mindset thing, right? This is football, you know? You go on to war. So, but I see that, but I don't see him. I know they have some inequities in terms of just how they being developed, but I don't know if it's suppression. And Chad, I see what you're saying, right, Chad? But think about this for a second. I feel like suppression would be active, right? It would be active. Like, to suppress somebody, it feels like that word is intentional. And I'm saying, I feel like suppression is an intentional thing, right? You see what I'm saying? But if they just don't know what to do, and so by nature of that, he's not well-rounded. I feel like the attention has to matter. Now I'm saying feel because I'm thinking through it. So what I'm saying is, in a hypothetical, let's say she said, no, don't teach him that. Don't show him that. No, you're not going to be around men, etc., etc. I feel like that's suppressing it. But if she just don't know what to do because of being ignorant to what it is to be a man, I don't think that's the same thing. If I'm bugging, I'm bugging. You know what I'm saying? Let's read some of the super chats. Maybe we got some better insight than me in the super chats. Correct me if I'm wrong with the podcast with the sauces. Great job on Lapeef last night. Thank you. I appreciate it. It was a great experience, man. John the Baptist with the $5 says, being a progressive society has changed the game in general. Cheeky with the $5 says, I'm here and I'm rocking out. You indeed, bro. I'm gonna drop the link because there's so much to unpack here. But I like these 2 segments so far. You know, John the Baptist with the $5 says, a man should not have to make a woman a submissive wife. Her mother should have taught her to submit to a man. Okay. Well, okay. Marriage, politics, and sports with the follow says, Sister Jenny, if your wife is that unruly, she is not qualified to be a wife. Devin was popping with 2000 says that quote unquote leadership shit is just as a busy assignment. Lionel, been a member for 6 months. He says, DJ Hamp was just doing a great show last night, and now he's back at it this morning. Indeed. Respect the hard work, my brother. Keep on, keeping on. Thank you, bro, man. You've been locked in with me really from day one, man. So every time I see you in the chat, I know it's another day. You feel me? So I appreciate you. Funky Phantom with a $5 says, the personal commitment and adoption of disciplined subordination on the part of the follower is an integral part of effective leadership. Okay. Hood Mystic with $2 says, you're not going to ask her personally? Oh, Jenny? I don't think I did. No. She in the chat, though. I'm just saying what the $2 says. Luna said black women. Do you see black women do that, DJ? Well, I've been breaking it down. I'm trying to assess. I'm just saying what the $2 says. Why do black men leave their offspring for exclamation points? I'm just saying what the $2 says. Luna just moved the goalposts. Luna with the $2 says, I mean, you could ask me personally. Yeah. I'm going to drop the link in a second. Jay Gray with the $2 says, black women have nug kids is crazy. What does that mean? On my eyes with the $5. What's up? She says, suppression isn't the right word. His man growth, especially emotionally. Wait, excuse me. Suppression isn't the right word. His man growth, especially emotionally, is stunted due to the no man being in a home. It happens. We see it every day. Okay. That's what I was kind of thinking. Marriage, politics, and sports with the $5 says, what's being suppressed is the ability to lead without without being emotionally chaotic. Okay. Is it suppressed or not being developed, or is that the same thing? Luna Rose with the $5 says, right, but it's the woman's fault of the man if of the man isn't there in the first place, but that's another talk. Well, I see that. I understand that. I know what it is that they're saying because she's the one left there to do the job. You know? A man should not have to make a woman. So if the mother doesn't teach her, it's the mother's fault, right? Based on what John's saying. And if the father's not there to show or teach him, then if this is correct, then that also has to be correct, right? So if the mother is supposed to teach the daughter and there's no father there, then by nature of that, it's his fault, right? If the man is obligated to teach the son. Now we know and understand that there's mothers out there that keep the kids away. Right? We understand people be fighting, right? But if this is true, do you guys think this is true? John the Baptist with the $5 says, a man should not have to make a woman a submissive wife. Her mother should have taught her to submit to a man. Is this true? Okay. So if this is true, then is the opposite true? That boy not being developed into a man, the person who's obligated to do it, regardless if they're there or not, that would have to also be true. Right? Damn, that's interesting, man. and it might be a shared fault thing, right? But if we saying the mom's supposed to lock in, right? But that mean that the daddy got to lock in too. And let's say we're not holding him 100% responsible. We can't exonerate him. Is that fair? We can't exonerate him. And if we're not dealing in a bunch of nuance of why he ain't there, et cetera, we can't exonerate him if his son comes out underdeveloped. in terms of like manly shit. Okay. Let me make sure. I want to keep up with these. Give me a second. I'm just saying what this says. Why do men leave and the black women not abandon kid? John the Baptist with the follow says Titus 2:5 to be discreet, chastity, keepers at home, good, obedient to their husbands, that the word of God be not blasphemed. Okay. I'm just saying what the father said. John the Baptist, a wife gladly submits based on man's response, who is the priest of his home. John the Baptist says, yes, Hamp, the opposite can be true. Well, I didn't say can, and neither did you initially, John. You emphatically said that about the women. So we're going to stay with the emphatic thought, understanding that there's outliers and justifiable reasons why a man's not there. But if we're going to be emphatic about it's the mom job to teach the mom, the daughter, then it has to go the same way, oppositely. And my brothers that were struggling to see their kids, they see those kids. Maybe not as much as they want, but they see those kids. Okay. And now to be clear on the stats, right, y'all? And just to be clear, no, AR, just hit the link when I dropped the link. Because he didn't just say that. He said can. So can is not emphatic, right? Because if you say can, you can also say cannot. But when he put the shit up about the mothers, there wasn't no can in that motherfucker. So that's what I'm addressing. Just hit the link. That's all. Damn. Interesting. All right. Let me see. And see, John know what I'm saying. Yes, the opposite is true. Because we men. John know what I'm saying.
Get in on that. What's your thought?
My camera and my mic kind of went out. So am I still good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. It was kind of in and out. I'm sorry. But what Luna was saying is, are you saying that? Are you answering the question, or are we like kind of like going off on what you were talking about?
Well, Luna was saying the reason, she was just basically saying the reason why it's the women is because these so-called bad men, bad leaders, they've been raised up by women.
Right here. I think I got a good clip right here also.
Rock with you. And then, Luna, we are not at our big age. We are still in our 20s. So please.
Where's your husband, Portia? If you all these things, where this man at? Where is he at?
Where's yours?
No. Where's yours? No. You claim to be the pick me. You claim to be all of these things. All I'm asking is, where is yours? You claim to be the pick me. So where is he? And how old are you?
Where's yours? And why does my
I asked you a question.
I'm in my 20s.
But you claim to be all these
they
things.
Mad because we in our 20s and we pick, and they about to die out and not be picked.
Right.
Luna, please.
Exactly.
Luna,
and that
please.
is
Luna bathing suit for your.
And
Not
so
for your.
who's
that for? Who's that for?
So
Nasty
Luna,
whore.
listen. You see
Portia.
Miss Luna.
Who
You see
is
Miss
it?
Tay. You see Miss Tay.
Where he at?
Miss Tay
doing all
has
that
her own
talking.
business. Miss
Bet you
Tay
won't
is
answer
doing
that
her own
question.
thing, and Miss Tay is not being rude and just
right.
She is not uplifting and upholding the degradation of the stereotype of what Black women are.
The
Mrs.
illusion of the
Tay,
sisterhood.
She is doing all of the things that she should. And you know what? That's one thing I'll say. Anytime I tune in to Risky's channel, Miss Tay, Mrs. Tay, I'm sorry, I'm not sure on your correct pronouns. She's always subtle. She's always feminine in her own right. But the other two, always doing too much. However, Texas, yes, it is illegal in the state of Texas now. But before it was illegal in the state of Texas, you could see in Houston, the largest abortion mill for Black genocide was right there in Houston. So is it that way now? No, because it is very new. It is 2024. We're talking about 2022, 23, where this was set in stone. But that does not change, nor does it exclude Black women's participation willfully in Black genocide.
So, well, hold on.
Well, I just
Black
want to
women
make
do
sure your
that.
facts were correct. That's
Men
all.
are doing it. Men can't get pregnant
They-
unless
they
you're of the belief that men and women can get pregnant and you believe in the trans movement. You know, if you believe that men can get pregnant, I mean, I guess that's on you. But I mean, hey, Black women are the largest contributors to it. So, I mean,
The one thing that gets me, let me see if y'all agree. Is, you know, the pick-me's. Are the pick-me's getting picked? I mean, T's married, if we just using that term, right? Jenny's married. Caprice is married. Luna's married. I think Gway had a relationship for about 13 years. I don't think Portia's not married yet. Is it working? You know? Or is it only 25% of our women are pick-me's are, you know, I'm just looking at the marriage rates, like ladies that agree with the men and flow with the men, right? And understand what the men are saying and are empathetic towards it. Is it working for them? Are they getting married? Are men choosing them? Like, what do you guys speculate their experience to be? Okay, so they're winning. Okay, all right, cool. Okay. And why is it such a, because we have these conversations about how women are like, marriage isn't the goal. I may or may not want to get married, etc. Right? And then it's a diss towards a woman that ain't, if she ain't married. This just sounds like another double talk or a severe contradiction.
Men cannot get pregnant.
wait, men can't get pregnant. Are you sure?
Yes, I'm positive. A man cannot get pregnant.
Hey.
Oh my God.
Sure?
Real quick.
Yeah,
Jesus
Real
will come
quick.
back before that happens.
Yeah. So real quick, Love, did you want to reply?
No,
Sound
I
like
just
you
wanted
wanted
her. No, I just wanted to. I was just giving correct information because she said she didn't deal in stats, but she sees it, not saw it. So, and she said, "I see," and I just wanted to make sure we were correct and giving out correct information. That's all. And I was like, "Wait, it's illegal, so she can't see it."
Do you live in Texas? Are you a Texan?
So I think I skipped a little bit, but essentially, what they're talking about here is, Portia was talking about abortions and how Houston was like leading in them. And then Love said, well, abortion is now illegal in Texas, so that can't be true. And she spoke in the present term saying, I see it all the time, right? And then that's what Love was speaking about. So they had a little bit of a back and forth about that not being true in Texas because it was is now illegal. But you can actually have one in Texas if like the mother's in danger of death or things of that nature. Just on that part.
No, I'm not.
You're not? Okay, great. So when I say that I see it, I've seen it. I'm very politically acclimated here in my state. And I'm very well versed in the realities of abortion clinics and Black women upholding Black genocide more than any other group. And thank God that here in the great state of Texas that we voted against that. And now, if you want to get an abortion, you can go ahead and go to New Mexico.
So we said, look, you can't make up for that snap at Luna. You broke
You can
character.
go kill all of the, you can go and kill all of the black babies you want. But if I'm not mistaken, you black women, the Sisterhood, y'all had y'all's babies, right?
Where's your baby?
Y'all had y'all's babies, right?
Where's yours? No man want to put one up in there. Where's yours?
Well,
Where's yours? Where's yours? Luna, stop talking. You capped. You already capped, sweetheart. Where's yours? How old are you? Does any man want to put one up in there?
Wedlock. Is that what y'all?
Does anyone want to put one up in there?
You have bastards. You have bastards.
Does anyone want to put one up in there? Probably not.
You have bastards. I don't believe in having children outside of wedlock. So,
yeah, you can say that. You can say that, but if a man wanted to give you a baby, you'd have that baby.
However,
you don't believe in wedlock, Portia. You don't believe in wedlock.
Nobody wants you.
Children have that. Have that if you're a braggadocio about having bastard children.
Nobody wants you, sweetheart.
Outside of
Don't nobody want you. No man has forced you to have a baby with. Don't nobody wants you, girl.
We do not even have
nobody wants you.
Like y'all. You said you don't believe in marriage. So you can't. That's
all right, man. All right. Now we're just arguing. What do you guys think about that exchange overall? What's up, April? Was that bad or was that expected? Like, did they get too crazy? You think they was all right? Yeah, I didn't really think too much of it. That's why I let it go for a little bit. Like, okay, I thought, I you know what I do though? That's foolish. I be thinking that they're gonna work itself out, and it never does. Even with the fellas, that shit barely works itself out. I ain't gonna lie. And that's the thing. When you look at this clip, was everybody immature, or was it just sis? Was everybody immature during this clip, or was it just sis? Because you're gonna hear sis, right? You know it, right? Whatever. But was everybody on it, or was it just sis? Keep it real. Let me ask you a question. I understand bastard makes sense there. Do you think the word bastard is used to drive home that point even more negatively? Or do you think we just using it because that's the correct word to use? Keep it real now. Keep it real. Like, we understand what a bastard is, but we also understand how that word how you hear that word, and how it can be used intentionally to be harmful. I understand it's the correct word. I'm not saying that. But what do you think the intent of using that word is? But if I'm bugging, I'm bugging. I'm just asking. Okay. All right. Maybe it's just a word, you know? Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. But I just wonder if it was being used as a trigger. You feel me? Because when smart people debate, you can get somebody off their square, right? So then you can step back in. All right, let's go a little bit further. Okay. And maybe it was a response, right? So fighting fire with fire is acceptable. Yeah, I mean, that's how I would do it. You fight fire with fire. So I just wonder if somebody want to actually rebuttal, and I want to actually address something that Japri snuck in it. I don't know if anybody heard this part. So are y'all done arguing about bastards and all that?
Good.
Oh yeah, because I don't have any. Yes, go ahead.
No kids, bastards, no kids, kids out of wedlock. Fuck them kids. So, you're free. Man, I can't stand kids. You said women shouldn't have rights, Jabrice?
I think they dropped the ball on that. I think that we would be fine if we didn't have rights. I think that women don't know. Most women don't know what they want. Not a matter of fact, all of them don't. We're followers. That's our role. So most of our talking points, anything that we say and do is from a man. We get information from a man, and we are we're very emotional. So with rights come with great responsibility. And why should we have rights to go vote if we're not going to be the ones that's going to go fight for the decisions that we actually choose to do as far as like voting?
Nasa's got the baby D energy.
We're not going to go fight in a war. So, and most women vote very emotionally. So we vote wrongly. So I think I'll be okay with no rights. I'm at home. I'm doing just fine.
So you're saying the right thing.
I trust my husband to make great decisions. So anything that he chooses or anything that he's going for, I'm right behind him.
So the right to vote specifically, you think it should be repealed from women?
Absolutely. Take it away. Look at that.
Now, what y'all think about this? Taking the right to vote away from women. Is Japrice wilding? One in the chat if you agree with Japrice, or two in the chat if Japrice was wilding. He said she sounds nuts. Yo, hold on, man. Hold on. Let me read the super chat real quick. So John with the $2 says, yes, the opposite is true. Relational matters with the $10. What's popping? Says Luna is 20 and raised by a white woman. How much experience can we believe she has living in the world of relationships? What did you know at that age? She got her info from the internet mostly. John the Baptist with the says, Hamp, stop the cap. Hold on. And drop the link. Hey, I ain't been capping. Relational matters with the $5 says, if we don't believe all black men are nothing, like Sinji says, we can't believe all black women can't raise black children. Talking points versus reality. Okay. I'm just saying what the 20 ball says. Black men act like kids. Black men act like kids don't know they left. That is in the kid's mind and cause anger mom has to deal with. Black men need to be accountable and excuses. Excuses are weak lead. Wow. Something to consider. Body and soul, appreciate you for the $10 donation. Thank you. Jay Miller with the $10 says, according to census, government only 25% of black men 20 to 29 have children. Considering most black women have children young, majority of black men do not fit the deadbeat narrative. Yeah, I think you're right on the stats. Jay Miller, I think we are talking about the ones who have kids. So then I think we would do, what is that, like 20, including the married men, is it like 50% or so? Maybe a little bit under 50% of men that have kids. So that would be the percentages that we would break down. We would break down the who's a deadbeat out of that 50% that do have kids. So we understand this 100%, but we're talking about the ones that do. But I catch your drift. I'm just saying what the $2 says. How many manosphere men are bastards? John the Baptist with the $5 says, correct word to be used, and it was used to be shameful because it is shameful. Okay. Talking about the word bastard, right? Cafe Bueno with the $5 says, Hamp, ellipsis. I appreciate your live critique of your work. Shout out to you and the Pick Me Strike Back crew. Thank you for the love. Cheeky with the $10 says, make sure hey Cheeky, drop your link in the chat. Cheeky with the $10 says, it's expected that the combo will collapse with both genders small both genders. Small amount of people can just stay on the topic and facts of the combo. Plus the peeps enjoy toxic stuff, especially now that it's merging. Gotcha. The dating pool roast reactions with the 2000s. As stated, the night Luna and Jai unhinged talk. Yeah, you did say that night. You did definitely say that. Let me keep this going.
LGBT, abort, all of this stuff is just nonsense, and it's only because it's based on our feelings. Most of it is our feelings.
I agree. Take it away.
I was gonna say maybe not take it away, but maybe do like a household vote.
Oh,
and then
I remember you saying,
the man votes for the household. Maybe
so taking it away, essentially taking it away.
I would say if we all agree, if we can all come to, I guess.
Well, who has the final say so? T, I guess is the point.
Well, the final say so would of course be the man, right?
So it kind of like you might talk about it, but at the end of the day,
yeah. So I guess the man did. Yeah. Okay. I'm cool with it though.
How they did Pearl, the white girl, whatever her name is, Pearl. Whenever she said that out loud, that women should vote.
You were coming for her.
All right. So yeah, I mean the women kind of agreed on this part, which was interesting enough to repeal the 19th Amendment. I never really thought too much through it. But yeah. The last part I want to review, and there's so much to it, is this part.
So
I want to see what Tay was going to say, actually. Tay, do you remember?
No, it was in terms of the voting or taking away the women's voting rights. I was just going to say I do believe that a lot of women are voting blindly. I wouldn't necessarily say take it away, but I think that we should educate ourselves a little bit more and know what we're voting for and actually really do the research, because I know I've personally done that just so I can know, who I'm voting for, what I'm voting for. So just to be more well-versed and educated in that, in terms of making that decision, or at least having the discussion so the man can make the decision.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, so the question has several different examples of things that I wanted to dig into, but unfortunately we didn't get into them, and now y'all telling me to switch the question as though y'all did a good job holistically of answering. And now you want me to rush ahead, but nobody really answered it except for two people.
What was the question?
What was it?
It's scrolling and it's multifaceted. So there's a couple of things, there's examples I brought up, right? So we addressed the abortion thing, right? How the majority of the kids are being deleted there. Voting. How about feminism with the sexual liberation and things of that nature? And then even like beliefs, right? If they're like they're saying men have left the church, these churches don't seem like they're doing a good job for us. What are women getting out of them? We got all these, that dude, Michael Todd, we looked at him, right? So then we default to things like spirituality, which in my estimation doesn't really have any standards, doesn't hold you to anything, and you're able to manipulate it based on what suits you. And so I was joking when I was saying the expanded consciousness thing, but that would be an example of this newfound shooting ourselves in the foot because there's no standards.
That's not, and I think we talked about this a while back, but that's not how I grab it and or implement it in my life though. So it's not necessarily just anything goes. It is rooted in the Bible. And it's much more wider, more broad, but it's definitely not anything goes. I want to make sure I was just clear with that.
No, I got you. It's just like in terms of like sin, right? So you're saying that you can basically sin as long as you don't see it as egregious or you think that it's outdated, and then that would be okay, right? Just as an example of the spirituality thing where people say, God knows my heart, and then the Bible doesn't apply.
No, it's when it talks. I'm referencing when I say that I can go to God myself, not to go through a priest. I need to study the word of God myself and not only hear what the man in the pulpit is saying. I need to understand the relationship between God and I through our own experience and not through someone else.
Mm-hmm. And that's why, like, when I made the superficial example of the tattoo, your discernment said that that's okay, right? But then you don't do other sins. So I'm just trying to understand, like, where has this newfound, I guess, freedom of whatever, because there's no accountability, has it gotten us in a poor place? You know what I mean? And Gway, you could jump in. My bad.
So it can be a slippery slope. It definitely can be a slippery slope, but it can be a slippery slope with anything, because if you want it to mold or mend to what you want it to be, then you can. I mean, but is it advantageous for you? And that's the thing you have to ask yourself. I mean, you can make anything okay, but in the long run, does it benefit you and or society? And that's where we have to be careful at. So that's why I don't agree with anything goes or everything goes, and you make your own rules up as you go. I don't believe that.
Okay. So in terms of that, what doesn't go, you know, like like LGBTQ, is that something we accept?
So not
from
necessarily
from this Christian lens standpoint.
Correct. And so,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. So it's not to kill them, or to, kill them. Like they don't deserve to die. But a part of it is they also are loved by God. Like they don't have to be shunned from society and or killed, like deleted, as we've been. I'm sorry, I didn't even say that word. I'm sorry, him. My bad. Deleted.
5 times. Okay.
I'm sorry, I just thought about it. Dang, I just realized it. My bad. Deleted. They don't have to be deleted.
Okay. Well, Jenny frowned her face. I'm just trying to figure out what Bible are you. Oh, go ahead, Miss Jenny. And then Luna, you could jump in. Oh no, my bad. Go ahead.
I think this this type of understanding kind of speaks to the issues, though. You know, even when, like Japri said earlier, like they defining what leadership is. Now you're defining what's right and wrong, even if it's in black and white.
Hey, well, Jenny frowned her face up at that comment. So you want to let her go, or you want to jump in?
No, let Jenny go. You can go.
Yeah, because that is what Hamp was talking about, you know, spiritual relativism. Because if you're saying that your beliefs are based on the Bible, then you would believe that they should be deleted. That's what the Bible says. That's what it teaches.
I don't. I'm telling you, I don't. So that's fine. You're a zealot. I get it.
That's why when we have free will, we can believe whatever we want, but the Bible is clear on what it describes. So I'm just saying, like, you know, it might be loosely based on the Bible, but it's not like a Bible following. It's not Christianity. So
I never said that. I said expanded consciousness anyway.
Right. So, I mean, but at the end of the day, something has to be right and something's wrong. And so Christianity is the right religion. And so to say that you have a belief that's based on the Bible and it's not following the Bible, it's not Christianity. So it's fraudulent.
And so you can be your zealot and live your zealot life. I'm living my life, and what I said is exactly what I said. Like I'm not moving from that. I've been raised in Christianity, fundamental of Christianity all my life, and as I've gotten older, I've had the experience, and I've lived my life to where I've expanded my view of my relationship with God. So that's what I'm talking about. So I'm not the one to beat people over the head with the Bible. Been there, done that. I don't do that. So that's fine. Like I'm definitely not going to sit here and debate with you about this.
I mean, okay. I mean, if you don't want to do that, but I was just, because you said that, like when Hamp said that your belief is spiritual relativism, and you gave him pushback on that, but that's exactly what it is, because you just kind of pick and choose what you want to believe and what you want to take from the Bible. So. But yeah, that's why I think.
I think you can live how you want to live, but I think that sometimes it's called for it to be called out when you make certain statements and you say certain things. Everybody has free will to do what they want, but I think that some things need to be called out. So I think that's what Jenny was saying. She was calling you out, love, whenever you stated what you stated.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. To go back to why Hemp questioned me, it's just that the Bible is clear about how we should treat these people, and so that's why I made that face.
And that's fine. I don't believe in deleting them. I said what I said, and I'm not. Listen, I said what I said. I don't believe in deleting homosexuals. Plain and simple.
Okay, but you do believe that the wages of sin is death?
I do.
Okay, so based on Leviticus 20, then you would agree that that would be the end for those people?
So death could be spiritual death. Also,
okay, so is it a form of death for those people?
It could be. It's a form of death for people that live in their sin. Yes, spiritual death. Yes.
Okay, but you don't believe that in the end they'll actually be punished by deletion. Punished by deletion.
Physically, or in a lake of fire? What are you asking?
Do you think? Well, I don't know what you know or believe, right? Because
when you say deletion, you mean physical deletion or
manipulate it? You can manipulate it. So if I say lake of fire, you could flip it and be like, "There is no lake of fire." You know what I mean? Because
I just want to know what I'm trying to get a reference point. You saying
like being deleted? I said deleted. You said maybe not physical. So I'm saying, is there any death or
spiritual?
Okay, but you think they'll be still walking around?
Can you say DEATH or no?
What does the Bible say? What does the Bible say? Does it say it will be deleted physically?
The Bible, yeah.
All right, so that's what's gonna happen. Dead.
Okay, but love, you're saying maybe not. Yeah.
So if a man has homosexual desires, you're gonna act on him. I don't believe he's gonna be deleted. I'm trying to use this proper terms so we don't get in trouble, but I don't think it's gonna be deleted. Or a woman has those desires, I don't believe it's gonna be deleted. I just don't believe that. I don't believe they deserve deletion. I don't believe that they deserve to be treated poorly. I've known a lot of people growing up to where they had those feelings and they didn't choose to have those feelings. And so I don't believe that they deserve deletion. I don't.
Okay. So you're saying if they don't act on it.
Yeah, they don't act on it. I know men and women that don't act on it. I know men and women that do act on it with their partners.
No, but I'm asking you, saying if they don't act on it, then they don't deserve it.
They don't. And what I'm saying also in addition to that is but when they do become committed to their partners, they don't need to be deleted for that either. They're committed to one person.
Oh, but you're saying they could do homosexual acts and they still wouldn't pay the penalty
with their partner. Yeah, they're committed partner. They don't deserve more deletion than a whoremonger.
Okay, just so I'm clear, you're saying that specifically on this, just so I'm clear.
That's fine.
Even if they act on it, as long as they're in a monogamous homosexual relationship, they won't be penalized.
Yeah.
So this is an issue, right? Because once we mold it all over, they don't deserve the ultimate penalty as long as they don't act on it or only act on it with one person. So you see that breakdown? I let it play out because it makes no sense. But to be right is more important than the truth. And this is just an example, but this is what, and we understand the topic is the topic, right? So, people think there's so much subjectivity when it comes to these religious books, for lack of a better term. But this boils over into people's thinking.
If you will fight to the death to be right, subjectively right, as opposed to what's actually the truth, imagine the other places in your life where you think shit is subjective, where you think you can manipulate it. That'd be crazy, bro. But I let it play. I didn't interrupt because this is the part that we had to work through. And I'm always make sure I reiterate to get it clear, yes or no. And then just to be clear, where did you get that from?
I've actually done some research on that and done exposition on different versions, and that's how I came up with that. Been through a study that I did with the group.
Wow. Okay. I guess they can do what they will with that. But just to be clear, so I do have to say this. That is not in the Bible. I don't want anybody to leave with that. That is not in the Bible.
I didn't say it was in the King James Bible. I didn't say that.
No. Okay, no. I just whatever
that.
about that. I'm just saying very clearly, everyone. That is not in the Bible.
And I'm agreeing with you.
I'm not. Oh, that's fine. You said what you said.
I'm saying it too. I'm saying it too, though. I'm not saying it's in the King James Bible.
1,016 people in here. I need to say this. That is not in the Bible.
Say the same exact thing.
No. I did not say what you said.
Literally, Hamp. You said it's not in the King James Bible, right? I said I never said it was in the King James Bible.
I didn't even qualify it. I said that is not in the Bible.
It's not in the King James Bible.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want them to think me and you are saying the same thing. That you don't have to unmute. And I let you finish. I said okay, and then I said everybody who's listening. That is not in the Bible. Hold on. Why do you keep talking? I let you finish though.
I want to be responsible with what I'm saying.
All right, well, wait. Let me finish saying what I'm saying. I don't give a fuck what Bible this is. That is not in the Bible. All right? Because people who are dealing with afflictions will hear that shit and think that they don't have to fight affliction. The key about sin is there's no one sin worse than the other, but the penalties differ. All right? So if you are dealing with a sin, fight your fucking way out of it. And if you need support, call me. Don't call nobody that's going to enable you. All right? And you can fight against shit and you can overcome it. Point blank, period. I don't give a fuck what sin it is. And we are out. Damn, man. Oof. Boy, oh boy. This stream was laden with a bunch of shit, man. Damn. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Yeah, I'll clip that. I need to clip that. Yeah, and I never even said a version, and that's what I mean. Yeah, thank you. I just this logic, love not by herself, and she's great. If you guys knew her, right, it would be, but this is gonna permeate through how you think about a lot of things. That's why it's so important. The subject matter matters in terms of that clip, but if people are manipulating information so it fits their narrative, that's what people gonna do. Bible, relationships, work, what they see on the news and all that. There's called confirmation bias, where people will Google shit that agrees with them so they feel better. That's why algorithms matter so much, right? Because your algorithm, you think your algorithm is all that exists. That's why that clip was important. Damn, man. But nah, that was a dope 1-2 right there. You know what I mean? Let me drop this link, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. And just to clarify one thing, what I was saying was, so in the Bible, you have all the sins, right? And it'll actually say, what algorithm? I said it wrong. My bad. Trey stupid. Sorry. So
What I was saying was this, like it'll say literally, if you do this, here's the penalty. You know what I mean? So that's what I was saying. Like it'll give you a direct what happens if you do this. That's what I was saying in terms of the consequence. It'll give you a plain out consequence. You know what I mean? So thanks, April. Let me read the super chats and I'll bring everybody up. Give me 1 second. Now y'all know how I am about the camera. D-Town, I don't know why you always do this to me. Y'all know how I am about the camera. Y'all know that. Heathen Queen, get your $5 ass on camera. Japriest, get your $4 ass on camera. Ain't nobody told you to have all them damn kids. Japriest be having kids running everywhere, boy. Let me read these real quick. Hold on. I lost my point. Give me a second. Oh, Fifi, what's up? What the $5 says? Majority of black men don't have kids, aren't locked up. They are working and producing in society. Yet single mothers are doing bad. This math ain't mathing. That's solid. Steppenwolf with the $5 says, "What up, panel? Or excuse me, what up, Hamp? Salute to the panel. What did I miss? You missed a lot, but we're gonna go through it." Hank with the $5 says, "Love doesn't agree because she doesn't want to lose her hairdresser or choir director." God dang. Steppenwolf with the 20 ball. Oh, I ain't even play this all day. I gotta make sure I show the appropriate amount of love.
Come on, I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money. Bullshit. I see you shining, nigga. I can smell a motherfucker with money. Even Ray Charles can see you got money.
Steppenwolf with the 20 ball says, "Hamp, she knows what's right. She doesn't want to lose her alphabet friends. Love, it's not in any Bible." All right, let's do it. Japriest, Heathen Queen was popping.
Good morning.
John
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me? What you getting your jaw going?
I just walked out of the gym, like I just got finished, so I'm a little sweaty and stuff. So you get my forehead today, if that's okay?
Yeah, that's cool. You tell me anything. Did they have pizza day at the gym today?
Never.
Oh, all right. Just making sure. Triple Black. Gorilla. Luke the God was popping, man. I thought I saw Cheeky. He must be trying to get his shit in order, man. How y'all doing?
What's going on? What's going on, Hamp?
Everything, man. It's good to see y'all, man. Japriest, so it's only right. You was on the show, you feel me? What did you want to talk about?
Okay, so I wanted to clarify a few things. I was nervous and I was a little bit shy. I was also distracted. And as soon as my husband came home is when the show was ending. So I had the children. But okay, so what I meant in the beginning, I think the first question, so you said that you're talking about Black women. So I'm talking about, when I say women, I'm talking about Black women. So Black women were not raised with fathers. So their leader, what they think that leadership is, it's not what it is. So they think they're thinking that leadership looks a certain way because of how their mothers were leading. They don't know what leadership is. So they don't like the actual leadership of men. So they're not going to follow. So women are the problem. The statistics also back up what 80% of Black children are growing up in single mother households. So they don't know what leadership is. They don't know what it looks like. So of course they don't like it.
Okay. And that's kind of, so I feel like I covered your sentiments well. Heathen Queen, for the majority of the stream, it seemed like you disagreed. Do you disagree with that point?
Absolutely. We work with men all the time. We work under leadership all the time. Just because it's not in a relationship doesn't mean that we don't know what leadership is. Mm-hmm. We have a clear understanding of what leadership and the chain of command is. We understand that perfectly.
You think it's intuitive?
Of course. When the big dog walks in the room, you know how to cower. Most people do. And women do too. We know what leadership is. It doesn't mean we like it, but we know what it is.
HQ question. Do you know what it is or you know what it looks like?
We know what it is.
You can define it, or you just know, you feel a leader. You're like, oh, okay, this with the big dog.
Well, I would say that we feel a leader. We know when the big dog walks in the room, we understand who's in control and who's not.
But if you had to teach it, could you duplicate it though? I think that's where the issue arises, right? Because you're saying you can identify it necessarily, but could you articulate it, teach it, implement it?
We learn it through work. We understand who's in control. People keep saying, well, she's out of control. She doesn't understand. Yes, we do. We understand that perfectly. It's a natural reaction to an alpha or a person who's in control. We understand it perfectly. It just means that some of us ignore it. Some of us ignore it.
But that can't be true if they're calling it toxic masculinity. That can't be true.
If we call what toxic masculinity? I'm sorry. What are you talking about?
The leadership that you are saying that women know of, because it wouldn't be called toxic masculinity if they knew what it was. Because they think that it's wrong. They think that that's wrong, and that's not how you lead. Most women are wanting and thinking that men should lead how women lead. Like, even though women don't lead, but they want men to lead emotionally. They want them to do it this way. They think they should do it this way. That's not how it looks. So that can't be true with what you're saying.
No, it is true. Most people, when an alpha or a person who has presence walks into a room, we understand that we're not the big dog. That is a natural instinct for most people. Women just tend to ignore it when they want to.
In other words, she's saying that women are.
Wait. I want to make sure they get it out. I don't know if Japrice has a reply for that. So Triple Black, you want to get in on this, and John the Baptist, you want to get on this same conversation? Because I know I played a bunch of clips, so y'all don't have to stick on this one. But if we move off this one, we're gonna go to a next one. We can always come back if somebody else has the point. But I just want to make sure.
I just want to ask HQ a question based on what she was saying. Cause actually, I just want to ask her a question.
Okay.
I
think Triple Black beat you off the mic first. Pause. That sounded nuts. So relax, Cheeky.
We need to listen to what she's saying.
Jump in, all right.
We need to really listen to what she's saying. Like, women are fully aware of their actions and stuff like that. Like, they're fully aware. The thing about it is, a lot of guys don't understand that women fight for what is called plausible deniability. You know, it's just they're wired for that shit. That's why they have a problem with accountability. Like, men don't really have a problem with accountability. You know what I'm saying? That's why, like, you know what I'm saying? If I'm wrong, or whatever. They're always trying to find a way out. So they'll sleep with Nug and have a kid, but right when after the kid comes, they're gonna play ignorant, like, oh, I didn't know Nug wasn't a good father. That's called plausible. They always are going to fight for that plausible deniability. It's just wired in it. I don't know if it's conscious, but it's just what it is. And I don't think a lot of dudes understand. Like, for instance, they know what leadership looks like. They know who's the good leaders. Now, the thing about it is, when under good leadership, there's more responsibility. Like, you know, a lot of the women are immature. So I don't really want to follow a person. Like, you know, when you're immature, you don't want to follow a person that's going to hold you to certain standards and shit like that. You don't want to. Why would I want to do that? Especially in this society where you're not required to, you know, to be great or to be a good woman or whatever. You can do whatever you want. They have this mentality, I can do whatever the hell I want to, and at the end of the day, somebody's going to save me. You know what I'm saying? Imagine if a woman was forced to, you know what, you have to make the right decision every single time. It would drive them crazy. So that's why, I mean, they want a way out every time. That's just how they're wired. We're not going to be able, unless we live in Dubai, we're not going to be able to I guess condition that shit out of them. It's just not going to happen. I mean, they're just too free in America, and I know that sounds bad, but they're just too free. And I mean, when you have a person that's that free, they're going to make bad decisions. They're just going to do it. There's nothing you can do about it.
Are you addressing a question? What are you talking about?
I had the question. He was just making a statement. I had the question. He was making a statement. So my question is to you, HQ, and then you can. My question to you is: you made a statement that women understand what leadership is and what authority is in the chain of command. They understand it. So my question to you is it that women, although they understand it, they're just undermining what it is to get what they want? And if that's true, if based on answer that question, then John Marie, I think whatever your name, J Marie, can you kind of like filter that in with HQ's response to that?
Well, so your question to me is, do women manipulate the situation to their advantage? I'll answer it like that. Yes.
So they understand. They understand it. Okay. They just doing the best to undermine.
Every person does that. Every human being does that.
So when
Not
Risky
just women,
when Risky asked the question in the beginning, is it a problem? I mean, what's the problem? Is it women can't follow or men aren't leading? I think that was the question, Risky. Can you correct me if I'm wrong?
Is that the question?
He was talking in the beginning of the show.
Right.
Right. He was talking about. She's talking about the reviewed content, not this what we just experiencing now. But yes, that was the question.
Right. And some people were saying that it falls on the men because men are the leaders. But what you're saying is that women knowingly are rebelling and not listening. So it's not the men's fault. It falls on the women. That's why I said it's women. The problem is women aren't following.
So, whenever it's my turn, that's not what I wanted to address. That's not what I wanted to say, but I just wanted to address the questions.
Go ahead, John.
Just having a conversation. But I don't want to kill the flow of the conversation if you got something else going on.
No, go ahead. You up?
Yeah. So the point I wanted to make is like when I came up, everyone knows I'm not progressive. I'm conservative, old school, traditional, and I really believe that what's happening in today's society is a result of me and not being leaders. Which why I have no problem understanding when someone made a comment earlier. Are there any men on this? I guess there are any men in this area that are bastards. Well, I'm a bastard, and I have no shame in admitting I'm a bastard because I understand what it is. Now, it should be it should be shameful. My mom should be shameful for making me a bastard, and my dad should be shameful for not marrying my mom. But if we asking who is in control, who is in charge, it should be men. I'm not dumb enough. I'm not dumb and ignorant and naive enough to say that we're in an environment that manipulates that men being in control. But if you ask me who's supposed to be in charge, it's supposed to be men. It's supposed to be men leading society, saying what happens in society, and making sure that it happens. Were there things that manipulated that? True, probably did, but it still falls back on a man to make it back what it should be. How we get it there is going to take somebody willing to fall on the sword and make it happen. But the problem with today's society is not many people willing to fall on the sword. What I mean, like to fight the common narrative, the new narrative now that actually exists, and then just fight the system at all costs. That's not many people willing to do that now, and I fall back.
Hey, let me ask John a question. I mean, do leaders need some type of compliance on the person that they're leading or the people that they're leading?
Do leaders need compliance? Do they need people that's going to follow and listen to them?
Yes.
I don't disagree with that narrative. And leaders need to have people that are going to listen and follow. That's going to listen to the things that they're teaching.
Right. But how can you be effective as a leader if the people that you're trying to lead have no obligation, they don't have no purpose to comply on anything that you say? I mean, it doesn't make sense, because the thing about it is you have certain societies where the women are actually they're forced to comply, because if they don't comply, they'll die off. In America, it's just not the case. And if you have
that. You asking me a question still? My bad. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. We will.
I don't disagree with the point. I don't disagree with what you said. What I'm saying is though, if I want someone to come under my authority and they're not coming under my authority, I got one or two options. Either I go and possess the country, or let the other country possess me. Either you fight or you surrender. That's the only thing I know to do.
Or you find another woman. Hey, listen, John, I have a question on that point too, though, because I don't disagree with what the brother's saying either. But one of the things is I think men are on an uptick about their role as leadership. I think some of that we get out of these spaces, right? Whether the women are willing to follow or not is a secondary issue. It's not really the issue. That doesn't stop you from wanting to lead whatever family you have. A lot of men use too many excuses, and even though there's reasons for men to be estranged from their kids because of the woman, but a lot of men don't fight enough in terms of when they have visitation rights. When I hear men talking about I can't see my kids, you take that chick to court, man. You keep taking her to court till you get your rights, and a lot of guys don't do that. So,
You
but
know how expensive it is?
I'm gonna shut up here. I'm gonna land it. But John, I agree with what you're saying about men being the leaders. And I think there's been an uptick in men trying to assume that role because that's their rightful place. And it doesn't matter whether the women agree or not. You still need to pursue your role as a leader. And the women who come into your orbit should pick up the vibe that you're giving. It ain't going to be every woman. They might not even be the woman you want. But that doesn't matter. That shouldn't stop you from just assuming your role as a leader, as a man, and being on your square. That's how I look at it.
And to add to what you're saying, and I said this earlier, I'm not a progressive. I know that my way of thinking is Kiki's going to tell me my way of thinking is outdated. We're not doing what you're doing anymore. I already know what he's going to say, and I'm not even going to fight it. I've talked to you enough. I already know I already know how you gonna go with this. I didn't even. That's Trey over there in the corner. I already know how this. I know how it's about to go down. But it's like, but I understand. I'm progressive. My views are outdated, and I understand. And I'm not even saying what Cheeky and what Trey, what they think is not even. It ain't so truth of what they're saying because the tables have been turned. Dating is not the same it was when I first started dating. Dating with women is not the same as it was 40, 50 years ago. I'm not dumb. I'm not naive. It's just, but I still believe in the concept that I am the man, and we are men in society, and it's up to us to determine how society should go. Collectively as men, we should determine how society go. When we let women determine how society to go, this is where I have a problem at, and I'll fall back.
Hey, RP, real quick. What's the average cost of a family law attorney?
Say that again?
What's the average cost of a family law attorney?
I don't know.
Exactly.
So let's stop talking about
I know where you're going with, but
fight for the kids. If you don't even understand the expenses,
I didn't say fight to get custody, Trey. Don't misrepresent what I'm saying.
You don't understand the expenses that come along with the fight.
No. You said what?
Would you like to know how much money I spent?
No, well, you fought for your kid. That's the point.
Do you want to know how much money I spent?
I mean, if you want to volunteer that information, go
because
ahead.
The fact of the matter is, most men can't afford to do that.
Yeah.
And so, if you walk into a court without an attorney, you are literally one of Schitt's Creek without a paddle. So let's stop. Just go to court and just go fight for your kid. When it is more expensive than even you have no clue how much even a family attorney even costs.
So you just give up, huh?
I never say give up.
So just give up.
I never use the words give up. What I want in 2024 is I want people to speak on things they understand and they know. If you don't understand it and you don't know it, you've never been in that position. For those of us men who have had to fight to see their kids every other weekend, if you don't listen, man, with all due respect, you don't even understand.
Let's not get too far track on the conversation.
You don't understand it either.
We don't need to understand.
Listen, if you can't afford it, the point is if you can't afford it, wait a minute, Queen, if you can't afford it, the real issue is that you walked into a courtroom at least by yourself. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you might win, you might lose, but you're fighting for your kids to the best of your ability. That's all I'm talking about. So I agree with you about the money.
And you will still lose.
Listen, I hear you. Everybody doesn't have the money. I agree with that. But the fact that you showed up, even if you don't have a lawyer, is all I'm talking about. You might lose, but at least you showed up. And that's all I'm saying. And let me just leave it there because you're right about the expenses. But it's the issue about showing up, especially if you have an agreement from a court saying these kids should be with you, even if it's one day a week. And a woman who holds the kid away from you.
Have you ever had to call the police to enforce a child custody order?
I'm saying you should report that.
I'm just asking where are you getting all this information? What experience? Have you ever had to call the police to file it?
It's like telling a football announcer you can't announce the football game unless you play the game.
Listen, I will never understand football to the degree that Hamp understands football. You want to know why? Because Hamp played at a different level than I did.
A court order to pay child support, right? That means there was some kind of agreement that the woman has custody, but you pay child support and you get a couple of days of rights. Now, what does that have to do with a lawyer? A lot of men are under that. If you don't fight for the couple of days you have, then whose fault is that? It's just because you don't have the money.
How much child support have you paid?
So, what our Payne said verbatim, right? Because I have the video just to make sure I heard correctly. He said a lot of men use too many excuses, even though there's reasons for men not to. Or even though there's reasons for men to be estranged from their kids because of the woman, but a lot of men don't fight enough in terms of getting their kids going through the system. How are you determining that, R-Pain? Is my question.
Okay, so listen, my only anecdotal question is I hear a lot that from this echo chamber that we're in. That's why I hear it. I hear it a lot. Right? I'm not saying no men fight for their kids. I'm just saying that the echo chamber says that I hear a lot, and everybody can say they never hear it. That when men come up and say, I can't see my kids because she won't let me. And then the rest of the story's going. I said, wait a minute, what did you do? To try to change that narrative. Now, I'm not saying most men do that. I mean, because they got the studies that show black men are good fathers. But you can't tell me you haven't heard that narrative that a woman kept your kids away from you, even if you had a couple of days of visitation rights. I didn't make that shit up.
Wait,
I hear that all the time.
Most people are not saying that I can't see my kids. Most people in this space are saying.
Let's get away with most. Forget it. If I said most, I misspoke. I'm not saying most.
No, but what you said was people in this space, this echo chamber, are saying that they can't see their kids. Right, you hear that a lot, but they're not saying that they can't see their kids. They're saying that men as a whole are saying they can't see their kids. Right, they've never personalized their experience when talking about it. So I think that's where we're missing it.
That's where we.
That's what I'm. That's all. I just want to just so we can stay on task.
You saying that assertion might not be true either. Then when they say that,
and it could not.
I don't need to get into a ring with Canelo Alvarez or Triple G to know that I'm gonna get my ass kicked. I don't need to get in there to figure it out, to find out. You guys are essentially asking men to go into the ring and get beat up just to know that they can get beat up. That doesn't make any sense. There's a lot of men out here who, depending on what jurisdiction you live in, they already know how the courts work. I live in Maryland. I already knew what time it was in Maryland. I knew what was gonna happen.
And so
I went into the courtroom. I gave the judge a complete schedule, a 50-50 schedule. That judge looked me and my attorney dead in the eye and said, nope. Dead in the eye. And went on to the schedule that they wanted us to have. You can fight all day. At the end of the day, the judge that's in these family courts, they make the decisions. And that's the part a lot of you, if you've never been in there, you don't understand.
So you just HQ, what you just did, HQ, is actually undermining his statement and argument. You need to hear what he's saying. Because he actually said that he wrote out a plan 50-50. He went in there fighting. He did not give up. He went in there fighting.
He only 4% of men fight for their kids in court.
Okay, but HQ,
so
listen. Hold on, HQ.
What topic is this?
Hold on, HQ.
What topic is this?
HQ, when you spoke.
What topic is this?
It's derailed from where you was at. You was gone too long.
Yeah. What was the original point of discussion? Was it still off of what your priest was saying about women trusting men's leadership?
No, so John the Baptist was the last person on topic, and then from that point, it kind of derailed.
Yeah, it was just like basically, I guess Arcane was saying, you know what, you just need to fight harder. Even though you might lose, just go ahead and fight, keep fighting. That's it. That's what I got from it.
I mean, I hear that, but motherfuckers be acting different once they get punched in their shit or the bullets start flying. That shit don't really manifest like that. Niggas is pussy. I mean, that's why you got this. That's why you got the shit like with the plea bargain agreements. Niggas don't go to court. Once they put that 20 years in front of you, niggas say, I'll take 5. Like, I mean, I think there's a point on both sides. That's all I'm saying. Now, John, did you actually ask your question as it pertains to the topics that we reviewed so far?
Yeah, I got what I need to get out. Yeah.
Okay, I missed the shit.
Look at
God damn it, man. Cheeky was popping.
I'm sorry.
Oh, what? Please.
I wanted to also address.
So you say, oh my bad, go ahead.
I wanted to also address what I mean by women shouldn't have any rights. There was a prime example on that show that night, the discourse between Risky and Love. Most women live in that gray area. They don't know how to pick a side. They, like Love was saying one thing, that she believes in the Bible and she goes by the Bible, but yet she couldn't discern whether or not it was right to get a tattoo or not, or it was right that, it's she that.
Man.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Well, her initial statement was, what was her initial statement? That women should lose their rights, right? That was like the initial of what she was starting to say, right?
Right to vote.
A right to vote. Now, if I'm a citizen, I'm a full citizen, just like any man in this country. Full citizen, full rights. I'm subject to the laws that he's subject to. I'm also subject to the punishment.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry,
That's false. That's actually false, though. HQ.
Yeah, actually, HQ, that's not true.
Yes,
go ahead, Jeffrey.
It's not fully
Okay.
that.
Okay, so
No, sir.
You're not subject to selective services.
That's right.
You will never be drafted.
That's law. We're not talking about
That
grant.
is a law.
We're not talking about grant.
Selective service is a law. And if men don't go to war, they don't. If they refuse to go to draft, they go to prison. So
that's HQ talking. What? Don't. She not talking for Japrice, obviously. Go ahead, Japrice.
Okay, so there was a prime example up there. Women cannot. Most women. Matter of fact, I want to say all. Okay, because most of us don't think logically. We think emotionally. Most women are not empathetic. We can't think situations through other people's lenses. So we're always going to vote emotionally, and emotions are temporarily. So there was a discourse between Risky and Love about the Bible, about discernment, and about if you have sinful thoughts, you shouldn't act on it. It's okay, that God still loves you. And Hemp set her straight and said, no. What's right is what's right. What's wrong is what's wrong. You have to choose a side. There's no in between. And yet Love still sat there in the middle. And that's why women shouldn't vote. You have to pick a side. It's right and wrong, good and evil. You can't sit in the middle. So that's what I mean by women do not need to vote. We need to be at home and trust that our husbands, we need husbands, trust that our husbands will make great decisions and we should follow behind. We don't need to vote. Like I said, we don't fight war. I used to be in the military for 4 years. I didn't do anything because I was saved and rescued by the men in the army. I don't think women shouldn't be in the army either. So that's why I think that our vote shouldn't matter. You can see what transpires from our vote. We have the LGBT. There's so many Black women that support these gay men. We have, Black women have gay friends. All of these little groups and these wrong groups that we have, these little, LGBT and all this abortion, all that stuff is chosen by women and supported by women. So yeah, I just wanted to clear that up.
Okay. Question to the men. We know where Heathen Queen stands. Do any of the men disagree with your priest?
Yeah, I do.
On what stance exactly?
What she just said. The women
That women
voting
should
and
have
why
the
they
right to vote.
why they don't vote and things, why they shouldn't be voting.
Shouldn't vote, right? I agree.
You agree with her?
I disagree.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Trey, why you disagree?
I think it should be in certain circumstances. The circumstances should be is that if the woman is a first responder and or in the military, she should have the ability to vote because she's actually doing something for the country. So if she's actually doing something for the country, she should be able to vote. But if you're a housewife, I don't see why you would be able to vote. If you work a cubicle job for Microsoft, you don't need to vote. But if you're actually doing something for the country, you are actually helping your local communities, your local governments, yeah, you should have the ability to vote even as a woman.
I agree with that. Actually,
I agree.
with that.
No. What I'm getting is the men are making a mess of the panel. That's what I'm realizing right now. So Japrice, hold on. Japrice just said, Trey, she ain't do shit in the military. And will her being in the military or first responder change how she thinks as a woman?
Whether Japrice agrees with it or not, she could have been called at any point in time. It just didn't happen. But I know women that thought the same way, and then they got that phone call. So she just didn't get called. It just happened to be, it got lucky for her. But there are women, and I went to Iraq with them. They were in the Humvees with me. Women were outside the wire on missions. Women were with me. She just didn't get that call. But if she signed up, she should have that ability to vote.
Okay, and so you're saying a firewoman or a police officer also?
Firewoman, police officer, ER nurse, doctor,
how about teachers?
any first responder.
How about teachers?
I don't consider them first responders.
Shit.
Can I finish my statement? What is the ratio, Trey, if I may, what is the ratio between men and women in the military?
I believe it's 85 to 15 or something like that. 85% is men. Something in that range.
Right. So even though there was a select few of women that were downrange with you, how many of the men would trust that your female battle buddy can carry you to safety, that can lead and control the situation in, a hazardous situation? When I was in basic training, in combat, whatever, when I was in basic training, I had a little small battle buddy that could not carry me across the field. So how could she carry a man? She's downrange with you. How can she bring you to rescue? So that's women shouldn't vote, period. Women shouldn't vote, period. It's 15 to 85 ratio, as you said. That's proof in the pudding there.
Can I finish my statement?
I understand the argument, but the truth of the matter is that we aren't at a pay scale or a pay level to make those decisions. The fact of the matter is that the woman was put in the vehicle with me. I had to make do with what I had, and that's how it works over there. You're given the tools, and you got to do what you can do with what you have. You don't get to say, "Oh, I don't want her here," or "This woman can't do that." Even when I was in law enforcement, I had people that were beside me. I had men that were beside me that I knew, were terrified and weren't going to get in that fox. There's nothing I could do. I had to make do with what I had. When you understand that, when you go down range, we aren't at the pay level or the pay scale to make those decisions. If they give you a little 135-pound woman, that's what you got to work with. You better make it work.
Trey,
Of
Trey,
course,
got a question for you.
At the end of the day,
I want to hear Cheeky's thought on this too. Go ahead.
The decisions that women make when they're wrong, men have to pick up the slack and help fix the situation.
I see her point. Okay, Cheeky, you said you disagree with her also. Why?
Yeah, I think when you consist of over 50% of the workforce in America and how the economy functions as a whole, you're contributing a lot to how we move as a society. So you should be able to vote. I think also that I think that women should have representation as far as like what they need, because we're two different human beings, and since we are in a democracy, we need some type of vocal explanation for women, to explain these are the needs of us as well, considering we are supposed to be a unified society. It's kind of my thoughts on it.
But you can't really
hold on,
danger.
Triple Black. Is your priest still there? Because I'd rather hear her rebut what Cheeky just said, because that makes a lot of logical sense in terms of because can men determine all of what women need, Cheeky?
We've done that before in the past, and it's led to women saying no, right? And so men have taken heed. So the answer is no, simply no.
Priest, but you saying women should trust men to make all sound decisions for them.
Yes, for the most part, I think that men can decipher, the basics of what women need. And then anything after that, then it should be like in-house or, community or whatever. But for the most part, most men can know what women need as far as the basics.
That stutter at the end got me thinking that you agree a little bit with Cheeky. Triple Black, what were you gonna rebut with?
No, I'm just saying this is a very difficult issue. I'll just ask a question to the panel, and you guys can kind of we can sort of. All right. Do you think abortion, which was probably voted for mostly by women, was for the greater good of women or not?
What part of abortion?
Roe v. versus Wade. When abortion first became legalized, I guarantee it was probably most women was pushing for that. Do you think that was in their best interest or not in their best interest?
Pain, you think it was in their best interest or not? Roe versus Wade.
I wanted to hit the first part, but no. Listen, if it wasn't for women's vote, men wouldn't even be thinking about
Pain. But in terms of abortion, what do you think?
I think that it wasn't in the best interest of it's a eugenics program. It never was in the best interest of the country. And the only reason why we even talk about that is because women are voting on their emotions. But let me just go back one real second.
Well, hold on. I wanted to hear. Well, so Triple Black, Pain said what he said. Do you have a response after he said what he said?
I think I agree with him.
No, I mean, I think if one of the unintended byproducts is when women start voting with emotion and they start voting against their best interest. Instead of doing the right thing, they need to. They'll cut. It's just in their nature to cut their nose to spite their face. Yeah. I mean, it's just one of those things.
All right, let's do this. Because I know there was a bunch of topics that we hit on the video. This is one of them. Pain, please say what you was gonna say, and then John had a question for Trey.
Just on the question of voting in terms of women.
You know what he want to talk about?
Listen, I wouldn't have an issue with women voting if the laws applied to them equally with men. Like they should just sign up for selective service. And they should be compelled to do it. Now, they don't mean they have to go on the front lines because there's a lot of work in the supply chain and the back of all of the military. There's a lot of stuff that you can do in the military, but when we're at war or not, that doesn't put you in the infantry in the front lines. But they should have everything a man needs to do for his right to vote, a woman should do. And to Cheeky, I believe back in the suffrage movement, there was women against the suffrage movement because they thought they would have to go to war if they got the right to vote, because that was one of the primary things that men had to do to vote. So it was always some women who thought they shouldn't have been able to vote, and I'll land it there.
Matt, do you mind if I respond, or you want to move on?
Yeah, go ahead and respond, and then I want to make sure John is able to ask the question to Trey.
Okay,
I'm good. I think my question moved on.
Okay.
Go ahead, Chief.
I think that last point that Pain made, it's not a good one, because there were some people who said that slavery was still good for Black people, considering they weren't sure what the outside world looked like when it comes to freedom. So using a subset of people to justify the whole of other people is just logically inconsistent. But I do think, sure, yeah, I do think, I think that if you guys think that way about women's ability to vote and their contributions to society, if you just look at any stat removing 50% of any type of economic development through working, you're going to find a failed society. So I would be very cautious to be so quick to take away rights from anybody, because how do you draw that line to say it's not you next?
Well, so listen, Cheeky, just to be clear, I agree with you about what you just said about the 50%. I'm just said, though, my only caveat is that the woman should be able to sign up for selective service just like everybody else if they want to vote. That's it.
Well, the thing about selective service is it's not a law, if I'm not mistaken.
It is a law.
Let me see. I'll look it up and I'll come back to you just to make sure we're both correct on this.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm not against that either. If we want to put women in selective service, by all
But the
means.
larger point is yours, though. I agree. 50% of the population can't be disenfranchised. I don't agree with that.
All right.
Yeah,
I mean, but there's many people that are disenfranchised that have felonies. They can't vote.
Yeah,
and they're productive members of society.
So the reason why they can't vote is because they did something to lose their privilege to vote. It's not as if they started off without the right to vote. That's the difference between the two.
But so everything, I mean, but they're still affected by. I mean, like if they're a productive member of society, if they're productive,
wait, real quick, just are there women felons?
Yes.
Can they vote?
No.
It's fair.
There you go. It's fair.
No, I'm just making the point that everybody should. If you're using that standard, everybody should vote. I don't think you should have. I don't think you should take that ability if you're a productive member of society. I think everybody should vote. You know, I'm just saying.
I agree. I get what you're saying. I agree with that as well.
I think they're getting, some of those are getting their votes. They're getting their rights back too. There's people battling for the felons who have done their time to get their rights back as well. It's not like it's not trying to shift back to where they get their rights back.
I think what Triple Black is saying is a big deal too. And I think there are movements to reinstate some of the privileges that felons lose because of previous mistakes, especially if they've shown themselves to be rehabilitated and active members of society. Like at some point, it's risky, but I would say they should be able to buy weapons again as well. I don't think because you are a felon or you became a felon at a certain age, you show signs of growth and development. Now you can't own a weapon that defends your home. Now that you've been able to work, like it's like, dang, you lose all of that. So it's a slippery slope.
I gotta push back on what Cheeky said though, and I'm not saying wrong, right? I just want to push back. You made a delineation between men and women and compared to black men and black women as far as slavery. And I totally agree that no one is saying that slavery was right and it never should happen, most definitely. But my question is, I don't see it how do you qualify slavery and compare it to the comment we're making about right now? How do you qualify that?
Oh, so I wasn't qualifying slavery itself. With our pain,
No, I mean, how do you I'm correct. How do you qualify the women's right to vote with slavery? How do you qualify that statement though? By using that example.
Oh, what I'm saying is, I only brought it up because our pain said that there were some women who were against the suffrage movement, and because they were against the suffrage movement, he was using that subsect of women to go, don't you see these people fighting against women's rights? Then I can make the same statement using that logic. Wait a minute. There were some black people who said, we don't think we should be free because who's going to take care of us? Who's going to feed us? And then white people would go, don't you see those black people over there? They're saying they don't need to be free. So we should take, it's a logical fallacy to try to do something like that as well.
I see what you're saying. I didn't hear that phrase, but I see what you're saying now. I got you.
I just didn't want to argue that some analogies, even though they sound equivalent, they're not. But it's not worth arguing over though.
Right. No, the analogy is not equivalent, but the logic is. That's what I'm saying. The analogy is far more extreme. Slavery is far more extreme than women's suffrage. Right? Let me clear that up, right? So we're not lost. But I'm using the logic that
I hear you. That's why I didn't argue. I didn't argue. It's good enough. It's good enough.
Yeah.
My bad. I'm trying to deal with this shit at where I didn't hear it. But did that get hashed out?
Yeah,
it did. I understood this point better now.
Okay. Luch was popping. What part of what we reviewed did you want to talk about?
No, I mean I just want to contribute to the conversation. What's good, my brother? Finally, I'm probably happy to be on the panel. What's up, panel? How y'all doing? To bring it back to the original question you asked, I kind of want you to say it again so I make sure I'm answering correctly. I think the original question was about can women follow or can men not lead?
Well, I asked the ladies that, and what really I was just assessing is, I mean, I kind of assessed a lot, but all right. So on that point, Luna was saying that it's the women's fault through and through. So they raising these bad leaders, they picking bad leaders, and then they don't want to follow. So it's like trifold. in terms of women failing in terms of who, is it because I asked the original question, are men not good leaders or women just don't want to follow? What's the bigger issue?
Okay.
So you said they raising bad leaders and they don't want to follow.
Gotcha. Okay. I think I probably heard the question wrong. I didn't hear the question wrong. I just wanted to agree to say that I think that women are not great followers because I feel like to be a leader is like a trained thing, right? I feel like all men, you have to learn how to be a leader per se, which means that not everybody's going to be a leader. And I feel like, the level waters, but I feel like women, because not all of them are great at following, I feel like, right now, women are going to just follow the small percentage of men that can lead, which it leads us to the situation we're in now. So the bigger priority would be women need to follow more than I feel like men need to be leaders. Because even if men became more leaders, I just think that still wouldn't fix the situation. The majority of women will still flock to the top of that pyramid of the men who can and are supposed to lead.
To the top of the pyramid, huh?
Yeah, the top.
Top what percent you think?
The top percent that I feel like they do flock to, I'll probably say the top 35, 40. But that's what I think they're at right now.
Damn. So would it matter then if the motherfuckers at the bottom can't lead if they super hypergamous anyway?
That's what I don't think it matters. It'd be low priority for the men to become leaders and higher priority for women to learn how to follow. Make it to the top. Because women are then going to decide, am I just going to follow that best leader or just not follow at all? Which, if they become better followers, they'll be kind of more better at picking who to follow.
So what is niggas like me and Triple Black and all these average niggas I'm looking at on this panel gonna do?
Compete. What we always done, compete.
But you just said the top 30%. I think you gave them a little bit too much, probably the top 20% based on they think 80% of niggas is ugly.
But if you really look at it, they say that, but women also don't really base.
But Luke, look at his ghetto point of view. What the fuck is his ghetto point of view gonna do? Huh? I'm prettier than that nigga, and I'm a 4. Like get a point of view.
I gotta give the women credit and the sisterhood credit because they've actually really done damage to the word husband. Because the thing about it is what there really should be is going after a husband, but now they're putting all this leadership thing on a husband. Like a husband is someone that's going to protect you, provide for you, and guide you in a different way. But now it's not good enough just to be a husband anymore. Now you got to be Jeff Bezos. Now you got to be Elon Musk. Now you got to be all these different things where with the minimum standard should just be a husband. You know what I'm saying? But that's just not good enough anymore. And I think the sisterhood, like the sisterhood, has done a good job of kind of just messing up that word husband and putting all these labels on it.
So I agree with you, but then you also have to say, like, as men, we kind of done the same thing. Like, we want badder women than the men before us. The men before us didn't really have a high standard for the beauty of their wives.
That's cat.
No. Because think about it. Like, if you lived in Connecticut, like I live in Connecticut. If I lived in Connecticut and I had the bag back in the day, I'm not gonna be like, you know what? Let me go look for a baddie in New York. Let me go look for a baddie in Miami, or to find a wife. I'm not gonna have as much of a scope. I'm just gonna find the baddest woman in my area, or
Mr. Payne, you the OG. You one of the OGs on the panel. Can you please let this brother know that?
Yeah, let me know.
We've been looking for bad women.
Nah. But his ghetto point of view, I think Luke clarified his point at the end of his point. He's saying that our proximity has brought in, huh?
I was just teasing the brother.
Oh no! I'm not saying you're wrong, but I think that last point resonated with me when he's saying we ain't looking at proximity either. So proximity wasn't around the block, but for us too, we can go on Instagram.
Exactly.
Now,
and have a way broader, option of women to pick as a wife. making the standard way harder for
Let me say this to you, brother. Even in your own orbit back in the day, you were still looking for the baddest woman in that area.
No, of course.
You still was.
But you weren't looking
Let's go, you was always looking for the best you could do.
You wouldn't have went to another state. You would
have always been
maximized.
visual creatures. Maybe cavemen didn't care, but once we got we
I think the cavemen cared too, Mr.
But no, I hear what you're saying. Though I do hear what you're saying, but it's just a little skewed because men have always been visual creatures, and then we had to get to when women were more chaste. We had to get to know a little bit more about them to really get the goodies. Now that's no longer the case, so that's where things get skewed. So
100% agree.
Okay,
100% agree.
Okay, damn. But now, Luch hurt my feelings though.
Why you say that?
See, I'm married, so I'm not in a predicament y'all niggas is in. But if, good God Almighty, what y'all gonna do? Look at Trey.
The bottom 60%. I mean, what's the math on it for the men that's not having sex right now?
Oh my God!
Take them out, boom. That's like 30%, and then the rest is just the stragglers. You know what I mean? And then still, women will have sex with these men. They may even date them, but they're just placeholders until that woman believes she found somebody in that higher 35, 40%.
All right, I need somebody smarter than me to talk. His ghetto point of view. What do we do in this instance? If what Luch is saying is correct. If they don't think we can lead and they don't want to follow, and then they don't even like the majority of us. Portia said divest. Is she on to something?
I mean, shout to Portia. You know what I mean? I normally appreciate what she's saying, but on this one, you know what I mean? I gotta say, yes, some brothers is gonna get their passport, but for the brothers who don't want to get their passports, don't want to just leave the country, there is still good women out here, and I'm not just capping when I say that. Like, there is good women out here. There's not as many as there should be, unfortunately, because we could go over all the reasons, but there's not as many men either as there should be. So it's effed up on both sides. But
I mean, I don't know, because we got a graveyard of that 30% that we're not gonna know. The men with no options that we don't know.
There's a lot of good men in that 30%. That's like, hold on, guys. Are we gonna sit here and pretend that back in the day, every man used to just have a wife? Like, it's really been a government push that allowed for more men to have wives. When the government started funding the middle class, that's when more men were able to get wives, and it like created more of a parity system where everybody could get a fiance, a wife, because now you could afford the easier house payments and all that. If it wasn't for that, there was a lot of dudes out here that would have never got a wife because they would have never been qualified by those women's standards back then. And like, we got to stop acting like there wasn't like an actual government push to create a middle class, and that middle class that was created didn't give men the option to now marry women they normally would not have got. So now that middle class is gone, we getting back to women like, yo, we want the dudes who can afford us.
Real quick. Chica, I gotta make a call. I'll be right back. Hold it down for me.
Yeah, I got you. No problem. I think so. His ghetto.
Do you think that's Western? Do you think that's Western women? Do you think that's women in general have that mindset?
Women in general have always. I mean,
so why is it different in like third world countries then?
What do you mean? How is it different?
Why? How come most of the poorer men in third world countries like Africa, India, and all them they all get married?
That's not true. That's not true. What's the numbers out there? Can you pull up some stats? I don't think all the men in
I can't pull up the stats, but majority of the people, even the immigrants that come over here, are usually married.
But the immigrants that come over here are the topper of the upper class. They're not the poor ones in their country. They're the ones who can afford to come here. Either they can afford it, or someone who has the money to get them the paperwork. Our country doesn't let in the broke people of the other countries unless it's like some type of wartime situation. Like, people just coming here normally through the process.
Most of the Hispanic
those people got to have the money to come here.
They have wives. When I'm on my way to the gym and I see a bunch of Spanish people hanging out in front of the gas station waiting to get picked up, most of them have wives, because I've used a couple of them to help us move. But most of them has wives, and so that means that they are what? They don't make much at all, but they have wives.
Right.
What is much at all?
They also come from a
they got whole wives, families, and everything.
Wait, guys. So let's try to think about some of the things that matter. when we start having conversations about other cultures, right? We can't stop trying to cross culture reference things if you're not fully aware of what's going on that other end. It's hard to talk about immigrants if you're not really familiar with their culture, right? It's hard to talk about Mexican, being married if you don't know the Mexican culture. They may have moved here into the United States, and you may think, hey, just because they're here, they've adopted this culture. But a lot of times when you go to their homes or you go to where they're at, they're still maintaining something that is unfamiliar to the Western culture and the United States culture. Right? I think that's only fair to keep in mind. But
I also think both of you guys are right, but Ghetto point of view didn't answer. Oh shit, my fault. He didn't answer Triple Black's question, because your question was how come men of other places or people from other places still have wives, the majority of them. And what
I don't think that's true as much as we think anymore. I think classically that may have been true. I think older generations that may be true. I don't think that's true with the newer, younger generation. I think 50 and below, that's not as true as it used to be. Absolutely. I don't think 50 and below is what it used to be. I think that the new generations everywhere have completely changed. I don't think it's just stuck in our society anymore. Like we see people. Hold on, let me just land this real quick, and y'all got it, and y'all can tell me how crazy I am. The few glimpses we get into these other worlds, we see a a higher integration of Western culture and Western society. No, it's not like the West, of course not. But to sit here and say that our culture is not influencing the young girls, the 15, 16, 17, 20, 25, even in these third world countries, that's disingenuous. And they are starting to have the same mentality. No, it will never be like here in the West. Yes, many of them will keep their traditions, but to say that they're going to get married at the same rate as the ones 50 and over, I haven't seen it yet. And y'all got to show me numbers. That's all I'm saying.
All right, I'm sorry, real quick. I just wanted to say something about what you said. Men that's in these other countries. I mean, sorry. Even if the women of other places are watching the Western women of America, if the laws don't protect them like they protect the women of America, then they're not going to have the incentive to get divorces just because it's popular in the West. So if you're in India and if you're in India and you get married, and for whatever, let's say, like, all right, whatever, you and your husband are on the outs and you want to get a divorce. In India, you may get a divorce and you may not be entitled to any incentives like you are in America, which would mean that if the woman in India has like X amount of kids and she walks away from her Indian husband in India, whether she watched people in the West get divorced or not, she's not going to feel like she's not going to feel incentivized to get divorced like women of the West.
So just real quick, and this is what I meant by just being careful of adding cultures that we may not be too aware of. How do you think India is a modern country? And we do realize that, and that's the problem. It is very modern. A lot of yeah. So when I say modern, I mean like they have skyscrapers, they have internet. Like America has Fortune 500 companies in India, right? That operate and are very modern and very similar to us. The difference that you may be looking for talking about may happen in a rural part of India, but because India is very large, just like Africa, you have to know what section you're talking about.
You're 100% right. And what I meant was because we were referring to the third world countries. So in my example, I was just referencing the third world parts of India may not have the same laws to protect those third world Indian women.
So
like the
I get
third
what you're
world,
saying. So
like Americans.
So to kind of bring us, because I think you guys are talking past each other just a tad. How about this? We'll say most modern areas of any society is going to lean more toward Western civilization and culture because of its updates in technology and its accessibility to seeing other cultures. Can we agree to that?
Very well said. That's an excellent point. I definitely.
Because let's think about it, Luch. Like I get what you're saying, Luch. I understand what you're saying. I'm listening to you, right? You're saying, hey, these third world countries, right? And unfortunately for Americans, we tend to think any country that's not America is third world. And I'm not saying that's your idea. I'm just saying that's how we think about it. But in India, they're most definitely modern. They have coders and developers just like we do. And in those areas, you're going to find a lot more similarities to our cultures than you would in a more rural area. That's not to say it's a one-to-one comparison, because there's still some things that we do that no one will ever do, but it's more similar, right? When you go to Thailand, they tell you to go to these places like what's that dude from Zoom to Thailand? He goes to a very specific pace, and it's tourist known. You're not going anywhere too far out of your cultural area because typically it's unsafe and typically you can get bamboozled. So nobody's going to go to a genuine third world country where you're going to the jungle. I'm not going to Thailand to go to some fucking jungle with tigers and lions and bears. I'm going there because I want to see skyscrapers and women that kind of look and dress, and you get what I'm saying? So even when we go somewhere else, we're still looking for cultural similarities. You get what I'm saying? Am I making sense?
Yes, but all right. So, but let's think of places like Dubai, right? I feel like Dubai is third. Is sorry, not third world. They're first world. You know, in their own.
Sure, yeah.
But I don't know. So somebody let me know if I'm wrong. If they get divorced, are their women protected like Western women? And because if that kind of points more than what I'm kind
It
of
seemed like we
saying as
jumped the
well.
gun a little bit because we were talking about whether they get married first or not. No, and then you just
I
gave
thought
a
you were talking about
scenario
if they
about
stayed
divorce. They got to
married.
get
I
married
thought
first.
you said if they stayed married, because I feel like people
Oh
in America
nah, brother.
we
You
get
see, that's
married.
why I think he said we was talking past each other because I thought
Okay,
you were
I'm
talking
sorry.
about
Go
whether
ahead.
they were actually getting married to begin with or not.
Got you. Okay. Oh yeah, they definitely get married. Yeah.
Okay, so
No, places like Dubai, I don't think divorce is almost non-existent. It's
Right.
almost non-existent. There's like a lot of those countries, like those Arab countries, it's almost non-existent because there's great repercussions when you if you do file for divorce or you do get divorced. You know, most of the time you get shunned. You know, you get shunned from your family and stuff like that. So
And those women watch Western content like any other women across the world. That's what I'm saying. So
I don't know if that's the case when you start talking about Middle Eastern
no,
countries.
Dubai. It's just about the
Well,
young women of Dubai. When they're on
maybe
their
that.
phones and they're watching Western content,
So
watching Kim
I'm
Kardashian, they're watching the same thing,
I
except
think the
they're not.
younger
They know
people
where
of
they're
every
at.
country
They
are
don't
far
have
more
those same
westernized
things.
than we want to
so
acknowledge.
they could be right, like you're saying, but when you using Dubai or any country that is heavy in an Islamic religion, their restrictions are, so they could be watching it. I'm not saying they're not, but they're not behaving that way.
Right.
They
But you
ain't
gotta
like,
I think it's the other way around.
the thing about it is, I think we have like a American supremacy. We don't realize a lot of these other countries have been around for centuries, for thousands of years. We've only been around for about 300 or 400 years or something like that, right? So they see our system as a threat, and they see our system as a threat for a reason because they've probably seen it not work before. Like what do they say, like Rome, and when you have these real liberal societies, they eventually go down. And there's a reason why they implement these things because they know the dangers of this liberal thinking. So I think we can't have this American supremacy where we think that we know everything. We've only been around, we're a baby compared to a lot of the other these countries.
okay, so I don't want to fight back on that, but Trey, you wanted to say something, and then August the
Yeah,
Great, if
I
you
actually
want to
think
go
it's
after.
the opposite way around. I think if you were to ask an American woman what does she think about being a princess or the type of treatment she gets, they would actually refer to Dubai and the way that the women are treated in Dubai. Right, the men in Dubai, the way they treat the women over there, the way they spend on them, the sort of lavish sort of lifestyle they have, that's what they want. I don't think it's the women in Dubai who want to be like the American women. I think it's actually the opposite way around. So I think they watch more. I think the women here in America watch more of what they do versus them watching us.
Okay.
I didn't think about that. August the Great, did you have anything? Oh, you on mute, man.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. What initiated? What was the initial question, or to start the conversation?
So this particular conversation started.
I'm sorry. I think it started with really when he remember he asked me what the question was. We're talking about women leading and men following, and then we got all the way to why women are getting basically why women and men aren't staying together in America, and then we start making examples of other places because I think what's his brother name R Payne and sorry, point of view and
Call me ghetto, bro. Everybody call me ghetto.
Conversation. I'm sorry. The words are too small. I can't even see from my phone right now.
That's why just call me ghetto. Everybody call me ghetto up here.
Ghetto, my fault, brother. My fault.
Nah, it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, man.
Let's see. And then B Cola, NYC. Is there anything?
Yeah, hey, bro.
Yeah, his audio. Something wrong with your audio, BK. B Cola. Hamp, you let him know. I'm going back on mute.
NYC, we can't hear you, bro. Yeah, we can't hear you for some reason. And look at your mic straight on my side.
Can I say something while he's checking his mic?
Sure.
Okay. The question, the issue is whether men can lead. Men can lead, or whether women want men to lead. Women do want men to lead. The problem is women don't want to follow. Period. That's the problem. And the reason why women want leaders is they want to be able to trust someone, but they don't trust men's decision making. They don't trust. The only way a woman is going to submit to do anything like that or let him lead is if she trusts you enough and you become trustworthy enough for her to do so. Women do not want to lead because they don't trust men to lead. On top of the fact that, they just ornery, period. And that's it.
I got something to push back on with that. And mine's is a little anecdotal, but I think that women are taught to, just specifically in our community, to be independent. So they're taught not to trust a man. So they come into the situation in a negative space versus in a positive space when they understand the value of a man. So I think that that's what it is. I think that what women are doing is that the mothers are telling their daughters horror stories of men consistently, and so that's the only thing that they see. And so when they go out into the dating market, that's how they're approaching things, is in a more defensive state.
Well, okay. I was never taught that, so I don't understand what that means. Women are being taught being
independent.
Sure, independent. I was taught that. I was also taught that I was supposed to be married, but then I come from a different generation. But I never heard negative stereotypes.
You can't be married and independent. You can't do that. Yeah, you have to be interdependent. So no, you can't. You can't. You can't be married and independent. It don't work. No, because you're gonna have two houses competing in the same space, and there can't be two kings in one castle. There can only be one. So one has to submit.
Yeah,
you may perceive it as independent, but your man is submitting to you. That's what that means.
So HQ
and women don't like to call it
HQ. One thing, you can't be married and independent. You have to be interdependent on your spouse.
Okay.
So it's a distinction. So neither one of you can be independent, right? The way we're dependent on each other is different from a man and a woman, right? I depend on my wife for certain things. She depends on me for other things. But you can't be an independent and be married at the same time. That's just that's
you can be an independent individual and be married.
That means you
with a
can't.
Joint goal.
You can't.
Okay.
You just can't.
With a similar goal. Yeah, you can. What?
And those are failed marriages.
Have you been married?
Failed marriages. Those are failed marriages.
He's married now.
Failed marriage.
With all due respect, women, the one thing women are good at are causing confusion. They're causing confusion and stirring the war. I mean,
wait. So he's in Queen. What are you saying though?
What I'm saying is.
Well, hold on now. I'm getting to know you better. When you start like that, it's gonna be a monologue. Let's keep it concise.
Okay, ask me a very specific question because I can do monologues.
All right, what the fuck are you talking about right now? That's the question I got.
Okay,
you saying independent, but you're in a marriage, in which case you tied yourself to someone, which makes you dependent on that person for multiple things. Are you saying like you got hobbies of your own or something?
No. What I'm saying is,
here you go.
When we walked into the marriage, We both were independent human beings, and we decided to walk together. Okay. That didn't mean I became subservient to another person. That didn't mean he became subservient to me. We were two independent people who walked together down the same road. We did things together. He was complete opposite of me. Everything he did was opposite of me. Everything I did was different from him. And yet we had that attraction. We had that familiar thought that we were going to do things together. He was independent. I was independent too. It doesn't mean that we can't live together and coexist together. Okay.
Oh, like your buddy.
So y'all were bonded together.
Does
Were
the
y'all
mic
bonded
work yet?
together?
Anybody here?
Can I respond to that?
Well, wait. So I just want to be clear.
Right.
That was like your man's in them then, huh? Like your buddy and shit. You tap him on his shoulders, sleep in separate beds. Y'all was like, I love Lucy.
No, we weren't like that. We were a passionate couple. We met, and we were together from the day we met.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on. Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Heathen Queen, you know I love you. I'm trying, but goddamn, you trolling me. I could tell.
Can y'all hear my mic yet?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro. Let's get real quick. Let's get NYC in because he was trying to fix his mic, Heathen Queen, while you get your life together. Oh, let me read these super chats real quick. Mr. Rogers with the $5 says, salute to him in Northeast DC in the building. What's popping? Jay Miller with the $5 says, census.gov says 48.8% of black children had a parent who lived outside the household. 28% of the custodial parents were mother, and 15% were fathers. Okay. I'm just saying what the $5 says. The priest, you have a stepdad for your kids. Stop spewing men's talking points because an African married you and 3 others. Good God Almighty. Japrice, hit the link. I'm just saying with the $5. Black men whining again. She sent this when Triple Black was talking. No society has that anymore. If you say no, Rashid, this is at the 108. I promise. No society has that anymore. If you say they do it, then prove it. I think that's what y'all been talking about a little bit. Jay Miller with the $5 says 25% of black men 20 to 29 have kids. 65% of them marry the mother or have custody. The 9% of black men fit the deadbeat narrative, and that's being generous. Shout out to Jay Miller. I'm just saying with the $2. Black men are playing the victim card, are paying 100. Jesus. That's when I was talking about child support and all that. I'm so far behind. Gunny J, Gunny was popping? I'm surprised you ain't hit the link yet. Trey is all the way right. He don't never agree with you, Trey. That's the crazy part. I didn't realize it until I entered the field of law. The system is grossly unfair and stacked against men. Stop pushing the false rhetoric that most men are not fighting. That is patently false.
Read the stats. It's true.
I'm just saying with the $5. Gunny, you are not the only person in law. Uh-oh. You guys are whining, and the judges do give you your visitation, and you run because you are afraid of child support. Damn, man. Correct me if I'm wrong, podcast with the 20 ball. Cheeky. Felons can vote as long as they aren't incarcerated. Mark G with the $10. Let's be honest. Over the past 5 years, these podcasts have exposed how dumb women are. Jesus, Louise. Ellipsis. Even Fresh and Fit have a segment where they ask the women to name 3 countries, and most of them can't. Pound, no vote. Nah, hey.
And those are women who use their body to make money. So why?
He's the queen. Prove them wrong. Name 3 countries. Show these niggas what time it is, man. But now we can't hear you.
Cambodia, Philippines, America, Jamaica. All
right, don't show off. Just name
and by the way, they have doctors, women with doctorates and master's degrees on there, and they still can't name them either.
Damn. Shan Brewer was popping with $2. Says felons can vote. Please look it up. Google search. I'm just saying with the $2. Please tell me when women were not harlots. Damn. Japrice, you got 2 in here. Is this the right one?
I have 2.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, this is the right one.
All right. Now I know that you ain't on camera, right?
Yes, I only came to respond. I guess because you wanted me to respond to the super chat,
All right.
right?
All right. Well, let me see
Because
your
I'm driving
forehead.
home.
Let me see your forehead. I don't want them to think I'm simping because you ain't on camera and everybody else is.
I'm driving.
I don't care.
Okay.
Crash, nigga. Pull over.
No. Or do you want me to wait till I get home? Yeah. Or
Yeah,
do you want me to
let's
just
do that.
respond really quick?
Like
It's only take a second.
all your goddamn kids home though, because you know how that is. All them goddamn
Look,
kids running around.
all 10 of them.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Let me finish these couple of super chats and then you could quickly respond because I know they said
Okay.
this. What we know podcast with the $5 says Luch take 5. Then they done kick Luch ass off for 5. what Luch do while I was gone, man?
You keep talking, man. And you shut the fuck up.
Damn.
Huh?
With the 5. Luch take 5. Go sit in the bathroom and
Put him in the fucking bathroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
and think about what you said. Come back and give better answers. So Luch can come back at 216. I'm just saying what the $5 says. Luch, just let y'all know why y'all are not qualified to get women. So stop whining and get your game up. You are not leaders. Every man is not one. Omar was popping with the $5 says alimony is from Islam. The West stole the concept. I'm just saying what the $5 says. I wonder why black women who get on panels spewing mano content, men who know them don't seem to want them. Harmonic Universe, thank you for the donation. Vet Life was popping with the $10 says she literally just proved the whole we want leadership bullshit. It is a contradiction and, as one of the fellas stated, causing confusion. Come on, ellipsis. Our elders, cough cough, boomers have to do a better job. Will with the $5. We can't call women dumb when we had a gentleman on the panel say that Dubai was a country. Jeez Louise. All right, Japrice.
Yes. So I usually don't care what people say. I usually don't respond. But for the sake of you telling me to hit the link, I hit it. I do not have a stepfather for my children. Okay. My children, my husband and I have children together. We got married in 2018. We had our first child in 2020. Okay. After I say this, you guys can say and think what you want. Okay. That was a lie. Do not. I've been married and I'm staying married to the father of my children.
Okay.
Does that clear it up?
Yeah, that clears it up. We appreciate it.
Yeah, that person's just a hater. They're just a hater.
Yeah. And how many kids you got? We have 2 boys, right?
We have 2 boys, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Shit like that.
3 in 1. 3 in 1, and I've been married for 5 years. I got married at 25 to be corrected. I said 24 on the show, but I got married at 25. And I'm 30 now.
Japrice, maybe you can answer this real quick. Why do the women say you copped out by marrying an African dude?
Honestly, I have no idea. Because yes, he's African, but he came here when he was a child, so he's definitely Americanized. You probably won't be able to tell that he's African, but I don't understand because aren't some say black is black there? So is he not a black man?
Not well. Technically, no, not with a capital B, right?
It does not matter. So does what I say, is it dismissed because I married an African man? So, but I'm an American woman. I'm a black American woman. So anything I say is dismissed. How is that a cop out?
I don't know. I guess
it's supposed to bounce off your shoulders. You're not even supposed to pay attention to that crap.
But I guess the rhetoric is because, like, I guess they trying to think that he's like from the continent, like born there. And all you were a leg up to get that green card.
But
I'm just trying to make sense of it.
But is she like capital B black or is she like lowercase b?
She's capital B black, but he's lowercase b black, and he's from one of them tired ass countries over there. What tired ass country is it?
Ghana.
Yeah, tired as a motherfucker. Ghana only worth $40 billion.
Ghana's beautiful though, man.
Yeah,
No, it's not.
Place.
It's about
the
10%
DR
beautiful.
is beautiful too. Haiti beautiful. Don't everybody
About
inside.
10%. It's trash.
Yo, you do it too much right now.
Cheek, I gotta keep it a buck, bro. They always be talking about us. Black people worth $1 trillion, nigga. Ghana made $40 billion last year. We ain't the same. All right. Hey, shout out to Ghana.
That's fair. That's fair, Ham.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Shit like that.
Oh shit. Oh, Dribber, hey, Cheeky, Trigger Mike just in time too. Perfect.
Hey, what's Nigeria's GDP?
450, I think. So it's cute, but it ain't $1 trillion though. You feel me? Nah, man, we ain't having that shit today. He gave me the finger. All right, Caprice, you good?
Yes, I'm good. And he already had his citizenship before we got married, for the ones that are thinking that way as well. So he didn't need to marry me. He had plenty of women that he could have married, but he chose me.
Yeah,
okay.
You tell us anything. All right, thanks, Caprice.
Whatever. You guys all have a good day.
All right, we love you. Be safe.
God bless. Bye.
Bye. Trigger Mike, what's popping?
First off, fuck all y'all. I saw y'all laughing. All y'all. All y'all niggas. I heard all y'all laughing.
Nah, fuck you, Trick. I heard you on last night's show. I heard everything you said, sir.
Yep. To your ass, yep. What up, y'all?
Yeah, I know.
What's going on?
I'm waiting for your show to come back. I've got smoke for you.
Yeah.
Damn, man, that is crazy. Trigger Mike, what's popping, man? What was said were really the views of GBG General. He was texting me. He told me to say those things. I would never say nothing about that shithole. I mean, that continent called Africa.
I see what you did there.
So, shout out to GBG General, man. He put a battery in my back.
That's crazy. I ain't gonna even do it to you because you the homie. I guess I'm taking the fucking charge, huh?
yo, you know that's why I know you was a good code D, bro. You feel me? Damn, man. So, what's the other thing that we had talked about? Let me ask y'all a question. Let's keep it real. NYC was popping. I think it's your first time up here, right? Shout out to you. Can we hear you now? You good right now, right?
Yeah, this is my first time up here. You know, peace everybody in the room.
Word. So did you see the stream or did you see the review I just did?
No, I didn't see a review.
Okay. Did you see the stream from Tuesday that we kind of talking about right now?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay. So the Sisterhood. What side are you on? You with the Sisterhood or with the Pick-me's?
Well, I wouldn't say that I would take that I'm necessarily taking sides, but
okay.
I think that I was able to observe for long enough to understand, you know, how the situation that we have, you know, manifested over time, you know. So that's pretty much where I'm standing, you know, more so as an observer, you know, of what's happening, and I think it's pretty clear and evident what's happening, you know, what's all behind it. You know, I'm 40 years old myself. So I got to see, you know, a couple little events unfold, you know, over my lifetime. But the first thing I want to say is that marriage overall, you know, it was God's idea, you know, the first institution, you know, that mankind would know. And we're taking the idea of another architect, and we're attempting to build a construct under, you know, instructions that the architect did not give, you know. And, you know, anybody who does construction work understands, you know, you take a blueprint, the person who originated the blueprint is who you make the reference to if there's an error. You understand? So, you know, this wall isn't going up right. You know, I can't lay this foundation correct. You know, what did you have in mind? So you go to the architect, you go to the designer, you know, to understand where you went wrong with the plan. So, you know, we're attempting to take it into our own selves, and where we detoured with that, from what I have observed, my opinion that we're tempted to imitate art. We're tempted to use life to imitate art instead of art imitating life. So it's more like you watch the music videos, you fell hella in love with the hip hop industry to the point of extremes, to where you're attempting to take art and make it life.
Salad
So
though.
instead of for a
So
husband,
NYC. So now I'm getting a little bit of a salad from you. I think I'm following,
yeah.
but how do you circle it back to? Because you speaking a little bit ambiguously. So who's the architect?
Okay, so architect, I'm saying that marriage was God's idea.
Okay.
Okay, so the architect. So
Okay.
if you're building something and you run into an error, you have to refer it back to who originated the design or the blueprint.
Okay.
You understand? So I don't know. That's just my observation. You know, I could be wrong.
Okay.
The other thing is that we're attempting with relationships. It's like we're attempting to imitate art with relationships. So it's like I want a man or I want a woman in order to imitate the industry, the artists that I see every day, rather than actually have an understanding of how it should apply in my life. You know, to make my life more effective, you know, or to be more effective in my life. I'm attempting to imitate the art instead. So, you know, I feel like we have a challenge when it comes to how much we felt in love as a culture overall with the hip hop industry. I think that that's one of the places where we're not realizing we have some challenges.
Okay. Oh, so you literally mean art. Like that's the biggest influence where whatever they say in them songs is what we perpetuating.
Yes, attempting to make what the artist is doing is saying, you know, it's like I want to make that my real life. I want that to be my life every day. I want to pick a person who looks like that. I want to pick a person who behaves like that, and I want to have a lifestyle that I seen on the film. You know, and it conflicts with a lot of things that you know, that needs to happen.
Okay. So when you got the pick me population, where are they getting their information from?
Well, when it comes to the pick me population, I think there's some sincere ones in there who get called pick me's. But then there's also those who find another way, another means of getting attention. It was just like that whole conscious movement back when the Hidden Colors thing came out. All of a sudden, everybody got head wraps on and, you know, candles and crystals. You know, it's just a way of getting attention. You know what I mean? But there are some sincere ones out there, but very few, you know. In my opinion.
So you think that? Oh, I see. So the pick me's is getting male attention by just agreeing with men, but you don't think they sincere. The majority.
I don't think the majority are sincere at all.
Damn. So you saw the stream. There was, and I'm using that word. I use that word, obviously, that phrase because it's provocative, right? But you saw the women up there. So I think it was 6 pick me's. Out of the 6, how many you think was sincere?
I observed one. I observed one who I thought was sincere.
Jesus Christ.
One.
Who was that?
Luna.
Word?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, people would push back on that considering her life experience isn't quite there. And then her anecdotal experience of what she's experienced based on her parents, right, doesn't even apply either. So what, and I'm not dismissing it. I'm just saying what people would say as a playing devil's advocate. So what to you made her the most sincere on that panel?
Well, what I found is that she's not given to the sisterhood per se, and she's also not given to being disingenuous. In fact, okay, if she says something, it comes from her heart. The explanation, the commentary, the insight. It's not something that she's regurgitating or reciting. So the pick-me's are regurgitating and reciting. So when you ask them a question, you ask them to explain, they get stuck or they say something commercial or they say something politically correct, or they say something they think that the red pill want to hear. But that's not what I was hearing with Luna. I was hearing sincerity.
Oh, okay. I don't want to do all the rebuttaling. I feel like Trey want to do some rebuttaling. Trey, do you disagree with NYC?
Yeah,
he about to die.
I mean, I'm trying to find out where his basis came from to pick 1 out of the 6. I thought that they were being genuine. I thought they were being honest. I had no reason to believe that they were putting on a show or acting. And if I had to pick one that I thought maybe was the least, it probably would have been what's her name, Luna, out of all of them, just purely based on the fact that she doesn't have the same amount of life experience, and maybe a large majority of what she knows, she did get it from somewhere, or she's regurgitating. I think it's actually the opposite. I think because she's the youngest, she's getting the most from social media, from wherever she's getting it, versus the older women who probably have actually more life experience.
Do women like attention?
Can I get in?
Oh, for sure.
Do they like it? I think they're.
Wait. He was just replying to NYC. NYC, did you want to reply to what Trey said, or you agree with what he's saying?
Well, I appreciate his view. You know, I got a view. He has a view, and you know, I think I can learn from his view, and you know, he might be able to learn from my view. You never know.
Yeah, but that agree to disagree shit ain't really real in real life. Niggas don't do that for real. So what you think though? He's saying that Luna don't have all the experience for it not to be talking points. So essentially he's saying she got no choice but to use talking points because her life won't reflect what she's saying.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying her talking points is wrong. We ain't saying that, but that would actually be what it would have to be based on only having 20 years.
Okay. So here's what I'll say with that.
Mm-hmm.
I could be doing something incorrect for 30 years, but
Mhm.
somebody who's properly taught, guided, instructed can do it correct within a year of their apprenticeship. You understand? So
Yeah.
an apprentice comes along and, you know, he lays a foundation properly, and he's only been doing this for a year and a half. I'm frustrated because, you know, I've been doing this 30 years and I can't lay a foundation properly, but this is how I've been doing it. And I'm frustrated because the way I've been doing it brought me into frustrations.
I see what you're saying.
So is he saying that the other pygmies, their foundation was built incorrectly? Is that what he's trying to? I was a little confused about it.
Jaded.
Yeah, he was just addressing the fact that experience doesn't necessarily dictate
teacher.
Doesn't necessarily dictate correct
quality.
Right.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
for example, if I've been living my life consistently well for 5 years, but you're 40 and you've only been living your life consistently for 2 years, you may have more experience with living bad, but I have more experience living good. So I should be considered the senior in that situation.
Well,
depending on what we talk about.
So I think Cheeky's right, but I don't know if that applies to the subject matter at hand, which would be Luna. So in Luna's case, I think what NYC is saying is that somebody taught her correctly. So she only knows what she's taught, and therefore what she's saying, she believes it because that's the truth that she knows and understands. So that was actually.
Can I ask a quick question?
Well, you can't discount that though, Hem, because
No, I'm not. I'm just clarifying. We just talking about it, and so he said that actually resonates with me. Because I thought Trey was kicking his ass, but it turns out that counter punch was good too. So shout out to y'all niggas.
No, it was good. I gotta give him credit. It was good.
Yeah, facts. And that's why I didn't want to. And Trey, that's why I hate to agree to disagree, because niggas don't really be nah. And then when he said this shit, I'm like, that nigga right is a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to him. Hood Mystic, what's up, man? I know you've been trying to get in. My fault.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, like, in reference to Luna's who she is and what she's about, like, it shouldn't matter because the basis of the premise is a logical fallacy, which the only reason we talking about her per se and amongst the other panelists is because she was a victim of ad hominem attacks. So if our premise is, well, what about her and not what about her points? Because what she was said was statistically correct. And let's just say she's attracted to Black boys and she's dating since she was 16. that's 5-year experience of dealing with Black mothers and how they handle Black boys. So that's valid. And it's like, to discredit her is not discredit her points. Like, and I just feel like the problem with the panel, if you want to separate the sisterhood from anything, is that all that the sisterhood did was ad hominem attack on the guest, and that is not a basis of conversation. It derails the conversation. You don't get anywhere with that. So why aren't we talking about that? Like, you can't even build. It's not even. It's not. It's a trash pile, and we talking about what it was. It was destructive conversation because the whole conversation was ad hominem.
The most sincere person on the panel was that what's her name? Gway or Sway, whatever her name is. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. The GWAY. I mean, she has the most vast experience. Luna was talking points. She was saying what people wanted to hear. If you listen to the Guame woman, she had the practical example. She was a pick-me too. Wasn't she a pick-me too?
But we can't reference age and experience as a barometer for measuring women's success. It should be the younger women that have more value than the older women. We should instinctively know that and say we should listen to younger women more because they are the future. Not the older. You can't equate age with wisdom. That's a false premise and a logical fallacy. Because we're not getting help from elders, so why should we even listen to them?
And also,
then they're only going to attack. So what reason should we listen to anybody older than us, especially on this panel?
And also, what I happen to notice is that, like, you know, she's able to speak on the line of what she knows or what she learned or what she was taught, but to do so without insult. I could have missed it. Maybe she did give out some insults and I might have missed it. All right.
She gave as good as she got.
She gave as good as she. Right. Okay. So maybe I missed some. But what I did happen to notice is what I already would expect from that type of situation is that, you know, sisters can't seem many times to resist the temptation to respond with insult instead of speaking to the point. It always results to shame and insult instead of sticking to the point. Is it true or is it not? Is it right or is it wrong? Is it correct or is it incorrect? You understand?
So are we saying all of the pick-me points were correct and none of the other ladies' points were correct?
They made no point. All they did was attack. They made no points. Name one point that they made. Name one point that they made. 1 point.
No, they were counterpoints to whatever Luna was saying. I didn't see the
one
whole
point
debate.
that they made.
I didn't see
Name
the whole
one
debate.
counterpoint that they made.
I didn't see the whole.
They basically took counter punches. They didn't make any points.
What we're saying, so what you're saying is everything Luna said was correct, and everything the other lady said is incorrect. Is
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that they didn't come there to make
So
points.
you didn't find any positive points in. You didn't see any positive points in the ladies who disagree with Luna. You just saw.
No, their goal is not to be positive; is to discredit the pick-me.
We're not talking about discreditation. We're talking about positive. We're talking about true points. Was Luna?
I'm asking you to name one. I'm asking you to name one.
I said I didn't
objectively.
I didn't see the whole thing.
You to name 1 point that they made.
I'm saying I didn't see the whole thing, so I don't know.
Name 1 point in the part that you seen.
How can I name 1 point if I didn't see it?
Name 1
point. Didn't you hear me?
That answers your question.
Didn't you
be able to name 1 point?
Sir, did you hear me? Didn't I say I didn't watch it? So therefore I couldn't say that. I'm saying statistically, I'm saying theoretically, Luna can't totally be 100% right.
She's not. I don't think she was. But I'm saying that
well,
she tried her best.
You, since you saw it, were there any positive?
There were yes.
None. Zero.
I don't.
None of the other women made points.
Zero.
It was all Luna and her group.
No, they weren't there to establish any point.
In the very beginning of the show, in the very beginning. Oh, go ahead. But in the very beginning of the show, everybody gave pretty much their thoughts and things, right? Funny enough, Love and Jenny agreed to a point, but Love made the point first. So there were some things that not pick me's, but the sisterhood. Yeah, there may have been things that they said that can be considered points, but as far as like the overall premise of the sisterhood versus pygmies, it was counterpoints mainly from sisterhood, but they did have points. They did. He may not agree with me on that, but to me, I think they did.
I'm saying you can't have confirmation bias. You have to look at the other side. You can't just say, "Oh, Luna's right, Luna's right, Luna's right, Luna's right," because you think she's right. Other people think other things. I'm saying there were other people in the audience who thought the other ladies had the points as opposed to Luna.
What do you mean by right? What are we trying to measure? What's good for a relationship or something? What do we mean by right?
No, I'm saying he's standing 10 toes down on everything Luna said. I'm saying you mean to tell me that the other ladies didn't have any kind of counterpoints to what Luna was saying? And if she didn't, are you confirming your biases, or are you
to clarify? I don't think
idea?
she made 100% right points. I just feel that the sisterhood had ad hominem attacks when they were unwarranted. So we do not have a basis for a conversation. If I make a point and you do not talk about my point, you start talking about my personal life, we are not debating. It's
so
over.
The didn't do any of that.
But Luna's whole premise.
The bastard, the things they were saying, none of that was were counterpoints or what is it called? Shots at the other lady. None of that was shots. You thought that was all within fair play. Okay.
Luna's
all of Luna points were not correct for all women. And the sisterhood, all of their points weren't correct. I'm saying there's a middle ground. You can't just sit there and say Luna was correct.
No, sometimes there is no middle ground. He's in Queen.
There's no middle ground.
There's no middle ground. There's right and wrong. There's what's good for your children and what's not. Like, what are we arguing?
What
you're doing now, no, that you're doing what women do, and you're trying to nuance everything.
What women do? I'm telling you.
There is a right and a wrong. There is a right and a wrong. There's what's good for relationships and what's not. There's what's good for children.
No,
and what's
for everybody.
Stop that.
I mean, she made a premise. I mean, she made a premise that black women leading their kids into a burning building, and she backed it up by statistical fact. I mean, that's what she did. She said, you know what? Under the leadership of black women, our children are doing bad. That's what she did. And in the sisterhood, they try to.
That is objectively true. That is true.
It's kind of like
women are the leaders now. I got it.
It's kind of like when it comes to the sisters, though.
Wait. Let me ask a couple questions. Let me ask a couple questions. So, did you guys, real quick, did you Triple Black, Mike? Did you guys agree with what John the Baptist has said, that in order for a woman to become a good mother and wife, she needs to learn it from her mom? Is that the origin of that?
I think that's very true.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think that's true.
Okay, I think that's usually what happens, is that she learns it from her mother, and it's extremely hard to learn it from anybody else if she did not have a good mother figure.
Okay, so now,
hey, that's why I came up here, was to talk about the leadership. That's why I came up on the panel, because my question was these so-called women that we're claiming are leaders.
I want you to get that question, and I just want to ask, because I had a follow-up for that one, and then you can answer your question for sure. So, isn't unturned the same for a little boy?
Yes.
And so absolutely. I hear the argument of these women are raising them, right? Where the fuck are the daddies? And if the daddy's not there, does he need to be implicated, and do we need to stop strictly pointing the finger at these moms trying to raise these boys?
Absolutely. So let me get there. This is why I said, especially when you talk to women, because I don't want to I don't want to really involve women in the conversation on what needs to happen with our kids, but as Black people, we have to because they got custody of them. So the one thing that I'm telling you right now, the reason I'm married, the reason why I give so much to this institution is because of the proximity to my children and the influence I get to have on them. Period. Without this proximity, I'm an awesome fucking dad. Put me in the list for Dad of the Year of America, right? But without this proximity, I could not possibly be as effective. So unless we're going to talk about fathers having sole custody of their children, right? Or you giving him the key to your house, fathers can't be as effective without that proximity. Because if we look at it on the other end, what happens to the children where the fathers have sole custody? They don't have any of these social, emotional, or behavioral issues.
But we're dealing with a minority, right? So in order to fix the issue, don't we have to deal with the majority that we use to tout the reason why women ain't doing a good job? So so look at this. So my brother Jay Miller, right? He been throwing these stats, but this is where the stat comes back to haunt us. So he's saying that it's only 10% of men who aren't involved to fix the issue. So if 90% of us are involved and our kids are still doing a shitty job, why are we implicating women so much?
Yeah, because of what Trigger Mike said, because those men are not necessarily in the home. So their proximity, even though they're involved, their proximity is not.
No, that ain't, but that's not the answer to my question, though. Hold on. Don't. Well, yeah. So let me just say it again, right? Okay. And then you can answer. Because Jay Miller been on the stats, right? He put it in the super chats and all that. So he's saying it's only 10% of the niggas that ain't doing shit. So then we circle back and say, okay, if it's 90% of niggas doing shit and the kids are still doing bad, why do we keep talking about the women?
Because the 10%, the small minority, is having multiple baby mamas. So he's just spreading his seed all over the place. It's a small minority of men with multiple baby mamas. So these women are having kids with the same dudes and complaining that he's not in their life. If you look at the statistics, because I watch a lot of media, man, and he really bring out the stats. That's where I get my stats from. And he shows his sources. Media man he shows his sources. One of the biggest things that the difference is, he break it down all the way. It's 46% men who have children. 64% of us are childless and no woman. But 50. If you break the 46 down, 72% of us are in the home. But then when you look on the women's stat, 64% of the women have single family homes. But even Oprah came out and said it, that Black men are statistically in the lead when it comes to being in their children's lives. So the minority of men who are deadbeats, these women are all after that minority of men. So it's one archetype of man that all the women are going towards. So that's how the stats break down. That's why they say focus on the majority, not the minority. That's how that that works.
Okay. So the problematic children are coming from, you agree with the 10% of men?
Yes. Not 10%. I think it was more like
20%.
20%. Yeah. I think it was more than that. But
now, August, from me knowing what I know about you, I feel like you ain't that type of nigga. I feel like you'd be like, yo, niggas is not saying not taking care of your kids, but that 20% feel a little low. Like, I just saying, like, you know what I'm saying? Because we be beating the Snoop Dogg shit out of the ladies, and I ain't saying it ain't deserved. You know what I'm saying? I'll be definitely headlocking shit. But when I'm looking at the stats, I'm like, well, hold on now. Where do we get implicated in this conversation?
I think we you want to go ahead, Trigger Mike? You want to say it?
Yeah, man. I think systematically the whole game is fucked up. We get implicated from getting the broad pregnant in the first goddamn place. That's where we fucked up. Okay, so this is why this type of thing breeds. It just begets more fuckery. If you fuck around, get the wrong chick pregnant, it breeds more fuckery after the fact. If you are systematically isolated out of your children's lives, what ends up happening with the children is whoever controls what they eat, what they watch, and where they sleep is the one in charge of that kid's success or failure. That's it.
Yeah.
Answer the question. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Answer the question. You danced around the question.
What's the question? Please
Yeah, so we get it. We get so basically I'm not disagreeing with the stats. I know those stats too. Once August broke it down and came back, right? But the children aren't doing great, right?
Yep.
So the fathers, how good are they fathering?
I'm on the shit like how good can they father? If you are not married in the home with the person, I do not see you are actually not you can't father correctly if you're not in the home. You can't do it.
They learn through osmosis.
You
They
cannot do it.
absorb you.
So I'm not trying to evade
Yeah.
the question. I'm saying you are automatically
At a deficit. Yeah.
you're at a deficit of efficiency and effectiveness as a father if you are not there in the home.
Can I ground this conversation though?
Yeah, let me just say
I'm
this
sure
last
that
part.
we're talking about single mother households and single mothers being the head of household. So the problem that we're having is that if a mother is a single mother, regardless if the dad is there or not there, there is no real structure. So
There you go.
the reason that
There
the
you go.
boys turn out,
There you
even
go.
if the dad is picking them up every weekend,
Yeah.
he does not have the
At the
structure
end of the
of
day.
being with his dad every single day. So the problem
Yeah.
is
Take a
women
mic
will
check.
have sex out of wedlock, have children out of wedlock, and these boys will turn up terrible whether the dad is there, and it's nothing that we could do. You're not seeing these stats with married black children or married
Yeah.
children across the board. So if we're not going to have the real conversation, then we'll just be circling around the merry-go-round trying to find the seat. We must
So,
get married before we have children. That will solve the
Okay.
problem.
So
are we saying?
Heather Queen, I just want to acknowledge it's very important to push back because y'all just gave me clarity. Because at first, because I'm trying to learn. So at first I'm like, okay, but then what about this? And then he said this. But I think that's the key point, right? That 3 days a week or you getting stifled and shit like that, it's damn near impossible to implement real strategy, real discipline. Because that nigga go home and say, shit, I don't got to do shit over here. All I gotta do is make it through this weekend. That's how niggas be thinking. You're like a gauntlet. All I gotta do is make it through this maze of my father, and then I won't see him till another 2 weeks. Damn, that fucking sucked, bro.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Damn.
And we gotta make the point though.
There's direct proof.
I don't know, Hamp. I got this.
So are we
What? I just thinking about it, Trey. That's all.
Well,
Can I say
the
something
only
real
reason
quick?
why I say that I raised a boy. Well, I thought he was mine for 12 years. I found out that he wasn't. And if you want to be there, you can be there. There's nothing to stop me in this day and age with FaceTime. If he had a problem at school, I was at his school. And so this idea that, I only got him every other weekend, well, that's because that's what I agreed to. But if I wanted to be in his life more, there was nothing stopping me from going up to his school and having lunch with him. There was nothing stopping me, especially during the summer when he wasn't in school. There was nothing stopping me as long as my schedule allowed it. So in some cases, I do understand that the women, they make it very difficult because I've been in that situation. They can make it hell on earth. I've been there. But there's other situations where there are women who are like, however often you want to see your child, I'm not going to be a barrier. It just depends on what type of woman you're dealing with.
But why are we muddying the waters?
Wait.
I got a question.
Hold on. Let me just say this real quick. Why are we muddying the waters?
Let's get smoking real after. Smoke been waiting patiently. Go ahead, Triple Black.
Where there's an institution where 90% of the people that are part of that institution, which is prison, have come from fatherless homes. Why are we muddying the waters? I mean, that's a direct result right there. It shows you right there.
Because those people that are in prison don't represent the majority of black people. So it's not even worth talking about.
So it's irrelevant.
The majority of black people are not in prison, sir. The majority of black people aren't in prison.
But how come they're getting that result then?
They're not in prison. I'd rather talk about the people who are not in prison. You're talking about a small group of black people.
A small group of, it's a microcosm of what's, come on, man. The thing is why are we muddying the waters when we have a direct, like we see the direct result, like, statistical results of, from reading all the way down the line from a single mother household. And we just can't stick on that. We got to make exceptions. Everything had to be exception to the rule, blah, blah, blah. I mean, when there's not a male figure in the house, it causes deficiencies. Can we just admit that?
Yes.
Yeah.
The worst kind. The worst kind.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Queen.
If so, are we saying that the bulk of black men are messed up when they have single mothers?
Yes.
Yes.
Both men are messed up because of that.
Yes.
Right?
Social,
The numbers,
emotional,
the numbers
behavioral.
say it. The numbers
Well,
say it.
ma'am, children that don't have that, not just
Yes.
black,
and it's not
children.
just black. Thank you,
Okay.
Trigger Mike.
So if the bulk of men are messed up because of single mothers, you're saying, right? Then why is it that when we say we can't find decent men to be husbands because they've been messed up by their mother, why is it that we're not believed when we can't find good men?
It's still the woman's fault. Even if you're right, it's the woman's fault.
We're talking about numbers. You all said the bulk of men.
You gotta let him answer, HQ. You asked the question.
Yeah,
let him
but
answer.
this is what I'm trying to tell you. I'm answering it. So that's the problem.
Did Mr. Fantastic speak to anybody? Did he say hi or anything?
Yo,
like
what
that?
up? What up? We just got into the filibuster, man. Yo,
You didn't say, hey, what's up,
I
dog?
don't hear that shit. Shout out to everybody on the panel.
Brother.
This is the
No,
thing, man.
you address me by my name, Fantastic. Don't just say everybody. You address me by my name.
My bad, brother John, brother. How you doing, brother? So,
I'm a fellow Laker fan.
Yeah, man, that's the only reason you get that. But this is what I'm saying, right? So the thing is, when men start speaking, we're whining, we're crying, right? But we're telling y'all this is the situation is a vicious cycle, literally because the man is not there, right? And then on top of that, it's the man is not there in most situations because the woman pick a man that's never going to be there in the first place. This isn't that where women are getting with men that are good men. They're good fathers. They show traits of being good leaders, as you guys claim you want. And then they just pick up and leave, go to the store to get some cigarettes and some milk and never come back. No, these are dudes that motherfucking, you let skeet and beat, and that was it from the jump. So you set your children up for failure. It's what women do not want to accept. And shout out to Trigger Mike for saying this. This is black women at the most being affected. You shaking your head, but the numbers speak to this. Okay, this is why you have a 70% single mother rate. Okay, but like Trigger Mike said, this isn't just black women. This is mothers across the board. The numbers say that 2-parent households do better than single mothers. Single fathers do better than single mothers. The worst of all across the board for everybody, every race, every demographic is single mothers.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
I just answered it in depth.
You answered the question. You just don't like the answer.
Ask the question again, Heathens Queen.
What I said was, if you all say the bulk of black men have issues, have problems, have had all of these things because they're raised by single women, and mostly single women raise black men to have problems, how is it that you don't believe us when we say that's all we run into is trash for men?
It's the bulk of black men that have issues come from single mothers.
We did say
I know what you
Hold on. No. Let me make sure it's clear. She's saying, why are y'all surprised when they say they can't find a good man?
I think
my answer is we're not surprised.
We're not surprised. And Fantastic just answered that.
Not only are we not surprised,
then you would be the first ones to say you're not surprised.
Fantastic
just answered the question, though.
All right, let's do this. So I heard Mr. Fantastic's answer, but she couldn't hear Mr. Fantastic for some reason. Trigger Mike, you want to take a shot at it?
Yeah, so we're not surprised. In fact, what we're actually doing is telling you to steer clear of these men. So remember, these people that grew up, we always talking about young boys and single mothers. These boys had sisters. These same men that you saying aren't husbands, these women aren't wives either. So maybe marriage shouldn't be on the table till people fix these fucking problems. You see what I'm saying? So if we should be avoiding relationships because they are creating more single homes. Right. People do not value marriage because they weren't raised in one, right? So they don't know how to function in a relationship because they've never seen a functional one. So
let me ask you a question.
I've actually said this in the past too.
HQ, can I say this? I'm a product of a single mother. I've never met my dad, right? And my dad not being in my life was probably the best thing that could have happened to me because he was a drug addict, right? I can tell you this. The women that I've dated, none of them have really ever asked me about whether or not my father was in my life and what type of male authority was in my life. A lot of this has to do with the fact that women don't really vet very well. Nobody really asked me. I'm telling you this in the 20 plus years I've been dating for real. Women don't ask about, well, how was there any men around who kind of taught you how to? No, but they don't care. They never asked that question. And so a lot of this, when they're picking their men, they're picking the worst of the worst men because they're not asking the proper questions.
So therefore,
I have a question for you,
let me throw
Mike.
two cents in there too.
Let me ask a quick question. I've been trying to ask this question. So you think Sugar Mike and Mr. Fantastic, y'all think that bulk of men in the black community are just trash? Is what y'all saying?
No,
that's not what they say.
I'm asking a clarifying question because I want to know.
Let me give some clarification.
That's what she said.
What I'm actually saying is without proper guidance
into and what they choose. Yeah. So by what they choose and they run into, yes.
If they don't ask about the past,
hold on, y'all. I know exactly what he's asking, so we got to be careful with the word trash. We got to define trash. Most black men are not felons. Okay, they're not felons, right? They're just men that go to work every day, up until like age 40 or 45. Most 50% don't even have kids, so they're not out here creating kids. What I am saying is that as it pertains to marriage specifically, most of them don't know how to do it if they're black. Most of them don't have any example because they didn't come from one. So they need either therapy, they need guidance before they get into that institution. That is what I'm saying. I'm not calling them trash. But I'm saying if a woman gets into a relationship with a black man that was raised by a single mother and says, well, he's not emotional, he doesn't know how to do he doesn't have the emotions my father had, he doesn't know how to fix certain situations or have solutions, that's because a man never taught him that. So he spent his life under the leadership of a woman.
He come from two-parent household. She run into the same problem with men who come from two-parent household.
The data doesn't support that, man.
Now you just shitting on niggas.
Yeah, she actually,
the data doesn't support that. The overwhelming majority. Hold up. 50% of remember there for all the divorce talk we talk. There's a 50% of people making this shit work, and those people come from. Most of them come from two-parent households, and they replicate exactly what they saw.
All right, let me read it. Enos with the £2, pardon me, says, "What were your thoughts last diamond in bathing suit?" What does that mean? I'm just saying what the $5 says. Last night she said she had a kid out of wedlock. Japrice, no, she did. No. Lauren Mack with the $5 says, "Question, Hamp, did the Sisterhood know they were the Sisterhood prior to the show? Did they understand the term?" Yeah, we spoke about it in depthly so they could understand the provocative nature of it and how it does have a negative connotation. So they understand the reason why we used it, Lauren. Good question, though. Enos Luby with the £2 says, "Someone get New York City a paintbrush so he can do his art." You think he was eclectic or something? I'm just saying what the $5 says. He really saying, don't be fooled, bamboozled, hoodwinked, run amok as African American men. Disingenuous, yes, regurgitating like I've been saying. Bravado was popping. He said, "Salute, Hamp. You did just shit last night. Thank you, my brother. First time I watched LaP from start to finish. Nah, appreciate the support, man. It was a good time." Omar Smith with the $5 says, "A gold digger pick me is definitely my type." Omar crazy as hell. You can't get that's why you can't give niggas no money, man. Enos with the £2 says, "HQ asking questions and you didn't watch the show." I thought you watched the show. Rebel Rose with the $2 says, "August the Great is right." Yep. Rebel Rose with the $2 says, "Heathen Queen, men been having more than one baby mama." I'm just saying with the $5. Take a panel survey in the home with child visitation, taking care of kids, or baby mama. I'm just saying with the $2 says, "Y'all derailed New York City's points on purpose." I must have been on mute or something. Martin Luther King with the $5 says, "Black people represent the largest prison population. It's not irrelevant, along with the smallest overall population in the country." That's not true. That second part isn't true.
I was like, Asians are less than we are.
Yeah. I'm just saying with the $5
on the largest population in prison, they're not.
Yeah. What is it, like 1.2
white
million?
Men. White men are the largest.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's like 1.2 million white men.
And it's like Hispanics are almost equal to us, and they're butts, and they think they're greater than us. So yeah, that's not true anymore. That hasn't been true since the 90s. My bad.
Yeah, I'm just saying what the father says. You men left 3 exclamation points. You are not the fantastic. You are not there. Fantastic. You left your marriage. God damn,
buddy, keep it with my life for real.
Hey, yo. The recon, man. Matthew P with the $2. What's up, Matt? Hey, put a timer up on people long-winded, man. I'm trying to give them some grace, Matt, but this shit boy. I'm just saying with the $2. Checkmate, Heathen Queen. Checkmate on y'all. What'd she say?
Nothing.
Heathen Queen just windmilling. Jay Miller with the $5 says, Black women are terrible at choosing men. 3 exclamation points. Damn. I'm just saying with the $2 says, you men on panel are self-named bastards.
I am a bastard, but what are you talking about? My mom didn't pick the right man.
Rebel Rose with the $5.
Rebel Rose with the $5 says, physical attraction is more important to women versus him being a responsible man. Damn. Last one. I'm just saying what the $5 says. Most men are trash, as y'all say it, because most come from single mothers, according to y'all. That's what the fella just said, though.
No, we said the ones that he's in. Can we clear this up again? Oh, my bad, Ham. Was that the last one? Was that the last bit of the money, brother? So can we clear this up? We are agreeing with what Heathen. Y'all keep trying to finesse this shit. Heathen Queen that said that black women run into. We're not saying most men are trash. We're saying most men that black women run into / choose. Is that what she mean? Because the ugly nigga, the nigga you don't like, he can run into you all day, and you gonna motherfucking act like he ran through you. You act like you didn't see him, or you gonna call the police.
No.
Okay?
So you're saying 10% are good and 90%. You're saying 10% are bad men.
No, you're
and
not.
90% are good men.
I can.
So we just dealing with the 10%.
So let me answer that question. So again, as Hamp mentioned earlier, and Blaine men keep telling you, the 20% that y'all like are the ain't shit niggas that y'all share. Okay, the 20% of niggas and whatever percentage out of y'all that y'all all agree that you like, y'all keep sharing and dick hopping and dick sharing. Okay,
That's
so
a fallacy.
It's no, that's the fact.
You're trying to say 20% of men are bad, and the 60% and 80% are good.
Listen,
and we just keep dealing with 20%.
Heathen Queen, over 90%. Hold on. So let's do this. I like what Trigger Mike was trying to do. So Heathen Queen, you're a woman. You're experienced. You've lived a lot of life. Tell the men on the panel what a trash man is. Go, please.
A trash man is a person who don't take care of his kids, a person who deceives a woman, a person who doesn't stand on his word, a person who doesn't take the time to understand his feelings, but he projects all of his garbage onto a female.
Okay, so that's four.
Trash man.
So that's 4 things. So two of those 4 things aren't qualifiable because not all men have kids. The majority of black men don't have kids. So that one you got to take them off the list. Okay. Well, you're shaking your head, but I hate when y'all do this.
Fantastic. Hold up. You know you checkmated yourself. Hold up. HQ. You know you checkmated yourself, and I don't think you realize it. Wait, let me tell her how she checkmated herself. So if women are saying most men are trash, you got to realize that y'all don't give most men the time of day. So how the fuck would you know they don't stand on their word? How the hell you would know they don't take care of their kid? You don't give most men. 80 or 90% of men are invisible to most women because they only go for their aesthetic preference. The dude that they think look good, you don't even know. You don't talk to the men. So how you know all men or anything?
80-20.
And what's crazy? You know the crazy part about that?
What she described is not the majority of men either.
It's not the majority.
What she described is not the majority of black men.
Don't even give most men the time of day.
But check this out. He can check all the boxes, and this is how these modern women think. If he goes 50-50, guess what they're saying? He's trash. Just one thing, he could be a good father. He could lay it down. He can, be responsible or whatever. But if he goes 50-50, I'm just saying they always trying to pick and choose one box to uncheck to make him trash. So that man in totality could be a good man, but because he doesn't have one box, she puts him in the trash category.
Okay, so I believe you. Let me put my argument again. So, if you're saying not all black men are trash because he checks one box, that don't mean he's trash, right?
No, because he doesn't check one box doesn't mean he's trash. That's what I'm saying is like you can't have like all black men are not going to be supermen. They're not.
All right, let me ask a question. Heathen Queen, let me help you, Heathen Queen. Let me help you, Heathen Queen. You just well, yeah, you just windmilling, but I think I'm picking up what you putting down. That's what y'all say back in the 70s, right? Yeah. So triple black,
young blood.
You should know you was back there.
How many boxes do a nigga got to check? If he fat, making $40,000 a year at 50 years old, that nigga sound trash to me. Fat motherfucker, broke motherfucker.
I mean, the thing about it is
no. You ain't talking to Heathen Queen now.
No. Okay. I mean, what I'm saying is the word trash.
What if he got a baby out of wedlock? Like what?
I know, but
qualify because because what she's saying, I want to understand because the women, like I bet you if I use Love as an example, would y'all say she trash?
No.
Trash?
I mean, for marriage, yeah, I would say.
I'll say she doesn't finish in the top 10 for choosing in a relationship. I'm not gonna say she's trash, but no, she's not the girl that most men are gonna go for. No, she's not.
Yeah,
no,
that woman got multiple personalities. She trash.
She had way too many issues. Way too many negatives.
So look though, right? I know her, right? In person, she actually has a much more, better personality. But in terms of her qualifications, like, I mean, I know we say like they money don't matter, but she organized, she disciplined, she works out, she's articulate. You know what I mean? Now she is pulling teeth to get her to understand. But like, how do we? What? I'm going from personal experience.
No, when I said something about I got a process. I'm like, damn, you a typewriter? You're like, what the hell? She's the slowest processor ever. But you said it. I ain't say it. I'm just agreeing with him.
What that is she be processing so she can come up with something so she ain't wrong. But I'm just saying, like, we'll qualify her quickly based on her attitude. But then you look at everything else and it's not so. Right, so I'm trying to figure out what's up with these niggas that Mr. Fantastic, we talked about it. Remember, I got the clip where you told these niggas that they need to do better.
Yeah, but again, how many fat, broke, 50-year-old niggas is there? That's what I'm trying to tell you, Hamp. That's the narrative. It's not. No, it's not. No.
Mr. Fantastic, it was with the stat, it was like 40%, right? 36%.
Thank you. So Hamp, so listen what I'm saying, Hamp. That's the minority.
They got other X's after that. Yeah. Hold on. They have other downfalls after that.
Heathen Queen. Okay, so again, Heathen Queen. Now you're going back to what Triple Black said. How many and Hamp's trying to help you out, but you're still not telling us.
Yeah, I think I'm doing a bad job.
How many boxes does a man have to check to not be trash? And what we're saying is he can check 10 boxes, but if you got 11, he's trash. Anytime a woman wants to dismiss a man or say he's not good enough or whatever it is, he can be everything in the world, but girl, he didn't do this. So now the nigga trash. Okay, so that's what we're saying.
So how do we put it that women who have one baby out of wedlock is trash?
So what we did though, we try to make the same. Hold on.
Because it's not symmetrical. HQ, you keep trying to make it the same. It's not symmetrical.
Wait. I think the one of the things is it's okay.
Hold on. The market sets the rate. Okay, the market sets the rate. So it's not us. So like Hamp was saying, a dude that's 50. Making 40, these men don't get any. These men don't get any ass from quality women anyway. So why are we even talking about them? But a dude who
can go to a club.
Hold up. A man that's fat and 50 that got 100K, 200K in a house, that nigga getting women, right? So, to Heathen Queen, what were you just saying? I'm sorry, Heathen Queen, I lost my.
I'm saying. You cannot say one aspect makes a person trash.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Hold on. The market sets the rate. The market sets the rate because I don't want to go into another man's territory. Especially if I don't got kids yet.
We don't have. If I'm still eligible, we don't have to be talking about that.
No, the market. Women. How many women do you know will openly mess with a dude with kids? That makes a dude with kids. It really doesn't matter if he got kids. Women seem to want to procreate with men. They have a bunch of baby mamas, it seems like. So the market says that man still has value, but a man will steer clear of a woman who has kids. That means her value is taken down because that's what most men think.
But that's not all you all say that creates a woman to be a trash woman. Just because she has kids, that's one aspect of you all calling her trash. If she goes to a club, she's trash. If she don't do religion, she's trash. There's a whole bunch of things.
If she got a weave, she's trash. If she wears lashes,
I think
therefore the aspects of the men don't take care of his kids.
No, I think
same thing.
I think you need to redefine
them as being good men, but the women who do one or two things, they're not good women. But if he does one or two things, he's a good man. I don't understand how you.
No. I think the women get in their feelings because of the language we're using. We're saying trash. I'll give you an example. I mean, Love. I mean, she's probably a really great person. You know, great. Like, but from a relationship perspective, like somebody like her, seeing how she interacts from a relationship perspective, I think she would be trash to date because it would just be a constant battle. I mean, I'm not calling her as an individual trash, but when it comes to a girlfriend,
yes, you are.
No, I'm not talking.
We're not calling her trash, Hamp. We are accurately assessing Love.
Well,
and again,
before Cheeky get in, fantastic. I'm gonna tell you right now. If Love come knocking down triple black door, he gonna answer.
So the way I'm hearing this conversation is though is we're only looking at him. You have
There's
inside.
no way he just said I'm going after, and then everyone's talking. Please don't do that. That doesn't make sense. We're not stupid, right? Thank you. Now, Stephen Queen, I need to ask you a couple questions because it sounds like you were missing something. Who do you think is pickier? Who do you think has more criteria for mating selection, men or women?
Women.
Okay, so if there are 13 boxes and a male checks off 12 of those boxes, that means he's pretty good. And if men have 5 boxes and she only checks off 2 of those boxes, what does that mean for her? Oh, you just took yourself on mute. You just went on mute. It means that she's worse, even though she may check off more than one box, right? Mm-hmm. She checks off more boxes. Technically, let's say she checks off more boxes than the man does, but the criteria for men is a lot less. It's very simple. Potency in a lot of things matter, right? If I punch you one good time, if Mike Tyson punched every man one time, we're all going on the floor. If Floyd Mayweather is somebody who's in a lower class, right, a lower fighting class in weight, we can take maybe 1 or 2 punches. But what I'm trying to get at is the criteria for women is so extensive. And when men meet 80% of the criteria, it should be rewarded with, you know what, he's decent, he's a good man, and I can accept that. When men have 4 criteria and you only meet 1 out of the 4, then the question is, well, I'm getting 25% of what I want versus whatever the percentage would be.
70, 80%.
80, right? And that's why men are saying, hey, you guys have more criteria, and when men meet majority of that criteria, you don't value him. We're settling, in most cases, men are settling for 50%, and we're happy to get to 50. So we're trying to figure out what's so bad about the guy with 75.
So the question, there's nothing wrong with the guy. I normally say that to the women that I meet. If you have 10 criteria for a man and he meets 8, then you need to run towards that man. That's always been my message, always, to my children, to my daughter, everyone.
Now, here's a really important question.
Yeah.
How many women have took your advice?
That's the point. That's our point.
Hey, Cheeky.
That was good shit.
Hey, Cheeky. I think you gave it too much. I think you gave it too much credit. When you said 80%, I think they should run with a 60 to 70% based on their argument.
But John,
I know. I get what you're saying, though.
All right, but the point that I'm trying to get women to understand is you all's criteria is extensive, and due to its extensive nature, if a man meets 50%, let's stick at 50, he's already doing more. He's already qualifying himself more than most women are to men, because the criteria for men is absolutely lower. And we can agree to that just on a societal level and on a natural level. So there's no need to try to make comparisons when it comes to men's criteria and women, because you guys is so much more extensive and it can change at any moment.
So
well,
why
I've
is
seen
it
it.
such a surprise? So why is it such a surprise?
Hold on, Heathen Queen. Hold on. You don't understand. When somebody makes a point that clean and profound, you got to let that shit marinate for a second.
Okay.
Cause you know good and goddamn well you ain't about to say nothing worth saying. You just windmilling. You know this. You know I love you. You just windmilling like a motherfucker. You just fighting back for the sake of fighting.
Fighting for the sisterhood. Fighting for the sisterhood. For all her life, she's had to fight. Yep.
She up here though. She ain't running. She just getting her ass.
I got to swing. There ain't no women up here. I got to swing.
Yeah,
but don't swing though. Don't swing though. Just listen.
I am listening.
You just said yourself you got to swing.
No, I say these things. I'm on those sisterhood.
Just quiet. She be listening. She just swinging. John, don't bait her.
HQ, it's a lot of dudes with brain damage because they didn't go down when Mike Tyson hit them.
Leave her alone, please, before she start yelling out more dumb stuff. Smoke.
Yeah.
You said you agree. You agree with Heathen Queen?
How you doing, Ham? How you doing, panel?
What's going on? How you doing?
I agree with everything. I agree with everything Heathen Queen said up until she got to that 50-50 in the household. I don't believe in that. But this is the thing I want to say. Like when it comes to everything she said up to that for our womanhood, she's giving them the right direction. This is going right back to what Kevin Samuels was saying. This is what he saw. This is what Kevin Samuels saw. Is that you realize that the women are making money now. You have to even when the women find out that they're not a 10 or a 9, or even if they're a 5, but they make that money, that bump them up to a 9. They still got to realize that they have to, like, I give you an example about love. I didn't bring it up, y'all did. She's perfect for marriage, but she's not going to be able to find a man at her level financially, unless like Mr. Fantastic said, she got to go to that 20%. You see what I'm saying? And she don't want that 20% because she don't believe in sharing. So let's go down to what my man was saying, the other gentleman in the blue shirt, about the family and everything, right? This is the point I want to get at. Everything that we're talking about, if we sit back and think about it, it all goes back to law. And this is why when we get the women at a point where we're correct and they don't see it, they don't have to see it. You know why? Because the law protects them. Then we go to the home. This is why you can give the number that Mr. I'm sorry about the names. Mr. Fantastic throwing out the stats. And I got this from my man up there, Mr. Cheek, I believe. Mr. Fantastic is throwing out facts, which is facts. I'm talking about the statistics, right? So we up at the higher bracket. And my man throwing out the facts about the family, and I get that. So that's where all your middle bracket is, because that's where all your family is at, right? But even though the man is in the home, they really can't be the man in the home because the laws protect the female. That goes back to Mr. Cheek. This is what Kevin Samuels was saying at the very beginning. That's why he started going at the women the way he was going, because he realized the laws are putting the money into the women that's at the top. And there's more women, even though, and Mr. Fantastic probably going to kick back at me on this. Check it out. I want to say it right. Okay, you got that 20% with all that money, because that's what women. So you got to remember, women need protection and provision, and they see money. They don't see money as flashy, even though the videos make it look like that. They see money as protection, shelter for her and her family, her cubs, right? But I don't want to lose my point. But like what Mr. Fantastic was saying, what Kevin Samuels was saying, they giving the money to the women. So they at the top, but they don't want to share. See what I'm saying? So that's where you got that conflict. Then the only way to get over all this that we talking about goes back to DJ Hamp. If you don't have that middle bracket standing on principles, which builds security for the woman, she's not going to take Kevin Samuels' advice, even though she may want to. She's not going to do that because she's making that money. You got to have standards and principles. And one thing about the fellas, because I'm not jumping on the women, the fellas need to support each other. When you see a man that's in the middle bracket and the 20% is at the top bracket, if you're not supporting the middle bracket, them women ain't going to them men in the middle bracket. And we're going to continue talking about this. Why? Because the laws protect the woman. And them men that's in the house that y'all talking about, that's in the middle bracket, they in the house, but they can't step up to the children. Because if they make one wrong move, the law protects the woman. So even though the man is in the home, it's good the man to be there. But how can you ask a man to be fully?
Nope. I disagree.
Damn. You keep talking, man. And you shut the fuck up.
No.
So Lauren is dropped for 20 minutes each. HQ for 20 minutes, Triple Black for 20 minutes, and Smoke for 20 minutes. Damn. So they can come back at 3:41.
You know what? You know what he said though. You know what he said. We got to stop. Like this equality thing has messed us up more than anything, man. Because when we talk about high earning men and high earning women, it ain't the same. A top 10% man can choose to date up or down. He can choose whatever he wants. Women, once you become that part of that top bracket, those men that are in that same bracket, most of them don't want you. They don't want you. They don't. No man has ever said, "I want a wife that I will never see that works just as hard as I do." Like no man has ever said that shit. So, ladies, you need to be focused on principles, character, and this is why we need to wash the money talk away completely for women. You don't see any 60-year-old female lawyers trying a case in a courtroom. It's usually the judge sitting her ass down somewhere.
Trigger,
those are the
I will smack you. Trigger, I will smack you.
Dog, but hold on.
I have made that point 1,000 times, and every time I make that point, y'all kill me for saying it.
No, they need to focus because this is the other point. There is rarely a woman that will out earn her man throughout the entirety of their life. So if you focus on, if you know yourself as a woman, understand that you're gonna scale back as you get older. For some reason, I'm in the neighborhood right now because I work from home. All I see is women walking their dogs and shit. What the hell you doing home at this time of the hour? Because most of them 45, 50 years old, their husband working, they not. Right? They got a few investment properties or whatever. They worked up to a certain point to bring the family to a certain level so the man could ultimately take over the responsibility. So women
maybe
need
they work from home.
Can I
go ahead.
Can I say something to that though? I think that what's getting lost in it is there's a mantra of independence in our community that's causing them to become the men that they want. And so there's this, and this is what I was saying a little earlier, there's this idea where our women are taught not to respect or value the man. They actually fear us in a sense. So when we come into, and I've experienced that, I've been married for a long time, and I've experienced with my wife where she wanted me to prove everything right then and there before she would like say, I'm going to submit to this. And so for the first 5 years of our marriage, we had a big battle just going back and forth because she comes from a single parent home and so did I. So we really didn't have the tools on how to navigate and understand this. But when she came into the relationship, trying to be independent. And it's like, that's not how I'm running this. One, I'm running it, and I'm not running it where you're independent. This is going to be an interdependence. And so that's just the narrative that's being brought into the dating community, is that independence.
Hey, August, I want to say this because this is something that kind of irritates my soul a little bit. We got to stop confusing women thinking that they're being independent, or anybody thinking that they're being independent because you have an ability to go and borrow money from a bank. That doesn't make you independent. It doesn't make you independent at all. And what has really happened is that the ability in this country for women to be able to borrow money has led them to believe that they are somehow independent, when in actuality, all they've done is created more problems for themselves. So at the end of the day, you're not actually independent because you have to go to work to pay those bills, because the only thing that you've done now is you've collateralized your house. You've collateralized your car. And if you don't pay them payments, you're going to be out of a house and a car.
Or answer that. How many men are actually independent? I mean, really, just think about that.
We don't call ourselves that.
I know. I'm not saying we do.
I don't grow my own food. I don't grow my own food. When men borrow money, it is typically to support a family. When a man goes and buys a house, it's because he wants to have a family, right? When a man wants to buy a car, a lot of these guys, they don't get these sports cars until their midlife crisis. It means they have a job, they've made it to a certain point in their career. Now they're having a midlife crisis, they want to go get a two-seater, right? But most of the time when they borrow money, it's because they're trying to support a family. These women who are doing the student loan debt, consumer debt, this is not about supporting a family. This is about them and what they want. And then they're internalizing this and saying, well, I'm independent. No, baby, you're not independent because Bank of America owns your ass.
Let me ask you a question. What's more? Do you guys think like men of today are weaker than the men of yesteryear?
Yes. Mentally weaker. Yes.
Collectively, yes.
Cheeky?
Hands down.
No, I don't.
Hood Mystic?
No, I don't think so.
Luch?
Nah, I think the men of the past are way weaker.
August?
Yeah. Today, yeah.
John?
Today's men are weaker, yes.
Why you say yeah, John?
Weaker in the aspect of we don't control the narrative of the marriage and the family. We don't control the vision where the family's going to go. We let too many outside forces influence what we want to do in our home, and we don't fight back. And rather than fighting back, we either allow it or we'll run from it.
Damn, Cheeky, why you say no?
I think
he's a progressive.
I'm not. I think our struggles are very different. Their struggles, as far as the economy, as far as mentally, like the men of yesteryear, I do not think by any means are smarter than the men of today. I don't think the IQ was nowhere near. I don't think technology.
Did he say smarter or stronger?
Yeah, he said stronger.
Weaker. He said weaker, right? And what I'm saying is our struggles, because the only way you can measure strength is, I'm guessing, through struggle. Is that how y'all measuring it?
Yeah, and they had way more struggle, and you're helping the point because they were less.
Hold on, no. They didn't have way more. They didn't have way more. They had different, and that's what I'm saying. I think we have way more. I think we're seeing this is the first time we've seen women being able to have this much control over things, and this happened during the time frame of the men of yesteryear. I didn't control that. You guys, if we want to be honest, you're the ones that did with all of this. I'm just facing the things you did. I didn't give them rights. Y'all said they shouldn't have.
That old now, young nigga. Ain't none was that old.
Wait, but you said of yesteryear, which would mean previous generations, not this one. So all of us probably fall within the current generation, but the ones beforehand, these aren't my mistakes. These are men of yesteryear's mistakes, and they're more than ever.
What yesteryear are you speaking of? Then when you say it?
Ask Hemp. He's the one that's.
You're right. That would be a good clarification.
Whatever Cheeky think it is, whatever he's speaking to, that's the yesteryear we talking about. Because you made a determination, so you must have something in your head already.
Oh yeah, in my head, I was thinking around, I guess 50s, 60s, around that time frame. Because
none of us had nothing to do. None of us thought about, young fella. None of us were even here.
Right. So again, which is why when you guys say the younger generation, I'm thinking you guys are including yourselves. Are you guys including yourselves? Or not?
I actually spoke to myself. I said, men of our generation, men like on this panel, we are weaker.
Oh, well then, I disagree with that. I think our struggles are different, and I think it's more than before. I think our struggles are more complicated, and the way we can go about them are a lot more. It's harder, because men are in less power, just in the general sense. I think if we had these issues in the 60s, our societal expectation, the way people view us, the things we could have done, we would have done them. But the fact that they're harder to do now, right? Like, for example, when you ask Jenny, what can you do if your wife doesn't listen to you? And that simple answer is what? Nothing. Besides hope and pray she respects you enough to not do that.
No,
Yeah.
you can be a man. No,
Wait, hold on, wait before everybody start going crazy.
No, actually, so what's gonna happen is once Cheeky finishes, then Luce can go because Luce, you said the same answer as Cheeky, right? If I'm not mistaken. So I want to hear those, and then y'all can jump.
Yeah, all I'm saying is we're more limited in our options and abilities to do things, while the men of yesteryear weren't, because socially there was things were a lot more acceptable. They had more range to do things. We're more contained in how we can move and operate. Not only are we more contained, but we're less heard and less visible. I think ours is harder.
Luch.
Yeah, there. Yeah, I was saying that. I think that the men of the past are weaker, only because I would say that the same powers that were, or any power that was exercised on men of the past, I don't think would be exercised on the men of today. As far as, from the workforce to our actual in-home stuff, I just think that men are a lot more aware, and as generations go on, they'll become less and less weak and back to empower. Just takes the information.
I understand what you're saying. Hood Mystic. It's a fantastic wait, bro.
I would say that we're stronger because of what we have to go through and the fact that we're still here. And then when I travel and I see black men all over the country, they're not like living hand to foot or mouth to hand, however that saying goes. I'm not good with those sayings, but
yeah,
in general, black men are doing well and doing better, and the value of the dollar has increased. We've overcome COINTELPRO. The fact that we're under a different attack, like our grandparents had more. If they had a house, they had a car. We don't have that, so we have to be mentally stronger, physically stronger, and we still are here. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's part of our evolution and growth process to be stronger. So you might see a weak 20-year-old boy and say, these boys is weaker. But I promise you, when he get in his mature prefrontal cortex develop phase, he's going to be much stronger because of what he had to go through.
Damn. Okay.
I think me. Okay.
Hold on, John. You just went, John. Hey, John been acting. You got a raise or something?
I told you I went from 35 to 38. I told you.
Acting real Hasidity lately, man.
Yeah, I got a $10,000 raise. What you think?
Do you mind if Trigger Mike talks, John? Or you? I just want to.
No, I can't let Trigger talk. No.
How about Mr. Fantastic? He's dark skinned. Can he talk? Or
yeah, that's a Laker fan. He can go.
Hey, anybody day drink? Anybody gonna take a shot with me, or y'all niggas scared? Huh?
Let's get it. Let's get it.
Alcoholic.
I'm streaming while I'm working.
August, don't let me down, August.
I got you.
More alcohol.
I would never ask.
All right, go ahead, Fantastic.
So, to Cheeky's point, again, man, I think the thing with you, and this is where we get the separation of what you're introduced to. So I don't know if you had, for you it would be like a granddad or like a great uncle. We're a lot closer to those people and know people from the generation previous you were talking about, 60s and 50s and things like that. Bro, I had two uncles, bro, that couldn't even go to school during the cropping season. Okay, like they would go to school, and whenever it would be cropping season, they had to stop. Okay, you was a black man, black men of this era have never experienced. Again, a white man step on the fucking sidewalk and tell your black ass, nigga, you better get out my way. Spit in your face is nothing you can do. Bro, black men have never anything close to that. Okay. Then from a technological aspect of it, you guys just talking about opportunities and voices being heard. Well, way more voices are being heard right now. Look at us right now. This is an example. Our granddads, our dads, great, all these people in generations before, they couldn't even fathom this. So again, just from just straight, up point by point, there's no way that you can say we're stronger now when again, we don't have to face any of the adversity that the previous generations had with lesser advantages. They didn't have the technology, they didn't have the knowledge, they didn't have the education, they didn't have the opportunity, and yet and still things were better. 60% of black households were married back in the 50s and 60s, brother. Okay. All right, and I'm not blaming us for that. But this is what I'm saying. The black man was strong. The black man went to war, Cheeky. You know what I mean? Respect. Shout out to all the service veterans, man. Shout out to all the veterans, right? Bro, they come back to this country and be like, nigga, what you doing here? Nigga, no, I'm not gonna hire you. So, brother, we have not experienced the thing, and this is why I say the disconnect happened, because a lot of us just don't know, and people lose sight because they don't have like a direct link to it. You feel me? So, yeah, bro, to compare that to now, even let's shout out to him. Anybody, people that play sports, right? Are sports the same way they were now as they were fucking, in the 90s? Everybody say what? It's soft as hell. NBA, NFL, whatever, all these things, man. So again, the worst thing about humans, man, is like what? We want the easiest, lightest, most less dangerous situation. We have the advantage of building those things, and we have those. Generations before us didn't, brother. So that's what I'm saying. And comparing it when we have the, we're just so much far better off, and life is so much more comfortable. It's real hard to say.
Okay. Do you want me to respond, or can we get Trey first? I think I remember my points.
Yeah. So let him marinate. I want to get a cup because it was 1-2. You and Hood Mystic 2. John went fantastic. I want to get one more. Trigger Mike, you said
I got something.
I got you. You and Trey gonna go. I just want to, you know what I mean, before we get a rebuttal. What Trigger Mike, what you were saying, they were softer than us?
No,
weaker than us?
They were stronger. The old,
all right, yeah, why? Okay, all right, cool.
The men of old were stronger than us. So it's simple. This is very simple. Modern men have embraced egalitarianism. They're extremely liberal. All right. The second you let women into power, you are a weaker man. Let me explain this to you. Men promote other men for the sake of creating families, but that's not what's happening today. Men promote women for sexual access or exploitation. And there are too many men that do that on purpose. You will avoid promoting men so you can have sexual access to women. You cannot be a strong group of men. The second reason why they were stronger men than us, it's simple. What were the products that they produced? They produced stronger sons that replicated their example, that created strong homes and got married, took care of their kids, would say shit like, I'll die before I leave my children hungry. What nigga you see saying that shit now? Right? So that's what they used to promote back in the day. Now we got a bunch of boys that can't shoot, can't fight. The military is starving for recruits. They have no honor. They don't want to sacrifice anything. We have no basis anywhere to say that the men of today are stronger. None.
Trigger Mike, just to clarify, you were saying stronger like mentally, or are you saying like not physically, right?
Not physically, no, not like fucking iron body.
Y'all ain't fucking with Ronnie Coleman. Ain't none of y'all fucking with Ronnie
Mentally,
Coleman.
Mentally, the men of today, modern men are weak.
They don't got no joints.
Yeah, I got a quick question.
Because that nigga was squatting a ton.
Just give me 20 cc's of SARM and all the extra shit he was pumping in his body.
All right,
all we need is hemp to do a couple of drugs and we'll be there.
We catch up to Ronnie ass.
Big ass.
So I want to get the rebuttals. But Trey, what did you say? Yes or no? I can't. You said
no. I'll keep it simple. The men of today are putting their pronouns on their social media page. the men back in the day are far stronger than the men of today.
Damn. August, you got something real quick? Because I think
that was he with GBG General. I forgot your name again.
That's all good, man.
He said it. My bad, bro. He said it in his response. He said that the men of today have less power. That was a part of your response. So just by definition, us having less power in your own response means that the men of today, are weaker. I mean, that's just it.
Yeah, August. If you need to refer to him, that's all. That's fine.
Wow, Cheeky, come on, man.
So I know Cheeky remembers his points. Luke, go ahead.
All right, so real quick, when we say stronger, I'm gonna give an example. Let me know if this is in relevance to what we're talking about. So they say, like, let's say a roach is pregnant, right? And you spray it with Clorox. When that baby drops, if it drops, if you try to kill the baby with the same toxin, the baby will survive, but the parent didn't, right? So in that example, is the roach that got sprayed stronger than the baby, even though what it took to kill the mom killed her, and what it takes the baby won't kill her? or is the new baby considered weaker because it can't take what the mom took, or it couldn't take the same?
The only reason that's just science. I'm not. That's just
I know it's science, but we're talking about stronger, but we haven't declared what's stronger because somebody.
The only reason,
but that's a bad comparison. You're talking about adaptation and evolution. That's two totally different things. So that's not.
We're talking more social construct than science.
Because some adaptations are made to be easier, to make things easier. It don't mean you're stronger. It just makes it simpler. You know what I'm saying? So no, that's not equivalent.
I get that it's a biological. I get it. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, okay,
different.
But I will say this. No, to your question, Luch, that baby now has survived not being sprayed by a toxin. Not that anybody can't create another toxin to spray it with, right? But that baby now comes out into the world and has to learn how to survive.
Right.
There is no evidence that it will make it all the way to the age that the mother made it. Right, and that's what we're really saying. The kids today do not have the tools. They don't have the skills to survive the way the men of old did. They don't do it. They can't even take care of a home. They bitch when they got to watch their children and shit. Like, you see what I'm saying? So
let's get an actual rebuttal, because Luch, I think the analogy kind of got sprayed. Good shot though, Luch. Fuck it.
I can see on it.
It's all good.
Go ahead, Cheeky. But Mister, you was next too. But
Mister, I can remember my stuff. I can remember it.
Yeah. You're a professional.
I'm not. I just
you're a professional, nigga.
Appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? I'm taking the flowers. Thank you, Mr. Gorilla Man.
Can I rebuttal that the older men are stronger point? Like,
go ahead. You up next. Yeah, go ahead.
There's no way y'all can say that the men now are weaker than the men of older age when LeBron James would destroy Jerry West. Like, y'all can't say that they running faster 40 times.
Talking about mentally.
Yeah, but what would he do with Jordan?
Mentally stronger
can the man finish?
That point, bro. You got to concede the point that we are better now than yesterday, mentally, physically, on all levels.
Physically,
but
not mentally.
Like the construct. Let me just land. Y'all talking about social constructs that don't have nothing to do with the individual to make y'all point.
That's an anomaly.
I'm talking, but let me finish. I'm talking about
you talking about athletic ability.
Why y'all keep jumping in, man? Y'all watch too much of the women's POV, I think.
Let me get him though.
No, he not done. He not done.
He's done. I thought he was done.
No, he's not. Trey yelling from the
way that you can say that the results of today are better. That means that the men now are weaker than they were yesteryear. For whatever reason, we get better over time. Black men evolve too. We can't just bounce on black men and say we're weaker when the results don't prove that. That's the mentality that y'all saying. But go ahead.
All right. So what I'm saying is that we do evolve, and that evolution is also predicated on the fact that we were raised by the men before us. Now, when you said black men specifically, were these men raised by the men that preceded them?
LeBron James was raised by his mama. He the most dominant basketball player that ever lived. So,
let me add. Hold on, yo. Let me ask you. Hold on,
LeBron James is married. LeBron James is a married man.
Hold on, yo. All right. I love when people say this.
Why can't? Wait. Y'all. Listen, I know y'all want to trample over Hood Mystic, but I'm not gonna let y'all do it. And you lucky he being nice today.
Yeah.
Can he please finish? Nah, Trigger Mike. All right, let me ask y'all this question.
Brother.
Is Jerry West better than LeBron James?
Hell
no.
In his time, yes.
Michael Jordan.
No, if they play one-on-one, would he beat LeBron James?
Would he beat Jordan?
Which technology are you using? Jerry West's technology or LeBron's technology?
Hold on. I'm trying to figure. Is Love up here? Am I getting trolled?
Bro, that's a question.
He asked a question, Fantastic. You still didn't answer his question.
That's called cornering the argument.
Well, hold on, but it's his
person you know he can beat.
I understand, but it's his turn though.
Yeah, but that's a feminine way to do shit, to ask a question you know the answer to.
But
ask
let me
a realistic
but
question.
let me
Can he
just,
beat Michael Jordan? No.
All right, he just want to land. He trying to further his point. Can he please finish?
Let's talk about the facilities that house athletes. Are the overall athletes of today better than the overall athletes of yesteryear? Are they stronger, faster, or better?
Yes.
Let's take all of the
yes.
stronger or faster.
All right, they said
yes, but the technology and the evolution.
That's what he said.
Trey, don't even do all that. Just answer the question. Just answer the question. Yes, they're faster and stronger. Yes, they are.
Man. All right, come on, y'all. Come on, let him just finish. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You can't. It's nothing that you can say but argue.
Okay, great.
The answer Hamp's question. That's the answer. We're better. We're bigger, stronger, faster.
We answered your question though, Trey. We answered your question. We said yes.
All right. No, let me read the super chats, man. Y'all need a reset because y'all just trampling over his shit, man.
And you know why he's getting trampled over. Don't try to protect this dude. You know why he's getting trampled right now.
Oh, because y'all don't handle decorum.
that was too smooth. That was too smooth. That was way too smooth.
Why? Look at Trigger Mike. Look at Fizz Fantastic. They mad at me now. I ain't even do nothing to him.
Yeah,
brother.
Jay Miller with the $5, man. Hey, Mr. Fantastic gave me this. He can't do no wrong with me though. I don't care. Jay Miller with the $5. Most deadbeats have more than one baby mother. That means multiple black women chose to have a child with a loser. I'm just saying what the 2000 says. August is right. Now y'all backpedaling. That's where you're going with the stats, August. I'm just saying what the 10 says. No. Women did not say most men are trash. The manosphere says most men are trash because y'all say most men are raised by single black women. Y'all scared of August. Will with the $5 says triple black, you need to fuck anybody interested in you, brother. LOL. Jesus Christ. Lauren Mack, yes, you can and you did, but they can come back now. Marcella just gifted a membership. Marcellus, I hope all is well. Be safe. You heard? Miss J with the $2 says, Smoke, do you still believe God loves everyone? You know Smoke believe that still. Come on, man. Smoke can't change. He's 65 years old. I'm just saying with the $5. Y'all not Kevin Samuels. You mean she doesn't want to trick? You watch gold digger videos. Don't ignore. Matt P with the $5. How we weaker and the old niggas still run shit, Hamp? About to clear your panel, bro. I'm just saying what the 10 says. August said a whole lot. His response to his women made a difference. He didn't jump shit. Pick me here for the tea. Said she was 13 years, but her husband responded and waited patiently for her to fix it. Okay. Marshall Miller with the $5 says the men of today are way more mentally weaker than the men of yesterday. Just look at these cats crying on the internet about women. Jim Rat 08 with the $5 says, what's good, fantastic? The men of today are definitely weaker. Prime example, just look at our military as a whole. Okay. YKS with the $5 says, due to the laws of today, you could say the men are weaker. Our granddad's got physical with his wife in order to have his way, no longer an option. Matt P with the $5 says, taking a beating don't make us weaker. We just don't get tried like they did. Old niggas think twice. Fuck out of here. Shaking my head. Clayon on the beat with the $10 says, today I believe we are weaker. As men of yesteryear had their women behind them, now black women want nothing to do with us. Nuclear families are gone. Isaac with the $5 says, old women thinks young now. The old men can't handle it. That's why they divorce it. Sean Brewer with the $5 says, men of today talk through emojis. Men weak as fuck today. Look how fast black men smoke other black men without communicating first. Men wearing purses. The end. Matthew P with the $2 says, y'all weak, not us. We with our families 6 deep. Darius Horton with the $5 says, someone in the chat made an analogy. A sleeping lion is still a lion. A zoo lion is still a lion. Jump into the enclosure if you want to. Robert Williams became a member. Thanks, Rob. Hope all is well. I thought you was already a member. Sam Brewer with the $5 says, fam said Braun, he a part of why NBA soft and want to team up. That's called evolution, fool. Skill set today, guys not better than the older guys. I don't know. Hey, appreciate the investment, Jason. Hope all is well, bro. Yeah, Trigger Mike was up too. He probably had to go. Damn. So what y'all? Where were we?
Well, trying to educate this young fella over here about this horrible LeBron suckling, okay, in broad daylight. Now again, brother,
I gave
I want to say
another analogy though. I gave another analogy. Let's talk about the other analogy.
Okay, so I can break that down
LeBron
too.
James.
Again, this is the problem. This is the problem with your thing. The men that achieved the feats they did, achieved them without today's technological advances, without the dietary plans, without the steroids, without the protein, without the workout regimens, without the recovery stuff, without the physical therapy, all these different things, man. And these men were still as dominant as they were in those times. Bro, you still say who's the best receiver of all time?
Jerry
Rice. Jerry Rice ain't played football in 20 years. Right? Yeah. Who's the best running back of all time?
Barry
or Emmett Smith.
John Brown.
But
Jim Brown. Sorry.
John Brown.
Or Barry Sanders.
Jim Brown. So again,
Barry,
Walter Payton.
That's what I'm saying. So those are people that played with less equipment, less protection. They didn't have any of the technological advances you got today, bro. And it's not even close. So what I'm saying to you is, doing more with less makes you stronger, brother. You don't have the advantages that somebody else has, and you're able to outperform them or match them in performance. That means you just have natural strength. You just don't have what they have technologically, bro. You don't have the advances they have to put you on the same level. If you make everything even, bro, LeBron James is not more athletic than Michael Jordan or even people other than him, like way back in the day. And they didn't have the things that they don't have $2 billion to spend per year on, not $2 billion, but I think he said $100 million to spend per year on just his body. As
$1
million.
It's $1 million.
Or whatever, $1 million, whatever it is.
Hey, Mr. Fantastic.
We're gonna talk about what's in that budget. We're gonna talk about the extras in that budget. But anyway, yeah. Those things, man. So yeah, you can't use the physical aspects of it, man, because they were able to do this stuff with none of the stuff we have today and get similar or better.
But fantastic. Let me
Mr.
say
Fantastic. If you put them flat ass Converse on LeBron, his career would have lasted about 6 years.
Thank you. Yeah, you did. Yeah, Converse, shit.
They say.
Okay,
so
I have no. Go ahead.
Well, real quick, no, John. They say that. They say that if Jim Brown played today, he would be running a 4.3 at 280 pounds if he had this technological advances. Now they did some science to say that, you know what I mean? That would look fucking crazy, but they just saying like if he had all the shit that we have today. I mean, it's unfounded.
But watching football though, and football is a completely different game. So you can look at Tyreek Hill. He is the whole offense for Miami Dolphins. He's probably better than Jerry Rice. In reference of being
this man down. Hold on.
Jerry Rice didn't run the ball. The whole offense rotates around Tyreek Hill. Jerry Rice was just.
Oh, you gonna jump off the boat now, Hamp? Now you gonna jump off the boat, Hamp?
And then Randy Moss you can say that Randy Moss is way better than Jerry Rice if he stay healthy. But you make it.
All right, go ahead, John. He wilding now, John.
What you're doing? You're moving the goalposts. The reality is that men are stronger than they were in previous years, regardless of the technology. You said an even playing field. An even playing field means that the technology creates an even playing field for everybody and say, well, since everybody has the same things, are we stronger or weaker now? We are stronger. So that's the facts.
So if we
somebody kick Hood Mystic off, please, for 2 minutes.
I interpret the question.
That Jerry Rice reference was crazy to me.
Go ahead, John. Hold on, let John go. He was nice enough to let me get in. Pause.
So when I heard the question, I interpret the question as mentally, not physically. Okay, so because that's normally the only thing you really can compare. Physically, just to play into this idiotic conversation right now, is I would actually give it up to these guys today. If you just look at the end results, physically they are faster, they're stronger because of technology, whatever case you want to give it to. I'm not even argue that point. Let them have that one, because the times on average they are faster. The time zones as far as strength, they are doing more with technology. So let it have that. But the point I'm making was based on the question. I'm speaking mentality wise, how able to endure difficult situations. If you look at the outcomes of things they was able to do and endure, back into the silent generation compared to what we're doing now. No, we can't even understand what a man is. We got to ask the question: what is a woman and what is a man?
Can I jump in there?
Come on. So therefore, we can't say that we're stronger men now because most of us don't even know what a man is. I listen to a lot of these people that's 20 and under, and they confused. 30, maybe someone 30, talking about, oh, man can have a baby. How can you be?
John, it wasn't no they them back then, bro.
Wait.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, let's do this. Let August get in, and I think Smoke or Triple Black should probably go. Go ahead.
So the conversation went to the minute specimen of men, right? But the average guy, if we're talking about the average man in America, are not stronger than the men that predated them. Just the average guy, you can just tell by how the households are being ran, just how things are going, how the country is going down the toilet. That's because we've lost control and lost power. And we've allowed things to manifest itself, which has weakened us by definition. So if we lose power, then we are weaker by definition. You can try and use evolution and technology to try and aid things to make it more even, but the way that the direction, we don't have our hand on the wheel. So the direction of where we're headed is a downfall because we are weaker. If men were stronger, then the country would do better. The economy would be better. Everything would be better.
Shut the fuck up.
Hold on. They kicked Hood Mystic off for 2 minutes because he had a 2-minute kickoff. Granville gave him a credit, and then he said, "Nah, add that dub to it." Shout out to Jason. So Hood Mystic will be back at 3:58. Question, August. But what men are those that got us to where we are now? What's the average age in Congress?
I don't know the average age in Congress. They're like 70, 80 years old.
Some old bastards, and they the ones voting for this shit.
Well, no. What they're doing is they're
putting it in play. Go ahead.
Well, the thing about it is that there is an influx, especially due to feminism. There's an influx of women's vote. Women they're the demographic that vote the most. So if we're talking politically, the demographic that votes the most, that's who the people that are in power are going to adhere to. You know what I mean? So if men don't typically vote often, women are the ones that will get out and go and vote. And
have men ever voted? Have women always outvoted once they had the right to and understood?
Once they had the right. So. I'm not sure if they always outvoted, but once they had the right, nowadays women are the ones that vote the most.
But what I'm saying is the Senate, the Congress, is that predominantly men?
I don't know. I think that there's a.
It is. It's predominantly men. It's mostly men. Just say yes. It's predominantly men.
Okay.
And then they old as hell.
Well, I'm not sure.
And then these judges and all that perpetuate all this shit that we go through.
They baby boomers. Yeah, they baby boomers.
And family courts.
And Gen X.
But what we're saying is these are men enforcing these laws, putting this shit in place, and these niggas is old. So that don't show me a strong mindset. I get what Mr. Fantastic said down in Mississippi where he getting called nigger, he got to take it on the chin. I understand that, but now look at what we dealing with these old motherfuckers.
Haven't seen it. He's seen it. Okay.
Let me get this help.
I'm gonna wait my time.
About that.
Well, let's just August because I asked, but I can go after. Go ahead, August.
If they want to stay in power, then they're going to have to acquiesce to the demographic that's going to keep them in power.
But that's weak, though.
I can give you that, but it's a small subsection of all men. So most men are average. They go to work, they take care of their family, they handle business. So there's an incentive there on the political side, and they're incentivized to be able to do whatever it is. And it's not all men that are in these political positions. It's a substrata of men that's in power that are incentivized to stay in power to acquiesce to what women want, because women are the biggest voting bloc. So if we're talking about average man had a certain level of control. Average man had ran their household. They wasn't allowing all this stuff to happen. But it's a certain substrata that are in power that is allowing that.
Okay, and so now, how did we, as modern men, for lack of a better term, lose this
control?
Feminism. I
And
say
who?
feminism. It started to take
Okay.
things down the
So
wrong
walk with
road.
me though. Who allowed this shit through the door?
Baby boomers.
Men.
Baby boomers in my generation and
So
Gen
why
X.
do women
but that
have?
wasn't them being they wasn't weak at the time when they did that.
No. Don't. August, don't argue with him because he's trapping. He's trying to say I don't know if he's doing his
Trying to
intention or not,
trap the
but
trap. I know, I get it.
he's painting you into a
Hey,
corner.
John, listen, if I was debating August, you would know it, and then you
I got
wouldn't
you.
want to get in next. I'm gonna tell you that now.
No, I'm not. You're not debating him. You're not debating him.
I'm
You're
just
trapping
telling you
him.
that now. You would know, and then you wouldn't want to get in the box with me, John. So just relax. All right, hold your horses, cowboy. I know you got. I know you got them hitman gloves on, but I ain't scared. All right. That nigga got carpal tunnel. So
I would lift the weights, but go ahead.
Nah, I forgot what the fuck I was saying. But
you was trapping August.
No, I was thinking because I'm like, well, all this shit was in place before we got into where we can make a difference, and so if that's contributed to the old niggas, then how are they so-called stronger than us when they ushered in all this shit? Reaganomics, everything.
They were stronger when they did it, but the ramifications of what they did is what weakened us.
But then they acquiesced.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
This the delineation that you did here. I'm not even gonna disagree.
Hold on, Graham. Yo.
Look like it's
August, how old are you, August?
I'm 34.
At least he honest. That man said with pride in his chest after seeing that super chat. I'm 34. Okay,
so
go ass go.
Yo, damn, and then the smoke got kicked again. What happened? He didn't even say. Hey, mister, how old are you?
39.
Oh no, he excluded you. All right, so now that all the old niggas is gone, what do y'all want to say, man, while y'all got the floor? So wait, Granville, do you want me to divide these minutes up amongst the old niggas?
Yes, divide them up again amongst whoever got dropped.
All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 divided by 20 divided by 5 is what? 4? No.
Yeah, 20 divided by 5 is 4, yes.
4 minutes apiece. Damn. So they can come back at 4:05, right? Yeah, because I think I probably started late.
I ain't gonna lie, this feels good. That means I can go off. You know what I'm saying? I can
go ahead, hurry up.
All
I gotta go too. He ain't saved me.
All right, first of all,
I'm
I think
over 30, bro. What can I do?
You the host of the show. Come on now.
All right. Come on. Go ahead. Y'all talk before them old talking ass niggas come back.
What the things that they were mentioning or the things that they keep saying is that old people are stronger. I didn't take the approach that this generation is stronger. I think men are who they are, right? Because if you take the older men of that time and put them in this time, they were going to have the same results if we did the exact same thing. This was inevitable the moment they made the decision to do what they did. Doesn't make any sense. So for anybody to say,
God damn, yo, they petty as hell, bro.
Yo, but can I just say something? Like,
yeah, go ahead. So Cheeky can come back at
propaganda when it comes to now. We got to deal with more propaganda, like of who we are. Than like everybody say we weak, so that must mean we weak. But I'm at the gym seeing regular black men that look like they got their stuff together. So I'm not gonna feed into the propaganda that black men are just so weak out. Like where are y'all finding these men at?
I totally agree. I think especially like being submissive. Like I feel like the men of the past were more submissive to different powers, and then men of today are way less tolerable of those same things. Like way stronger.
All right.
I think we're way stronger generation.
Real quick, Hamp. Can you
Yes,
can I pay the time people out in the chat?
I never thought about that, but you actually have 5 minutes here.
All right, so time out the nigga who timed me out. 5 minutes. Put him in timeout.
25 minutes. Who timed you out? I can't remember who it was.
Oh, don't worry, we'll figure it out.
All right.
Jason Jameson, time him out for 5 minutes. Yeah, put him in a slammer so he can't put no money in nowhere. Right, just use you in full effect. And if he send a super chat, cancel it. It don't matter.
Oh god damn.
Yeah,
Yo. Uh-oh. The old niggas got some support, man.
That's
You
not
know
what.
what I
Hey,
mean?
whoa, hey, let him back.
Nah, hold on, what?
Time out, Jameson. Jameson, put the man in time out. Do it.
All right, how do I do it?
Go on YouTube, go to your chat, and then put him in timeout, or make your mods do it. Hey, if you got a moderator wrench and you got a big wrench, Tom Jameson out for 5 minutes.
Yeah, he using his 5 minutes on James. That's funny. The chat getting timed down. Damn, somebody can do it. Oh, that.
Yeah.
Right. So Cheeky, you got
So
you got,
go ahead back now. We're gonna take over again. So
you got $25 worth of credit, bro.
All right, well,
So
make sure I got $20 worth of credit because I got 5 on
this one too. This one too.
Okay, bet. All right, well, hey, get your mods to do it.
So
right.
go ahead, back. Be quiet, Cheeky.
Now, one question, Terrence. Smoke had got timed out for 20 minutes. Also, I missed one. All right, y'all slow down a second. Let me organize this shit real quick. All right, so Hood Mystic got timed out. Enos Loopy with the $2 says £2 says at one time football helmets were made of leather. Yeah, but everybody was white. Nobody watched that shit. Jason James with his $20. Hood Mystic gotta go for that comment, okay? And then Granville dropped everybody. Then Smoke got dropped. Oh, wait. And then he got dropped. Oh, this one. Damn. But there was a fit. Oh, okay. And then Terrence brought them back. All right. And then it's your credit, Cheeky. So yeah, you got 25 minutes. And then the OGs are back. So it's back even then. Yeah, it's back even. All right. Oh, so Smoke still got another 10 minutes. All right, go ahead, Cheeky.
But yeah, I think
I thought I just seen Granville up here.
I don't know if you did.
Okay, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
I think that I think whenever we try to do the comparison of who's stronger, it's a fallacy because if old men of the past were to be in the time today, they would be the same as the men today. Right? It's one of those things where, oh man, my battery just give me a second. I'm gonna go off cam. I'm gonna come back on cam. I just gotta change the battery. But I think when we start doing that comparison thing, it don't work because in all honesty, people are going to be who they are based on a societal level. Most of y'all that think y'all gonna be that different, or I'd never be that guy. If I put you in that time frame and you was raised in the same way that we have society today, you would be just like everybody else. Most people follow suit. They don't just become the trendsetter. So I think that's a fallacy in and of itself. The second thing is, just like you were saying earlier, Hemp, when it come down to the laws, regulations, all of that, we didn't do that. It was the old men. They was the ones that did this. They were the ones that set it back. They created more problems that we already had, one, and then two, they did it without any help. What can I do to make sure my wife doesn't do something? We can't be like Sean O'Connery and be like, yeah, give her a slap if I think it's necessary. This is why your show got the attention it did, because it's so wild to even suggest it. So if you take away the tools, but you gave me the hardest thing to construct or the hardest thing to build out of marble, and I'm using another rock, don't say I'm weaker because you took away my tools. Just say you took away my tools, and if you was in my position, you do the same thing. So this conversation about older people being better, no, I don't think so. And plus, we actually have more issues caused by you all thinking you guys was doing the best thing in the world, and it turns out it's the worst.
Let me get in when he's done.
It's one of those things where if you want to continue to keep saying we're stronger, or the previous generation is stronger and stronger, then why is it that everything that we have as far as the internet all happened within the 2 decades? Everything that matters and happened is in recent time. It hasn't been 100 years. It's happened within the younger generation. Internet, all of these things that we're talking about, all the things that make these things happen during our time frame, and we did that. We made shit better. But yeah.
So this is the part that I was switching back on him when he said earlier, because the line that he was drawing, I think, was a false line. He was actually saying He was actually drawing a line between baby boomers and Gen Xers, which is actually the point where men actually became weaker. The baby boomers and the Gen Xers and everybody after the baby boomers was actually the ones who instituted this craziness that we're actually seeing right now. And so therefore, when I'm talking about weaker men, I'm comparing not even just the baby boomer generations and everybody came after that. I'm saying that our mindset is weaker than those of the silent generation. Because if you draw the line between the baby boomers, they're just as weak. I'm not even gonna lie. The baby boomers and Gen Xers, our generation, period, and even down to the millennials and guys after you guys, all of us are like, it's like what we did as a society to men, we handle things with a weaker mentality. And that's why I switched back on that line that you was drawing him.
I got a real quick question. What are you quantifying as weak? Like, tell me some things that the younger people that are doing that you consider weak.
So that's what I'm trying to say. Okay, even myself, the things that I deal with as a husband, as a wife, and I mean as a husband in the society, it's like we can answer the question: what do we do with a woman who gets out of control?
Nothing.
Correct. But what would the silent generation do?
Beat her ass.
Before then,
smack the shit out of her.
Correct.
But does that make them weaker or stronger?
That don't classify stronger to me. That's just my personal opinion.
Right, that's not stronger. That's just.
Well, I'm saying okay, but if you go back in that time period, whether if it's slap them, whatever, slap them, or they didn't have the right to vote, what the case is, we had more strength as men at that time. If you compare it to that time to now, because and Cheeky actually said it, they had more tools. If they had more tools and we got less tools, I mean, they got more ways to control the society and push where they want to go. That means they're more powerful. For the fact that we got less tools and ability to use it and to control the vision where we're going, I think it makes us weaker.
But I would say you can control your woman without violence. That's
facts.
But I would also say that it's a result of
Trying to be back in 5 minutes.
Looking at the past and saying that the past is good is actually a confirmation bias, and it's not based in truth. If you're just gonna say it was better back in the days, you got to be able to substantiate that. And how
Thank
do you
you.
do it?
Wait, hold on. So if are we? Because I don't understand that argument. The people that use the tools and decided to take them away are the ones that are stronger than the ones that have no tools and trying to manage a masterpiece without any tools. How does that make sense?
Exactly.
I don't understand that. I don't understand how.
Say that one more time.
John said the people who had the tools, they were the ones that because they had the tools, it means that they were stronger. But the same people with the tools decided to throw them all in the trash, die, and then tell the people after them, now you fix it. And that makes them stronger because they had tools.
Well, no, it's two separate arguments. Now,
Okay.
There's two separate arguments. Okay, so so we're not saying that the boomers were great and so on and so. We're just talking from physical, mental, and from the perspective of, like you said, struggle. The only thing you can tell us about stress, right? So let's say from a physical standpoint, we can say, hey, this person is stronger than this person because he can lift more weight than him, right? Well, when we start going back and now we're comparing things that are much more conceptual, struggle, racism, lack thereof, feminism, no feminism, all these different things. You can't blame them for feminism when, again, they didn't even know what it was and they didn't start it. So it was literally happening under their noses. Feminism wasn't even a thing like that. So that's what you guys don't understand. Feminism was a form of propaganda. So you got a man that has no education, especially no higher education. He's out here working for his family. In the meantime, between time, his wife is reading stuff about you should be able to vote, you should be able to this, you should be able to do all these things, and so on and so forth. And his wife's not really talking to him about it, but she's talking amongst other women about it. So it's literally something that's going on right under his nose, but he doesn't understand it. So you guys can't hold him to task and be like, oh, y'all let this happen. When again, okay, they let it happen, but they didn't know what the fuck it was. They didn't see it actually going on because it wasn't like feminism right in front of your face. No, it was much more covert, bro. So that's my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So you're saying their unawareness to feminism gives them some grace, right?
No, I'm saying it doesn't take away from their strength. I'm saying it's moot. I'm saying it's like no, it doesn't count for anything, because that's like me telling you something, right? Let's say me or you. Say we had an old lady, right? And she cheating. You with her, you still treating her like she's the faithful woman, but you just don't know she cheating. So can I blame you for treating her the same way and not treating her like a cheating bitch?
It'd be different if the person who's getting cheated on is saying, I'm better than you because I'm married. That would change how things. That would change the perception of what's going on.
Yeah, but hold on. You just you'd be right, but you'd have the knowledge. You'd have the weapon and the advantage of knowledge only. This person is still operating in the pretense of, hey, my wife is being faithful. She's being a good wife. You don't know what he. Hold on. Now you don't know what he's going to do to his wife when he finds out she's a cheating bitch until he finds out she's a cheating bitch. So you can't hold him to that standard until he's knowledgeable. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so you're saying I can't hold him to that standard until he's knowledgeable.
Yeah.
But just because he's not knowledgeable doesn't mean it's not happening, and the after effects will probably proceed to me. That's the problem. The older generation, the people that are older, they always say, oh, we're the stronger, we're the better. But everything that happened during your time period, you're the cause of it. You not knowing the effect doesn't change the fact that it still came down to me.
Yeah,
that's a fact.
And that's
I understand that. I understand that, but still, you can't blame. That doesn't make them weaker.
Wait. So if you, I get what you're saying. You're saying, how can that make them weaker? Because they didn't know the effects of the choices that they made. And to me, that makes logical sense. How can I attribute something to somebody who didn't know that would happen, right? So the next thing will be, how can you attribute weakness to me because of what they did?
That's a talk your shit, Tinky.
Hold on. Well, like you said, like you agreed with me earlier in the thing of where the cheating wife, right? You knew, you're knowledgeable, yet and still it's still existing because you haven't defeated it yet. So you have the full game plan, you have the full history, you have the full knowledge of it, yet it still exists.
Yeah, so, but that's I get what you're saying, and I agree. I have the knowledge, but the weapon or the tools necessary to maybe make this thing work, you're taking away from me. So stop saying. I'm not saying you. So when I say this, don't take it. All right. So I'm just trying to make sure we're cool. Right. That's crazy. When I'm saying you're taking away the tools, you're telling me, hey, you have the knowledge that they're cheating. The next step would be tell that man you're cheating. But if you sew my mouth shut, how can I say anything?
Well, and that's where you get to it. Well, your mouth isn't shut. Your mouth is actually louder than what it was back in the day. Men back in the day didn't have a voice. All they did was work, sleep, eat shit, and die. That was it.
But their lives were more simpler. So that's all they had. And what I'm saying is
complex at the same time, Cheeky. It wasn't just simple. It was complex at the same time. Again, brother, brother. How many times?
Wait, hold on. Before you go, I'm trying to follow you. I lost you a little bit. You said their life is simpler, but it's more it's complex at the same time.
Yeah, simple but complex at the
same time. All right, go ahead. I'm tracking.
So again, brother, when the last time you fed a horse?
When's the last time they had to worry about OnlyFans? This is what I'm saying. When we start doing this.
Well, hold on. That's a false equivalency, because OnlyFans is a willing participation. You don't have to use OnlyFans. Wait, hold on. Horse to get around, brother. You have to use that horse. You gotta fucking cut that wood, chop that wood to keep everybody warm in the house.
Okay,
that's a necessity. OnlyFans is an option.
Okay, it's saying it's a necessity to do those things, but you just told me how in one instance, if that doesn't apply to me, you can't make that. You can't put that on me, on the older generation, right? You said you can't put something that they don't understand and they don't know on them because they just didn't know about it. That doesn't apply to me because I don't have to feed a fucking horse to get some food.
And that's a part of that, and that's what I'm saying. That's a part of the life that was necessary for them to exist that you don't ever have to worry about.
Right. Okay.
Hold on. And their hard work helped you get the technological advances you got, brother.
And what I'm saying is, this is where we keep crossing the point. Just because I don't have to feed a horse doesn't mean my struggle isn't there aren't any struggles that exist that if they encountered they would have a hard time with. Perfect example. those same men that had horses and had the ability to buy a home for $4,000 because they had industrial jobs and didn't have to have any education and didn't have to worry about beating out men and women. Our competition is double because women have entered into the workplace. Now we're adding in factors that we didn't even think about because men dominated it as a whole. We've made things more complicated. We've made things a lot harder, and we've done it in a way that doesn't that men have taken the tools away from. Perfect example. If I could, I don't want to get this. If I could force a woman into submission in a certain way, and yesteryears and times past, and I give you, and I take away your right to do that, and then I tell that same man who was able to do it just yesterday and put it in yesteryear and put him in today's time, he's having the same problems as me.
Yeah,
that nigga gonna be locked up. Fuck
hold
you
on,
talking about?
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
We're in the square for a reason, there, young fella. Now, again, yeah, that's one of the many, but that I'm saying is one. That's just one positive. What are the other things you can do to the inverse? Like I said,
okay, I get what you're saying. I get what you're asking. You're asking for the other positives,
yeah,
right?
That's what I'm saying. So hold on.
You want me to answer, or you want to go?
Well, hold on. I gotta finish. Let me finish. So now I gotta take the same thing and ask you, just like I asked you about the horse before, right? Again, now you are making lower wages, and you have to, when you say that $4,000 home, well, again, $4,000, then we have to make the money the same, right? So $4,000 back then is still 100 or whatever thousand, you know what I'm saying, nowadays. So again, things just scale as time go along. It was still, it's hard. Hold on, it was just as hard.
No, I'm listening.
It was just as hard for that man to make that $4,000, and then even then they had 25 and 30% interest rates, Cheeky. So even though it's $4,000, you know what I'm saying? When you add the thing to it, it evens out because it's even more expensive than the house is now because the interest rates are much higher, and the what's it called? Minimum wage. Minimum wage is lower. Cheeky, they weren't even making $1 an hour back in the 50s,
sure.
60s.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. So when you scale it, it's not as far-fetched as it may seem.
But it is. The reason why it is because the type of work that they've done. This is why I'm saying it's
work.
You're saying it's more laborious. Absolutely. It takes more physical things to do. But how many of those men do I really think have the mental capability or have the education? Now we start getting into things that matter on a different level. This is what I mean by I don't make that comparison of weaker or stronger, because I think if I take those men from the past and put them here, they're going through the exact same thing, and it has nothing to do with manhood. It has everything to do with society and lawmaking. It's not about it's not about manhood. It's about the process of how things work, and they chose a bad process, and I have to deal with the consequences. Me dealing with the consequences, I shouldn't be called weaker. If anything, I should go, hey, it's different.
No, well, and this is the thing, this is the thing, right? This is what we get to do as the later generations. We always get to look back. They never get to look forward. They can only imagine forward. They can't see fact in the future.
Right.
So hold on.
I'm following.
So we can do revisionist history and say, okay, well, they fucked up here, and here. But yet again, like I said, it goes back to the original point, is where they were not aware or they didn't have the tools to fight it. Everything that they had back then, we can overcome now because we've seen it, we know about it, and then we have more technology, more options, more everything to combat it. That's what I'm saying. You have more,
but aren't we overcoming way more than what our fathers overcame?
To a degree, yes. To a degree.
So that's what. Because that's what I'm hearing. Fantastic. I didn't do none of this shit, bro. I was just born in this shit, bro.
Oh, D-Town, are they done? Are they done in the box, D-Town? Let's do one more round. Let's do one more round. I'm run the clock.
This is what I'm saying. I understand that you do not want me to give fault to them for action that they couldn't foresee. Like they couldn't foresee the consequences of their action. But also, whenever we're having this conversation about old and young, it's never young people starting it. It's always older people starting it. And not only is it older people that always started, it's young people that romanticize the past, not knowing what they would have been like in the past and finding out they would have been the exact same person because most people are average. You're on mute. But
my bad. No, I'm out. I didn't want to interrupt you.
So, okay,
So if you take me or you and you put us literally, Chiggy, if you put us in, let's just use a sports analogy, bro. You'd be the MVP. They don't know the crossover is. Hold on. You gotta hear me out.
Okay, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Hear me out. They don't know what a crossover is. They don't know what an in route is. They don't know
what. Wait. But right there, fantastic. You're right. But if I was back there, I wouldn't have known it either, which would have level set the playing field. That's my point. What happens every time we have this conversation is we keep thinking we'll be taking on the current knowledge that we do to the past. But that's the problem. If you were in the past, you would be stuck at the current knowledge that they had, and you wouldn't know anything more until somebody else discovered it. So that's why I say every single time you all say one generation is better than the other, you keep doing this thing where you're retroactively thinking about the issues that cause from them, and you're not thinking about how they would think if they were here. They would think the exact same way.
And they will be at a disadvantage because they're not as advanced. That's what we're saying the same thing, but you're not getting.
No. Fantastic. Okay, go ahead. You're right. My bad.
So again, exactly. You have more knowledge than them. You know what happened in this time. You're going back in time with forward current knowledge. Now you're taking somebody that's from the past that don't know what a cell phone is, don't know what a color TV is, don't know what an electric car is, and you're putting them here. They don't have an advantage, bro. They have the ultimate disadvantage because they don't have what? Knowledge. They don't have the experience. They don't know what's happening. They're going into the unknown. You're going back as you today, back into them tomorrow with all of the knowledge, all of the shit they don't know nothing about. So that's what makes them stronger, bro, because now they got to try and make it, and they got to try and make to your level with none of the knowledge you have or experience, bro.
No, Mr. Fantastic, that's what I'm saying. Just follow me. Let's say I were to go back in the past and they took away the current knowledge that I have in current times, then I would be the exact same. I would be those same people. There would be no change because I'm carrying around the equal amount of knowledge they would. And if they were to come to the future, let's say all of their mind got full with everything that I know, it would be an equal set playing field. That's my point. Men are men, regardless of the time frame. There is no better because all we are products of society. That's my point.
And that's what I'm saying. The societies are different. So if you do what you're saying, there's no point in arguing. The whole point of the argument is, again, you're comparing then to now and now to then. You can't therefore say we're going to do the time travel game and then take away and make everybody even. Then there's no discussion.
Wait.
The point of the matter is what makes you more advantageous and makes your life easier. Not only the shit that they done and they made and set up a way for you, is what you actually know, and it's way better off than what they had. They cannot compete. If you take me or you, any modern man today, you send him back 50, 60 years, that man is the smartest man in the room. He's probably one of the strongest men in the room, one of the fastest men in the room. Just overall, this dude's a fucking wonderkin. But if you take a old ass nigga from 60 something and you bring him into here, who the hell is this nigga with this Kango hat on, these suspenders, and he's dressed everywhere?
So fantastic. I agree. My point is I don't do these comparisons. I rebuttal them. I didn't say old men. I didn't say the younger generation was stronger. He asked me, do you think the younger generation is weaker? I said no, but I didn't rebut and say I think the younger generation is stronger. I just said it's even. You are who you are. If you take any man from any era, most men are average. Why do we think that the older generation, if they were put in today's time, would be anything less than what we are? They would be the exact same thing because most people follow societal rules and expectations because that's how society's always worked, from Greece to Rome to Israelites to Muslims. You follow your society and your culture. It's no different. That's my point. Men are men. I'm a man of this time. I'm a man of this time, and those women, they were coming this time to be there.
All right. I think I'm gonna clip that out so everybody else can see that debate. And we'll see what everybody thinks when it's clipped out on the song. Go ahead, John.
Cheeky, so do you think, okay, if men, you say men follow men, right? So that's where, so therefore in each generation they would be what they were because they followed the men of the average generation of average people, right?
Yes.
So what if we're now following women? What does that make us now?
That makes us the byproduct of men who put women in that position. That's what it makes us.
So if one generation is following men and another generation is following women,
how do we start following women is the question.
And I don't disagree with that question because that's what I wanted to ask Hemp earlier, because I felt like once I heard the debate going on, I kept hearing our line of thought go on. The way we approach this debate, I actually thought it was a bad question because, and that's why
do that.
Ben and Mass didn't do what?
Majority of men didn't do that. That was
what?
They didn't put women in charge. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Cheeky. You can't put that on all men or the majority of men.
And that's why. Hold on. Before you go there, fantastic. That's why I thought it was a bad question, because I actually, the way I look at this question, y'all can correct me because I know y'all smarter than I am. The way I look at this question is, I look at distinction being drawn between after the 1930s until the baby boomers. The baby boomers started this, what we're talking about right now. I don't look at this as being the silent generation. So now y'all, if you draw the line between baby boomers and silent generation fed us this culture that we're now living in right now. And when you compare those two, does the argument change? And I could be wrong, but that's just how I see it.
Look, what I'm saying is, because fantastic, I hear both you and John. I think you guys keep forgetting. Typically the younger generation is not talking about the older generation. It's always the older generation talking about how bad the younger generation is. And then the people who are younger, what they like to do is romanticize the older generation, not realizing no matter where you're at, most men of society are going to be part of society. So guess what? If I took a man, let's say your great granddad, if he was born in 2003, he would probably be the average 2003-year-old, what 23-year-old, whatever that is.
Y'all said that already.
Right, I know, but they keep bringing the same argument as if I'm bringing the counterpoint as if young people are better, and I never said that. I don't believe that.
I think one of the things, and I just say something real quick. I think
I gotta hold on, just real quick. I just say this, Tiki. That's what you're missing at, bro. I guess we're arguing two different things. That's what I was trying to.
Yes, because he's not arguing. That's why.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. He's debating two different things. How you want to say argue, debating, whatever. We're making a comparison in two different lights. That's what we're saying. For the way me and John, I guess the older people usually look at it is like, hey, you take a person from now, you put them back, and you trade two people. You just swap the people equal. Don't change nothing. Don't make nothing equal, so on and so forth. The person that's fucking here now has more advantage than the person did in the past. That's what we're talking about, like a person swap. That's the point we're coming from. I understand what you're saying from your argument. You make your argument and you set your parameters. You're right. Men are men. You're gonna adapt. You're gonna do this and this. But that's not the reality.
But even if I were to follow y'all there, I have more advantages, but I also have more problems.
Right. What problems? Hold on. What problems could you possibly have putting you 60 years back in the past?
What do you mean? What problems could I have in the past or in the future?
So about
in
the
future.
past,
you would be the person from the future going back to the past. What problems could you actually have
in the past?
Yes.
If you was Cheeky right now, Cheeky with all your knowledge information, as smart as you are, you went back.
I would have the same. I would have the same societal issues. It'll be racism. It'll be looking for a job of being a black man in America. It'd be those would be my problems, whatever their problems was.
But you still be you'll be the top 1% of black men because you have much more knowledge. You're more intelligent. Yeah, you just know. You literally would know about. We're not saying like some the lottery numbers type shit. But you would have an advantage. You'd be so marketable. You'd be so everything above everybody else. It wouldn't apply to you. You'd be like the Malcolm X, the Martin Luther King, the $1 million Negroes of that time. That's what we're trying to get you to understand, Cheeky.
Wait, but me being
I think Cheeky understand. I think he was talking about something else. I think that went somewhere.
No. I'm not making a totally different argument.
I'm following you, Cheeky. I'm following you, bro.
I may be those things, but that's if I take that premise and fallacy, then that means anybody can be anything. Because if that's the case, give me Martin Luther King and put him in this current time frame. He may not be Martin Luther King at all, because everybody Martin Luther King.
And that's what I'm
exactly.
Which means it's harder to be him.
No, you still manning the point, because again, he don't have people are Martin Luther King now because they know Martin Luther King to copy. You take Martin Luther King from then and put him now, again, he's just one amongst everybody else. He don't even matter because he's just a copy. That's what we're saying.
But but if you're saying that, my thing is going to be
this shit to death.
Oh yeah, it is what it is. The first part, Ham. Do what you got to do. I think we're just going to have to agree to disagree. Even though you hate that, but
I hate that shit.
Go ahead, Gorilla. All right, fine, Gorilla, man. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to end it though, so end the show.
Well, because y'all saying the same shit. I'm just like,
what it is.
And I don't never get confounded. I'm like, well, I think they agree with each other.
Yeah, they were saying the same thing.
Yeah,
They was not.
what? All right, John, you have the clarifying. You have the clairvoyance here.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out if they were following men then, and we're following women now, how can we be stronger? That's the only thing I'm trying to figure out.
You're gonna ask the same question, Ham, and I
But
was
John the
just
Baptist,
out.
y'all weren't following men then. Y'all was following women. Y'all weren't following men. Y'all was following women then. That's why we in the
Don't
situation
no.
we in
I'm
now.
with y'all. Listen. If you
Yeah,
take
that's
my
a fact.
generation, no,
Yeah,
listen, baby boomers
y'all
and
niggas
baby.
really fucked up the game, to be honest
Hold
with you.
on, no,
But y'all never
hold on.
want to
Listen,
take that
you didn't
blame,
listen,
bro.
listen. I'm talking baby boomers and Gen X. We all with y'all. Because all of us are following women. All of us are following women. Baby boomers and Gen Xers. I'm a Gen X. We all follow women now. Since that time period, we've been following women. So my question is, if we're talking about the silent generation, if they follow men, and then me, anybody before my dad, me, and anybody came after me, we're following women. How can we be stronger than them if they're following men and we're following women?
Nah.
As a
Maybe.
society.
Well, I don't know them old. Maybe they was pussy. How about that?
Who you talking about?
Silent generation. Maybe that. How about that? They did shit like what Mr. Fantastic said. Jump off the sidewalk, boy this, nigga that, sit your ass down.
But at the same time, hold on, Ham. At the same time, they went to fucking war and fought for your ass to be able to fucking do what the fuck you doing today. They
What, World War
fucking
II?
the first people to, what do you mean war?
In World War II?
Don't let him do that, Fantastic. Don't let him do that.
I think what's missing that you guys are not talking about.
Don't do that because he can do it again. Hold on.
Right now, brother. I know you're not answering that question.
He said World War II.
I said war. I didn't say World War II.
Right, he's asking what war.
Don't even fall for that. Hold on, stop.
Hey, wait, no, stop. No, don't tell him not to fall for nothing. What war is the question that he was asking?
Hold up, solid generation what?
Mr. Fantastic, leave me alone, bro. Leave me alone.
It would be 1 and 2. It would be 1 and 2.
Brother.
Hey, I think one of the disconnects
Is Vietnam War, World War II?
It doesn't make a difference what war because it doesn't make that war because they still was following men. They were still following.
Can I say something real quick?
It still take away from the point that I asked because they were following men. They were not following women. So anything else?
I think you think, John. Here's what. Yeah, like you can get in. I think you think that we think your premise is because they were following men that made them stronger. We're not following that premise. That's your premise.
I'm not, and I'm asking. I'm not saying it's not my premise. It could be just my premise, and I probably did just my premise.
Following men, what? They was buck breaking niggas and all types of shit. Following men, win.
Hell, that was like 1 out of 1,000 niggas, man. Come on, we gonna do this.
Nah. They'll get spit on and be like, yes, sir.
Hey,
yes, sir.
Talk about it, Ham. Talk about it, Ham.
Hey, don't act like some niggas wasn't getting busy now. Hey, it's a reason why they.
Yeah, we know 3: Gabriel Prosper, Denmark Vesey, and what's the most popular one?
Nat Turner.
We only know 3.
You know of,
otherwise, them niggas was doing some other shit, bro.
Either way it goes, you still got men. Okay, you still got men fighting men, or men making other men submit. However you want to look at it, you still got men competing with other men. Whether one set of men lost to the other men, it was still men fighting men for the outcome.
But our competition is double.
You fast forward now, it's not men competing with men. If you follow the conversation we're talking about right now.
Yes, it is. It's men competing with men and women. It's more people, more competition.
Correct.
And not only that, but we're handicapped. Not only so we have our hands tied behind our back. We don't have any tools. We have absolutely nothing based off of the laws and things made by the previous generation. And now we're succeeding still. And you're telling me I'm weaker.
Because the statistics back us up right now. All y'all niggas having these fatherless kids. Hold on, I gotta talk. All y'all niggas having these fatherless kids and shit. Bro, the statistics not backing y'all niggas up no more. The statistics back us up, nigga. We doing what we supposed to do. We in college. We taking care of our kids. We doing what the fuck we have to do, bro. We have to pick up the ball that y'all niggas drop. So what Dickie is asking, what's going on?
You keep doing it.
D-Town,
keep doing it.
D-Town on fire, man.
Cause this is one of them questions.
He's not on fire.
I just don't like it out, bro. It be disingenuous as fuck. when we be talking about these old niggas and the old women. Them old women was some hoes too, fam.
D-Town. I've already said it 10,000 times. That baby boomers and Gen Xers are no different than y'all. It's done deal. It's done deal.
No, John the Baptist. What I'm trying to say, John the Baptist, we definitely is different than y'all. That's what I'm trying to tell you right now. The statistics is telling us that we are better than y'all right now. That's what I'm trying to say.
Let Triple Black cook a little bit. Triple Black, what you got, man?
I think one of the disconnects between the generations is, and I'm part of the older generation, and is I mean we kind of measure men by resourcefulness, right? And the men had to be more resourceful way back then. Men don't really have to be that resource because they have so many safety nets. They can go up under their mom. So that's why I think that most of the older dudes think this generation is weak because, imagine, how many of these people in this generation you think that can raise 10 kids or have a wife, raise 10 kids, go to work and take care of all of them.
Triple Black, y'all niggas didn't help with no kids. Stop this shit.
But what I'm saying is but that man had to be resourceful enough to be able to do that. You don't see that right now. There's not that many men that's resourceful enough to raise 10 kids or even have a family of 10 kids.
Are you talking about money-wise, real quick?
No, I'm just saying just in general. And that's why I'm saying, that's why I think a lot of the older generation...
Black, they didn't help with the kids, though.
That's the point.
No. What the point I'm trying to make is why the older generation views the young generation as weaker, because they felt like they got more done with less. And a lot of these kids like now have way more, but they're not getting anything done. So I think that's where the disconnect is.
So when you're saying they raised 10 kids, like, do you understand? Now, I know, fantastic.
No, I'm talking about resourcefulness.
So, like, here's what I'm telling you. So, like, my father-in-law, right? He's 74. So when he was growing up, they had one chicken. They cut that one chicken up. He had 10 brothers and sisters. Everybody got one piece of meat. That ain't resourcefulness. That's starvation. So, but we be acting like they've been doing something. No, niggas ate a little bit. They ate twice a day. Like, it wasn't. So what? No, they did what they made do with what they had. I understand it, but it wasn't no superhero shit. Niggas was starving.
But he got a legacy, didn't he?
Huh?
He got a bloodline, right?
Yeah, my father-in-law probably have to come live with me in the next couple of years. So if that's what you call that, then yeah.
But that's every.
But I'm just saying.
But no, I'm just saying. But we just gotta bring it in perspective.
No, okay. Perspective, we gotta bring it up because
I got a question.
He ain't paying no bills, John. There ain't no fund. It's me.
So yeah, that's how life should. That's okay. Now you're talking about the circle of life. That's how it's supposed to work. When you get older. Okay, when every generation gets older, you can't take. It's twice a baby, once a man.
Once a man, twice a child. Yeah.
There you go. Once you get to a certain age, you can't take care of yourself anymore because you get older. So therefore,
I understand what you're saying, John. But yeah, you can't like wipe your own ass, right? So my wife will have to help him with that. But or my daughters, right? But you should at least be able to pay to have your ass wiped, right?
Correct. Which one I'm saying. So, like, for example,
and that ain't the case. That ain't the case.
You said that ain't happening right now.
That ain't happening.
So wait a minute.
But the point is, okay, like, so the thing is, though, like, when I get old, my son's gonna take my wealth and my finances and take care of me and my wife with it.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Yeah. Are you telling me your weak ass gotta take care of this strong ass man with no money?
Yeah.
Yo, these youngers ain't wiping nobody asses. These youngers ain't wiping nobody asses.
Your weak ass, all of that weak ass weakness.
But it was off of his back.
If it was strong ass man with no money, right?
But cheeky.
And life is harder for the man with no money getting taken care of.
Yo.
Hey, but it was off his back. You got that family name. You got that legacy. You got that bloodline. It's off his back. You got that family name, you got that bloodline, you got that legacy, and that's off his back.
And it's off my
even though you gotta watch it.
like, what are we saying?
My father-in-law.
Is your dad a Gen X or baby? Is your dad a Chick? Is your dad a Gen X or a baby boomer?
He was born in the 80s, whichever one. I think
One
that's
of the
X. I think that's X.
Damn, the 80s. Goddamn.
It had to be like 80, like 80
had
exactly.
to be like 80.
Hey,
Yeah, I got a quick question for the panel.
Hey, my bad.
I got a quick question real quick. So, because I'm trying to break it down where it all makes sense, because this is all about, basically a competition of strength. So let's think hypothetical real quick, right? Let's say there's a space. Let's say there's a space where you can wager your life savings on a competition contest, right? Now, let's say the teams are broken up by generation. So you got Team Generation X, Team Millennials, Team Gen Z. Let's say they're broken up into teams. If you're gonna wager all your weight in gold, what generation are you betting on? If you don't know the parameters of this strength contest,
Millennials.
What weight? Where are you gonna wager?
Millennials.
Baby boomers. I'm sorry. The silent generation.
Millennials.
Silent.
Well, go one.
Silent.
Sorry, go one more one.
Millennial.
Millennial. I think millennials as well. But that would tell you that I think millennials is a stronger.
But all millennials said that though.
Well, who would,
he said nothing.
Here's the telling.
I'm the only one that didn't choose his own generation.
But
I chose the silent generation.
We're not. Hold on, I'm still not saying that we're stronger than the older generation. I'm not saying that. But he listened to what his question was. His question was, if you break down all generations, who will win? Of course, I know for a fact we're the best of all the worlds because we have a connection to the silent generation and the boomers. We got the knowledge from them, Generation X, all these different things. So we're the last generation with any of like masculine principle, dog. With like,
so we won.
After us are cooked.
Millennials is it then?
After us,
that's all
got
it
a
is.
chance.
Yeah.
So it's like it's
who?
like the maturation. It's like the ultimate maturation of that. You know what I mean? It's what they had. With the not like, bro, after us, you know how much the testosterone has dropped off, bro. These kids ain't blowing no damn testosterone. These niggas got one nut. Pause. Okay?
Yeah,
New niggas. So I mean, come on.
Yeah, Fantastic is right. It's not about shitting on the other ones. It's just the fact that what we were able to absorb and then what we have open to us, access to. Right. We combine all that. It's gonna be hard to beat it.
So I would say. It sounds like it's a tap. Well, the other older generation, y'all saying your own. I know John didn't say not his own generation. You said the silent. Why the silent?
And just for me, when I look, there you go. Anyway, though, it's just the way I look at it is just like when I look at the baby boomers and Gen Xers and millennials. I think what I respect less about each one of us is that it's like we would do less and less to survive. It's all like we can only survive in the environment. We have to make the conditions just right for us to want to work, to want to do something. If the environments are not just right, we don't want to go out there and make it happen.
So John, what would you say about Generation X? You think that Generation X just folded?
I think we soft as crap.
You think just folded based on all the circumstances they faced?
Yeah, I think we folded. I think we folded. Yeah, we folded big time.
But you know why though, John? Y'all were the first easy life generation.
You're not gonna get argument out of me. That's why I say baby boomers.
Yeah, no,
screwed up. Gen Xers are screwed up. I think y'all are a product of what happened to my grandparents. What happened to me. I think y'all are a product of that. I think the last great generation was the silent generation.
And so, John, from your generation, the women, what are their overwhelming results? You think?
Overwhelming.
Who got
results?
the kids? Luch, you got the kids?
Yeah. Oh, my fault.
Yeah.
Clarify that, Ken, what you're asking me.
Well, because you saying like the men are weaker, right? We not built as for tough. That's why you prefer the silent generation.
Yeah, correct. Okay.
What's the results for the women coming from the newer generations? Like, let's say your generation, if you had to assess them.
I think the women, if the men are in bad shape, then the women are in worse shape.
No, I got you for sure. But what do you like? What is so Heathen Queen? Would she be a great representation of women from your age?
I think so.
Okay. And then
Yeah.
what if somebody's 46-year-old, what age, which one are they? Gen X, right?
Gen X.
Yep.
Okay. Damn. So the Gen X is okay. Mr. Fantastic. Excuse me. From our generation, what's up, Scam? From our generation, how do you assess our women? What's their results?
Oh, the women?
Yeah.
Oh, horrible.
You think better than the ones from yesteryear or worse?
Definitely worse.
Beans, you there?
Well, again, these are the grandmas at 35. So yeah, these are the women in our generation. I remember, I don't know how many you remember, but I remember 3 girls having babies in middle school.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying? So and it was okay. It was, teen pregnancy center started with us.
It was celebrated.
Yeah, they made a show about it a little bit later, but our generation was the one where, hey, you had that motherfucking baby, you don't get sent up north no more. You sit in the house, and then they let the baby daddy come around, and everybody is cool with it. So, and it's not their fault because then they were children, right? So, but they didn't change, and it just made it worse. And now they birthed the city girls and the sexy reds, and you see the product of their environment. So that's why, again, this is the women in the millennial women are the ones that really, really fucked it up for everything else because it just went super duper, sexual and degenerate.
But question though, weren't they birthed by Lil Kim and them?
No, Lil Kim and them is millennial, right?
No, they older.
No.
I was looking.
Millennial is 1980.
No.
Gen X.
Yeah,
Gen X.
I was born in 93, so I'm a millennial. I'm 30.
Yeah.
So what? So how old is Lil Kim? 50?
I think Lil Kim is Gen X. She's a Gen X. She's a Gen X or either Gen X or a young millennial.
Oh, she's 50 years old. 1974. She is Gen Xer.
Yeah, so she's like because I think Gen X started sometime like late 70s, right?
Gen X started 64.
Yeah,
to
1980.
When did millennials start? Late 70s.
Millennials is 81.
81.
81. Okay, so she's a Gen Xer, and again, they grew up on. That's why I say it. Those women, they still weren't fucking grandmas at 35. They still
so to be honest with that, I think we Gen Xers. He had that problem. Go ahead.
Hold on, John. Let me keep deep diving. Well, Brenda had a baby.
I was just gonna go ahead.
Yeah, that was Pac. Yeah.
Yeah, so she would. So I think they were dealing with some of the right because those songs or Renee, remember, with the Lost Boys.
Lost Boys. Yeah, Mr. Cheeks, the Lost Boys.
The crack era. I mean, the crack era.
But they was talking about that type of shit though too. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So you had the crack epidemic hit in 80s, right? So you had to think like that was the adults and the Gen Xers of that. But the kids, even still, like you say, you didn't have the promotion of the women being that way in mass.
When did Luke pop? Luke
was 80s.
Late 80s.
So that's what I'm saying, Mr. Fantastic. I hear you, but as I'm assessing what some of the influences are, they look very similar to the influences now.
Yeah, but look though, but no. Luke had the women. There weren't no women out there talking about sucking dick and this and that and blah. The women were accessories. You see what I'm saying?
Wait,
and so Kim hit in the 90s. Kim hit in the 90s and whatever. The women were props. Now, Sexy Red ain't no fucking prop. Sexy Red is the product. Sexy Red is a person that's putting all the music out there. She likes sucking dick and eating man ass. That's what she say. Fucking Uncle Luke when he was talking about that shit back in the 80s with all the whole shit. So that's what I'm saying, man. It's just so extreme. And so
you got a lot of background noise, Detail. Roll your windows up if you can. Damn, I guess you're right, because Foxy ain't write her shit. Yeah. Biggie, even when we used to speculate, like did y'all remember that story back in the day where
they said Lil Kim had to get a stomach pump. Y'all ever heard that?
Gallons of nuts.
She was.
Yeah.
But that was all. Nobody ever said it. You know, it was probably a nigga like us that said it, and it just permeated somewhere.
Yeah.
I guess
that
makes sense.
These young people don't know nothing about fucking when we said what Tommy Hilfiger was racist, and that shit was a lie.
Yeah. They said Timberland was racist. All types of shit.
Yeah, all kinds of shit. This nigga.
Damn. Well, let me.
I just looked up the stat.
E Black, you didn't say hi to nobody. E Black.
Oh, what's going on?
Evening. Jesus.
What's up,
Right.
Greetings.
Let me guess. You Gen X, huh? With the manners.
No, I'm actually early. I'm a late millennial.
All right. Well, damn, you making us look bad, man. I told these niggas we got manners.
All right, but
now, E Black, real quick.
Everybody.
Yeah, no doubt. I'll just bullshit with you. But so Scam was here first. But Scam, if you want to relinquish the floor to E Black, you can, and then you can jump in, or you want to go.
Go ahead, E Black. I got next.
Yeah, I was just gonna state that I was just looking up the stats there. Technically, we're in the age of the lowest teen birth rate.
Gen Z, right?
Bro, we are winning. I'm telling you right now, we are winning, bro. But
would that be Gen Z, right? That'd be Gen Z, though, right? We ain't teenagers no more, so that's Gen Z. Deep down.
That's not millennials.
Yeah, we ain't winning deep down.
That's my kid. That's my kid's age. That's my kid's age. That's my kid's age.
So if I'm 30, then
you're millennial.
We not happy. What I'm saying is, we started going to school. We started taking care of our kids. We started showing up to court for our kids. That's what I'm saying, We marrying our women.
My bad.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Bad. Okay, I'm sorry. I commit if I'm wrong. My fault. Jeez, Louise.
But your kids are not teenagers yet.
I still love you though.
I love you too.
Your kids are not teenagers there yet, Artie. Are your kids teenagers yet?
Who?
Nah, I just started. I just had my kids.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So the stat that E Black just said that we had a low teen pregnancy rate. So that would be Gen Xers. I mean, that would be Gen Xers and millennial kids, well, older millennials.
Well, yeah, my oldest daughter's 14.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. So it would be Gen Xers, which is me, and then the older millennial, the teenage kids right now, or young adult kids.
Yeah, but that's
Gen X just caught that smoke. They were just as high.
Not Gen Xers themselves. It would be Gen Xers kids, and then older millennials.
He talking about the Gen Z low birth rate.
Teen birth rate, yes.
What he trying to do is get a win. E Black. He trying to get something.
No, trying to get. I'm not trying to get a win.
Trying to get a check mark for the Gen X in some way, shape, or form. E Black.
I'm just stating the fact. It's not millennials that's raising these kids. They got low teen pregnancy. That's all I'm saying. It's not the younger millennials.
He's trying, huh, Cheeky? Make sure
you
clip this up, Cheeky.
I don't be making these competitions, but every time we do, then I gotta be the one to bust people over the head. And it's like, bro, why are you starting this? I'm chilling. You better be glad Sway not here. You better be glad Sway not here, because that's all you go.
We just kick Sway off. Okay. That's what we do. Is Sway. Go ahead, Cam. I'm surprised he ain't in the chat.
Yeah, I don't know. I think different generations did good and different generations did bad. The older generation grew up in damn near slave times or slave mentality, and they had to fight for different forms of survival. Kept them in survival mode, cheated them out of their critical thinking. So don't expect them to pass on something that they didn't get. But during those times, they didn't have the option to get certain things. It's like, here comes the next generation. They were cheated out of critical thinking, but they had a little bit more opportunity to do different things because times have changed. Then here comes the next generation. So the good passes on, the bad passes on. Some opportunity. There's more opportunity today than it was yesterday. Leadership and communication, all these other qualities, some of it is good, some of it is bad. But the old generation can't punch down on the new because indirectly they created it. Attitude reflects leadership. Leadership trickles down. So they can't say, man, y'all weak. Okay, well, you taught us how to be weak. That means you must be hella weak. You taught us. But the young generation can't punch up. Well, y'all old people y'all ain't teach us nothing, but then say that we know more than y'all. They taught something and gave you the opportunity to be able to learn what it is that you do have. They couldn't even walk up the same streets and say the same thing, had the opportunities. They books and pages falling out.
So
could it
Skim,
also
what
be
you're
that?
saying?
Hold on. Could it also be that we learn what not to do from them?
Yeah.
Yes and no. Okay. There's two messages taught with every message, and if I can explain it, you do something that's wrong.
I don't agree
Somebody
with
learns
that
what to
unless
do
your
that's wrong.
explanation is. Well, I just want to say, I don't know about two messages taught with every message.
I
I
can
don't know if
explain
you're
it.
right in saying that, but if you can explain it well, I might
I'll explain
concede.
it. A person grows up a drunk, even if they say, "Boy, don't drink this liquor, boy." One message is, "Hey, I'm watching your behavior. You can drink a little bit," because he's actually doing it. Actions speak louder than words. Another person gets that message and says, "Hey, I don't want to drink that liquor because I'm gonna end up looking like this dude." It's same thing, but two different messages. Depends on which one's received. That's what I meant.
You think somebody's gonna see a drunk and be like, "Well, just drink a little bit less than him"?
They're doing it every day.
But what I'm saying, you said the inspiration for the drink or not to drink was a drunk. That doesn't make a lot of sense. If you see somebody who's coherent and it's like in their drink, you'd be like, "Oh, I can see." But if you got a drunk motherfucker just standing on the street corner, he's not gonna be the inspiration. Like, mitigate how much you drink. That's not how that works.
Huh?
So you said a drunk, right? You saying a drunk would put a notion in somebody's head to just drink a little bit. I'm saying that makes no sense. No, I'm not saying they can. I don't play the can game. You know that, John. What we're saying is, what's the likelihood of that? I don't play that game. Period.
Okay.
So what's the likelihood? I go based on likelihood, though, Scam. So you can't say put a drunk in front of a person and that person's going to take away the message, but drink a little bit. No, the message is more likely going to be that I don't want to drink because look how this drunk is acting. That's what's going to happen more likely.
It was an indirect message, meaning there are people doing drugs. Some people see that and say, "Man, shoot, fire me up some." Some people see it and say, "Man, I don't want to end up looking like that." It wasn't a direct message.
I understand, but now we gotta go back and forth about that now. Because you said some people do drugs, right? The other one you were very direct and said there's a drunk, right? So now if you just say drug could be niggas smoking weed, niggas shooting dope. Because if you know what a dope fiend look like, that's not gonna inspire you to want to do drugs. So you were specific the last time.
But people who do drugs, a lot of their children go up and do the same drugs, actually do more than they do.
No.
Huh? No.
So people are just
getting
you
got. That's all you got. No,
because I did like no, it's not. like you know how many niggas? You know how many?
No,
you know how many niggas would be smoking crack right now? You shitting me? No, that.
How many people on the panel parents smoke weed?
Oh, probably everybody parents smoke weed.
No, my parents don't smoke and drink. My brother and sister don't smoke and drink. The nephews don't smoke and drink. None of us.
So how many people on the panel smoke weed if your parents smoke weed?
I don't smoke weed, so
no. But I mean, what we're seeing today is kind of a direct reflection of some of these younger kids learning.
Hold on, Triple Black, because I want to make sure Scam got to finish his point. I was just challenging those two notions, but Scam, finish your point. What you were saying?
Trying to be indirect, but just like abuse is something that's taught. Abused people usually tend to abuse, and they go and abuse and abuse and abuse.
I understand what you're saying.
Beat the wife beats the kids beat the goldfish, the dog, and everybody else that they can see. Everybody beat the hell out of each other. It's a taught behavior, and it came from somewhere. Top trickles down.
I see what you're saying, though. Go ahead, Triple Black.
No, I'm just saying.
Shit! Lot of these... E Black get to go. Well, go ahead, Triple Black, real quick, because you've been chilling.
No, a lot of these kids.
Oh, E Black did go.
Yeah, I didn't go. I didn't really get to go, but
you brought that stat out, right? Yeah. All right, go ahead, Triple Black, real quick. E Black jump in.
A lot of the kids right now are a direct reflection of learning from people's past. Because if you talk to a lot of young dudes and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? Like they were like, man, especially the ones that want to be good dads. That was a result of their dad not being there, and they learned from that. I don't want my kid to go through that. Or there's a lot of women that are not having babies. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't want to end up, like as a teen mom or whatever. They've kind of said, I watched my mama struggle. Having a baby at 14.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna let that shit's not gonna happen to me. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of the kids. That's why you have. Like majority of the boys don't have any what's the names like kids and stuff like that, because it's a result of seeing like their mama and stuff like that struggle, being single. And then when they do have kids, they, that's why a lot of them are really, really effective fathers, because they don't want the same thing for their kids. So I think a lot of the younger kids are learning from the past.
From the mistakes.
That makes sense. Yeah, from the mistakes.
Yeah. Okay. That's what kind of, I think, well, that kind of goes to standpoint. You could get two messages, especially from shit like that. Let me read these super chats real quick. Darren Woods with the $5 says, Second Ezra's 5:54. Consider that thou there also how that ye are less of stature than those that were before you. So he's saying that even biblically, the generations get weaker. Big salute with the $5 says, huh?
Nothing.
What? Oh, big salute with the $5 says, Cheeky has to understand he is the new us, like we were the new previous generation. The next generation will be having the same discussion all on you. Jason with the $5 says, this is wild. The safe space trigger warning generation talking about they stronger than the generations of old, even with the fuck ups. Cut it out. Big salute with the $2 says, your generation will do the same. It's a cycle. Correct me if I'm wrong. Podcast with the $5 says, old head bugging. I'm 34 and I've been married 12 years and have 2 kids with my wife. My father has 5 kids by 5 women. That's what Triple Black just said too. No, the
shit like that. Goddamn.
Shit like that.
Hindsight is 2020. You get an advantage going back in time. And he's talking about when y'all was debating. Ranger with the $5 says, Gen X, Gen X, we wiping our parents' butt. Gen Z's hiring home health aides or sending their parents to senior citizen home on the strength. Jason Jameson with the $2 says, John, that's Katt. Generation X and raised ourselves. We are men. Schmoopy the God with the two Canadian dollars says, Ray Rice KO'd his wife. OJ was taking heads off. What? I don't know what you talking about. Beans is live with the $5 says, what exactly are the millennials beating Gen X at? Save the bullshit sarcasm. Real probable answers only, please. We come back to that. Shell Shock with the $2 says, y'all forgot about HWA. What's that stand for?
I think he meant NWA.
Oh,
N is right. H is right over the N. So
yeah. They had a group back in the day called Hoes with an Attitude.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I never heard of
that.
Oh,
yeah. They got You got some ratchet songs.
D Woods of the $10. I'm 41 years old, and I'll say the millennial women are done. Once we get our grandparents' age, the women are going to be walking around acting like 22-year-old grandmas, shaking my damn head. I'm just saying what the fellow says. I tried to stop, but all these immaculate conceptions of conceptions you black men sit back and discuss. That is why white men talk about y'all no accountability, black men. Martin Luther King with the 2000 says, cheated out of critical thinking. Perfectly said. Y'all like that. I'm just saying what the $5 says. Not only white men, but Africans and Jamaicans deny y'all, call y'all lazy, degenerate bums. Talk to them instead of your own black women. If you scared, get a dog. Gunny J. Wells with the $10 said, Trump 2024, go Ravens, go Orioles, East Baltimore, stand up. I don't like this one. I don't like this at all.
And she been hating and paying. So just just take the money.
Damn. E Black, go ahead. You wanted to get in on something specifically?
Well, yeah. I would say the one thing that I noticed about this conversation is about what did each generation lay out for the further generation. So I would say I like the fact that Generation X was the generation that actually left the house, left the plantation, left their homes, and they went to St. Louis, they went to Chicago, they went to the West Coast, they got jobs, they tried to set forth a different layout for the future of America. The reason the layout that we have right now is based on the great migration of African Americans across the country. That to me is a great attribute to have, which then for my generation, which took those things and then laid out for the following generation that we have now. So I think those 3 generations, in my opinion, are probably the greatest generations, because not only did we have people who were aspiring to be great, we had people who learned to be great, and then we had people who laid out things that for the future generation. So with those 3 generations, I think you can see the exponential growth within Black American lifestyle and culture.
Not bad. E Black. Beans. What's popping?
What up?
What you doing with a do-rag on?
Well, what happened is I was minding my business.
Uh-huh.
So yeah.
But you don't have any hair, cowboy.
Do-rags are not for hair.
No?
It's practice. Go ahead.
Practice. What is he doing? Yeah. Beans, what up, though?
I'm just as bald as he is.
First of all, shout out to Cheeky for holding it down. On the debate side of the game, you continue to impress me. But Hamp, you're full of shit. And
Wow.
I'm gonna make sure I call that shit out every chance I get. To my man, the God up at the top on the Eskimo side of the game, I just got one question.
That's good, brother.
What's up with you, dog? No, when you asked that question, I wanted to know specifically what you meant when you asked the question about which generation would be winning. Winning at what?
Oh. All right, I got you. So this stemmed from a competition of strength, right? Because we're trying to figure out which which generation was stronger. Yeah. So we couldn't come down to like what parameters. So I tried to come up with like a competition of ambiguous activities that all just equal strength. If we all don't know the parameters and we just have to just bet on a generation as a team, which team would you choose to win the strength contest? And knowing that strength is not just based on muscle or like, actual strength, but in the parameters of like, here I got like strength, resources, social, your social status, your survival skills, and all parameters of what you can quantum as strength. If you had to bet on what class of generation you're going to bet on.
And Luce, physical strength is a part of it though, right?
Yes. Yep. Out of the whole list, yes.
All right, now you good. I just wanted to make sure. Go ahead.
That's a rigged competition.
So, just so I'm clear, Hamp, you actually believe, because you're a millennial too, right?
Yes, sir.
You actually believe that y'all would win, that y'all win that you're better than Generation X. Like you actually would say that with a straight face.
Yeah, if there was a competition, we had to line it up. I don't think y'all got a shot in hell.
Absolutely. So what you're telling me is that you believe millennials, the football that they play is stronger or tougher than the football that Gen X played.
So here's the reason why.
That's a yes or no question, and I know you like those kind of answers. So
well, hold on. We play both. So yes. Yeah. Because we played both. So I busted wedges before. Yeah, so we played both. We were taught to spear and hit with our heads and did the nutcracker and all that. So we played both, and now we were able to adapt and get our head out the way and still make the same impact. So we play both. Don't do football. That's not a thing that you want to do with me. You feel me?
It absolutely is, because I would argue that any of those teams from the 80s would beat the fuck out of these teams nowadays.
What are you talking about?
But this today wouldn't be the millennials. Those would be today. Wouldn't they? Yeah, Gen Z.
They wouldn't. First off, you'd be
Gen Z. If I'm reading this correct, the millennials are 27 to 41.
Yeah, they'd still be playing.
Okay, so like I said,
1996.
Today, or we go back to when y'all
the majority though. That's not the majority of them though. The majority.
Okay, so let's not do this, y'all, please, man, because they always try to say it's me. So I'm saying whatever year you want to go to where it was millennials,
so 96,
your ass beat.
96 then. 96. Let's go to 96.
Right? Let's just be honest.
Let's go to 96.
Yes, Beans, because you know who your linebackers were? Jack fucking Lambert, nigga.
Absolutely.
He's 6'4", 220 pounds, and ran a 5.5. But we had Bobby Wagner, 6'2", 244 pounds, running a 4.3. No, it's not the same game.
So you really think you niggas can stand up to Mike Singletary? You out of your fucking mind, man. Stop this bullshit, bro.
Who do you think you're talking to?
Yo, these niggas
Have
used
you
to
ever
clobber
seen?
each other? What are you talking about?
Do you think Michael Singletary was better than Brian Urlacher using the Bears?
Absolutely.
Do you know Brian Urlacher could play safety? Stop,
Absolutely.
Beans. Hold on, hunt. Nobody jump in because if you derail, it'll save them. Beans, use a different sport.
You're right.
But not basketball.
Yeah.
The youngster is going to win.
Let's go with
Win.
American football. Deion Sanders.
Yes, he's great.
What's the nigga name used to play for the Niners that everybody threw away from because this man used to hit people and
Ronnie
knock
Lott.
them out of the game Ronnie Lott.
Yeah.
Stop playing, Ham. Just because
I'm
you
a
played
40,
before
I'm
don't mean everybody
I'm a
else is stupid.
49ers fan. I just don't know the ability of these guys. Like the ability, the stuff they do now, like it's not matched. If you put the film side by side, it's not gonna go how you think it's gonna go.
What I know is that I
the
saw a
youngsters are going to
man.
win.
Some people call him the greatest football player of all time. What is his name? He played for New York. Played for the
LT. I was about to ask that question.
It was Lawrence Taylor. What I saw was this man come off the line one time and hit a motherfucker and broke his leg.
Lawrence Taylor was Gen X.
Jump right up
mean-
and scream and come help.
Hold on,
I
Lawrence
saw
Taylor
them
gotta
have
be
to
older
create
than Gen X,
whole
though.
new
Lawrence Taylor
defense
gotta be-
to stop this man.
Yeah.
This man
But
was
Lawrence Taylor cannot be
damn
Gen X.
unguardable.
There's no way he's Gen X. Lawrence Taylor is too old to be Gen X.
You're right. Let me look that up.
Lawrence Taylor, yeah, he broke Joe thighs in his leg when his bone came out his sock. But I mean, that's because he twisted his ankle. Like that doesn't. It wasn't a hard hit. Oh, you want to talk about hard hits? What's the hard hit you know from South Carolina? Did you see when Jadeveon Clowney hit that boy? Huh?
Yeah, Jadeveon Clowney.
You want to talk
In
about
college.
hard? Why you think they see Beans? With y'all old niggas, y'all wasn't hitting as hard. The reason why they had to update the rules is because these collisions are like car crashes for real.
Yeah,
that is true.
Beans, just chill, my nigga. Chill. I love you.
Created CT. Gen X created CT. What are we talking about?
Oh my bad.
All you gotta do is just say Darrell Reeves.
So Beans really,
So you're
so
saying, I mean,
Beans trying to
if I
really
hear you
compare
correctly,
that linebacker to Patrick Willis. Is you really trying to compare this?
no,
man to Patrick Willis?
Absolutely.
Really?
So you mean to tell me? If you put somebody like LT, that they couldn't do the same thing back then that they do? I mean, they can't do they couldn't do the same thing what they did back then in today's game. Like, do you think the average pass rusher would? Do you think if they played in the '80s, with the chop blocking and the dirty plays and stuff like that, you think that they can survive?
Yeah,
LT coming off that line, Big Trent Williams is handling that.
They couldn't survive in the 80s either.
Here's what y'all fail to realize.
They weren't surviving in the 80s.
So
They
here's
on
the thing.
sidelines with broke legs.
They don't watch no football. So here's the thing.
They don't watch no football.
When you look at what's the pass rusher for the Packers and the Eagles? He also
Reggie White.
Reggie White can't play end today. He's too fat and he's too slow.
He's too slow.
So that's the thing. Y'all gotta really watch this shit. And just
That's
chill.
a fact. That's a fact, bro.
Y'all don't like football like that.
Big Trent Williams is handling that boy. Big Trent Williams is handling that boy.
Hold on, young fella. I got one name to kill everything, nigga. John Jones. Nigga, fuck it. John Jones. Fuck that. Again.
John Jones is an animal.
John Jones is killing 37 niggas with a sport
for the Vikings.
No, for mixed martial arts.
Do you think? Hey, hold on. Do you think Tyson Fury could make it like in the '80s in the heavyweight?
No.
Would you have like
he got beat by fucking? He just lost.
Yeah.
He just lost.
He couldn't. You had Mike Tyson. You had Larry Holmes. You had two. I mean, he's just one great. I'm just saying.
He would because of his defense. If you watch that boxing, they stand toe to toe primarily, right? That's why when Tyson came with his style of it being so dynamic, they couldn't catch up to that shit. So then you look at Tyson Fury's style, right? It has movement to it. It has defense to it. He's not just standing there like a statue.
Cam, did you just watch him? Did you watch this fight with?
Yeah, I watched it. He slept on him. He also 40 years old.
He was getting
most of the records now keep getting broken in the new day versus the old.
He was getting tagged by MMA
dudes right there.
So here's what's crazy, right?
Yes, sir.
Because now these millennial niggas, guess what they're about to do? They're about to disassociate themselves from Floyd Mayweather and act like they ain't been riding this nigga's dick for the last 15 years.
We're gonna disassociate. Why would we
They
disassociate?
about to act like they were he the greatest. Now
Why
he ain't
would
gonna be the greatest because he ain't no
though.
millennial.
He is.
Why? Why would we say
He is
that?
millennial.
Oh, okay,
And he
cool.
is
I
the
just
greatest.
Floyd is not a millennial.
Yes, the hell he is. Floyd is like 40, 42 or some shit.
48.
I mean, 48?
Yeah, he's old now.
He ain't no
Floyd
motherfucker.
old.
Maybe 48.
He's not 48, bro. He's
I think he's 45. No, he's a Gen Xer.
46, bro. We the same age.
He's a Gen Xer.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, we the
46.
same age. We was born in the same year.
Was he a
No, he's a
millennial
Gen
or is he,
Xer.
what's that?
He's a Gen Xer.
We
He
heard
would
you.
be. He would be Gen X, I think.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We're the same age, born same year. Absolutely.
Well, hey, okay.
1977.
Okay, so again, we can go with that. So y'all got Floyd Mayweather. We got John Jones. Who you picking?
In a street fight?
Yeah, in any
Yes,
fight.
John Jones is killing.
John Jones
Wait a minute.
Let him
Mayweather.
answer. Let him in the street fight. Who would win?
Shoot him and get it over
Beans?
with.
Pound for pound?
Who
John
would win?
Jones versus Floyd Mayweather.
If-
Yes.
Camp, you can't do that.
If they were the same size, yes. If they were the same size.
If they were the same size.
What about John
Mayweather
Jones?
is not even close.
Floyd Mayweather versus Bud Crawford.
Mayweather
I'm
is
taking
not
Bud.
even close.
Oh, street
I'm
fight.
taking Bud Crawford.
Boxing
Wait,
match.
wait.
Not boxing
Don't.
match. Street fight.
It's a street fight, Beans.
Not a
Absolutely.
boxing match. You're crazy.
So Ham, here's what you're gonna tell me. I just want to see you say this with a straight face.
Yes,
Are you
sir.
telling me that a person who is a technical boxer in a
Uh-huh.
street fight will lose to a nigga who's trying to kick? Yes or no?
Yes, he will.
Oh,
That
wait,
kid wrestled
wait,
one of the
Mr.
greatest wrestlers of
Fantastic.
all
Wait,
time.
wait. The kick thing made no sense. He can wrestle.
Absolutely.
90% of fights
Oh.
end up on the ground.
If
Absolutely.
he can wrestle, he's gonna take.
I
that
don't
boxer
agree with
out.
that.
And then
Floyd Mayweather don't have knockout power like
these
that,
are
bro.
street fights. And then when you have Muay Thai, right? What is the best short range weapon? Your elbow. So that's the
elbow
thing.
master.
Y'all got Beans. Just chill, Beans.
Like, bro,
Yeah.
come on, bro.
Bruh,
Please.
Okay, whatever you want to say.
Come
I'm
on,
gonna
Beans.
take Mighty
Whatever you
Mouse.
wanna say,
We'll
bruh.
take Demetrius Johnson against Floyd Mayweather. Now, I guarantee you, Demetrius Johnson in that street
Oh
fight.
yeah, demolishing. And he like what 120? He's like a flyweight or a bantamweight.
Yeah.
So
he's like 130.
okay, so I know this guy isn't John Jones, but I just want to point this out. We
Go ahead.
actually did see Floyd Mayweather fight a UFC fighter. Watch all the excuses flow. I'm gonna be quiet.
It
In
was
a boxing ring?
But it was a boxing fight.
Yeah, it was
There
a
was
boxing
no
match.
UFC rule.
Not a street fight? Are we talking about a street
Guys,
Wait, hold on.
guys, don't entertain him. You see how he leaned back? He
Yeah,
wanted
he
us to all
cheated.
start talking at once. Just ignore him.
Absolutely,
Just ignore him.
Podcast cheated.
absolutely. You
Cheeky,
beat
he
that?
almost got you too. You was about to start
Yeah, but-
explaining.
hey,
He know it was a boxing match.
Podcast.
What we know for sure is Floyd wasn't
Holding
gonna go fight that nigga in the
defense
UFC.
number
We know
22.
that.
Replay. 10-yard penalty on the guy in the red.
He wasn't
Yeah,
going
never
over
be
that
a
guy.
yard penalty.
You
Damn,
come over
I
here.
mean, but we are talking about a 50
He wasn't
weight.
gonna go to that
We
octagon.
are
You
talking
hear
about a
me?
50
We're
weight.
going to the octagon.
I'm leaving.
They're like
It's-
50
what else?
pounds.
What else? So
difference.
obviously we
Cool.
checked.
Yeah, that's why he said pound for pound. He black.
Yeah, we got y'all on sports. What's next?
No, you don't. You lost that hands down. That was
Got
a
y'all on
landslide.
sports, bro. Like, stop it, bro. Y'all soft as
It
hell.
was a landslide.
You niggas don't hit each other no more. Y'all be touching. Y'all
Hey, there's a difference between soft and smart.
Refs blowing the whistle every time a motherfucker look at you hard. It's over with. We checked the box on
Beans,
sports.
how about this? I know you can't block me. That's for damn sure.
No, I can't block you.
All
I can't
right.
block you at all. But you know what I can
Okay.
do? I can get my
What is that?
3 brothers to hold you down. While I
Hey, there's a difference between soft and smart. The NFL players' careers
I got
last longer.
layup.
Yo,
I got
acquiring resources is the next category.
Y'all lose. It's not even close.
Huh?
It's not even close. Check.
I don't
Not even
know.
close.
So if you had to get if you were to put a team together and the goal was to acquire money, which class of men are gonna acquire the most amount of money in a sufficient amount of time?
The baby boomers.
I got
The
it.
baby boomers.
Most money in a short amount of time. No.
Jay-Z, Dr. Dre, P. Diddy. Next subject.
What about Jake Paul, Kai Cenat? Them two alone dwarf both of them. As
You
far
talking about
as
money or you talking about what are you talking about? Beans money?
He talking about resource. He said resource.
social, I'm sorry,
How old
this
is Robert Smith?
Which one? Is that the dude who owned what's the name?
Yeah, Robert.
Yeah,
right?
3 billion.
He's
I mean,
a Gen Xer or a boomer. I
missed
think he's a Gen Xer though.
We're talking about a small amount of time. If you're gonna name, these billionaires, that billion took 20 years, 2 decades to acquire. Whereas the young people, I mean, I hate to not say millennial, but the Gen Z will acquire that way more quickly than Jay-Z took to acquire $1 billion. 100%.
Absolutely. But here's the thing about it: it won't be worth as much.
That too.
See, that's the part that niggas don't never want to include.
And how you gonna do that when black men in the 40s, 50s, they couldn't even get a job?
The fuck that got to do with Gen X?
Yo, man.
He's saying that Gen X could.
I'm saying, how was their dad going to
you know how much
he couldn't even get a
dope
job?
we sold? What are you talking about?
Nigga, you ain't sell that much dope.
You talking about comparing Robert Smith to Big
This
Meat?
nigga a hater.
right. Robert Smith to Big Meat. That nigga hate. That's a fact.
All the money you can keep, not well.
Yeah.
As far as social power, so as far as like social pull,
he gotta concede that.
I don't think that's y'all. I think that's the generation before us, whatever that was.
Nah, millennials, we burnt shit down. We said fuck that.
Really? Have you ever heard of the Watts riots? Have you ever heard of what's the shit that happened with Reginald Denny? Like, y'all didn't create burning shit down, fam. I just need you to understand that. Like,
but we made the most effective change come out of it.
What was that?
Huh?
New laws in regards to police handlings of black men.
Cameras.
Really? Okay.
Really?
Okay.
No, he's right. Whether or not are they pushing them, but more laws came for sure. What'd you say, Scam?
With laws, I would say the boomers.
The boomers?
Because the level of effectivity of the laws that they got pushed.
Yeah.
All right. The last category. I'm sorry. Last category was survival.
Survival?
Yeah. So you put a survival team together.
Definitely millennials.
Absolutely.
I
We'll get the fuck out of here.
I don't know about millennials.
Bear Grylls? Nigga this nigga Hamp say once a week, you niggas couldn't survive if the lights went out. You niggas don't hunt. You niggas don't fish. You can't skin an animal and make your own clothes. You can't climb a tree.
That's up north niggas.
Thank you, fantastic.
That nigga is from the north. This nigga is from the south.
Y'all up north,
nigga. I go out there and catch a bass right now, nigga.
I go right now.
Oh God, there you mean?
Hey Beans, I wasn't gonna say shit when Mr. Fantastic yelled it out. I was gonna try to disappear. I didn't think you saw me over here. But then when he said down south niggas could do it, I leaned back in my chair, like, you know what I mean?
I believe you.
Yo, they know how to do mad shit down south, Beans. Mad shit.
Thank you, Ham. Somebody can speak for
but
ourselves.
y'all were in slavery much longer than us as well. So that part.
It don't matter. Talk about man when it comes to the south. Goddamn.
Not only that, y'all still don't speak English properly, so that's
everything except for reading right.
Everything. We don't need to speak English properly.
I do that too.
I bet I drop a motor in your woman hood. I bet I drop a motor.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Cheeky. The further south you go, the more slavery sound like it was recent. That's how they.
Hey, this ain't
where you
hip-hop,
from? Where you from?
This country.
I'm from the Bay, but I currently reside in Texas.
Okay, I just moved to Houston.
Yeah, I'm right down this block from you there.
Yeah, D-Town, I'm convinced wherever he from, they definitely still got a slave or two.
Yeah, cause when Fantastic talking about when the last time you fed a horse? I'm like, nigga, I did that shit yesterday. Fuck you talking about? I got my boots right now. Like, this is what I told you I'm from Texas. We get a cowboy boots and we get a pickup truck, nigga. That's how we get down here, nigga. That's what we do.
Everybody in Texas fat too.
And down.
I don't know why, because it's always nice.
I don't stay in Texas no more.
All right. So look, man.
Is that why you getting so skinny now?
Actually, I did lose weight as soon as I left Texas. You ain't lying.
Damn, like you've been working out though. All right, before we get out of here, we've been out 6 hours and 30 minutes.
The rest of his body matches nose. I'm sorry, Scam. I shouldn't have said that. That was racist.
Mr. Fantastic.
Shot earlier.
Can you say one good thing about the previous generation?
Resilience.
Resilient. Word. What you think? Can you say one good thing, Triple Black, about the millennials?
Driven. Driven.
Thank you.
Because they got a lot of the resources behind them, so I think a lot of them did take advantage of the resources.
Luch, you say one good thing about the baby boomers.
You sure was that? I thought Gen X was before me.
It is.
Okay, baby boomers. Goddamn. Thank you for your fucking
Jesus Christ.
What you talking?
You heard of civil rights, motherfucker? You heard of civil rights?
Oh, okay. No, matter of fact, you're right. No, you know what? I appreciate the fight for our civil rights. Like, feel me? I appreciate that. The fighters, freedom fighters. Feel me?
You try to clean it up, cheeky. You say one good thing about the millennials.
Yeah, we the best generation there is. Yeah.
Wait,
absolutely.
when you was born? 90.
Don't worry about it. I said something good about it. Move on to D-Town.
No, nigga, you said we, nigga. I know what we mean. That mean you included. Can you say something good about Generation Z?
Yeah, no, them little niggas cool.
What about all the woke shit they be doing? Like mental health and shit like that.
Look at you. You sound crazy. You want them to off themselves. You sound wild. Pull the trigger. Pull it.
What you think about them though?
Man, them little niggas cool. Y'all need to stop doing drugs and stop shooting people. That's what I would say. But I think they smart. They really smart. They a lot more introspective than people give them credit for.
Yeah, the introspection I think is key for them. The
Yeah,
manifestation of it is Scam. What you think about you? What year you born, Scam?
80.
Oh shit. So what can you? Damn. So where you fit at? I guess you a Gen X technically.
I'm just old.
Yeah, you old. So what do you think about the kids? What's one good thing you have to say about Generation Z?
Creativity.
Yeah. Yeah. I can see that. That's cool. Beans, say 3 good things about the millennials.
About millennials.
Yeah.
They women thick as hell. The Puerto Rican girls have pretty feet. And the niggas is gay, so that leaves more women for the rest of us.
Wow.
Salute.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Oh my God. Thanks for nothing, man. D-Town, say something bad. 3 bad things about Generation X. I was trying to end it on a positive note.
Oh, nah, we good. Them niggas just made babies for no. Old Brenda had a baby ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? They just got some money up. They just got their money up. You know, so now they trying to talk about the young niggas. And now we have an epidemic of old niggas on the corner ain't even OGs no more. They trying to be the young niggas now. You get what I'm saying? So, but I still love y'all. You know I do, D-Town. You know I love my old niggas, but that's just what it
man.
is. You know what I'm saying?
Damn, let me read these real quick, y'all. King Kunta with the $5 says, millennials are no longer being stepfathers. Gen X was the stepdad era, unfortunately. This is why women/baby mamas are complaining nowadays. Locked and Loaded with $5 says, Hemp, can you ask the panel about these tattoos? These modern women gonna be age 40 to 70 with tramp stamps and sleeves. How's it gonna look? That shit gonna look crazy, bro. Prime with the $5. What's popping? Prime says, I was born in 88. Football growing up was tough as fuck in the 90s and the 2000s. Yeah. John Henry, what's up, man? I ain't seen you in a minute, bro. Hope all is well. He said, Oklahoma drills is my shit, Hamp. I bet, bro. Sway with the 2. Fuck Sway want, man.
Really Sway.
Beside Mike, who better than James? See, that's when white boy talking. Matt P with the $2 say Adrian Peterson will run over Ronnie Lott. Oh yeah, that's it'll be a collision though, but AP ain't nothing to play with though. Prime with the $5 say thanks to Mike Vick
coaches started drafting D linemen and linebackers as fast as corners now. How old is Vic? Q Dub with the $5.
Vic is 43.
Oh, so
My
he
age.
Gen X, One nigga. of us, man. Gen X, nigga. Nah, Vic is a millennial.
Well, look, you can have Vic. We got Lamar.
Okay, y'all can have that motherfucker.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, let's go.
Goldberg looking ass nigga.
Dogs and all. I'm taking Mike Vick, goddammit.
Yeah, you do right by me, looking ass nigga. Y'all can have him.
Yo, I don't know if y'all seen the shit Lamar could do though, bro. That nigga's
They look like him. These niggas not watching NFL these days, bro. Like,
they
come
don't,
on, bro.
yo, they don't like football.
Really?
Yo,
they
this
don't.
man is he proved he's a pocket passer. Like this man is God. He's right now,
bro.
Ziki, don't disappoint me. Are you telling what is it that Lamar can do better than Vic?
He
throw.
Do you
better runner? He's a better runner. He's a better runner.
Stop. Don't.
He's a better runner.
Let's stop. Let's not act as if Michael Vick didn't have the title as having a cannon on him, but not being as poised in the pocket. He ran from everything. He's 6 foot. Lamar Jackson is 6'4". He can see over his lineman. He doesn't have to run, and he's in the pocket. What are we doing here?
But you can ever had a top
Man, Lamar Jackson has always existed. They just didn't give him an opportunity in NFL, man. If you go back in the 80s, there were plenty of quarterbacks that were the best athlete on the field.
Not like that, bro.
Stop that.
So Beans, I'll give you Beans. I'm gonna send you this clip. Lamar dropped back left-handed, right? So when he left, y'all know what a drop back is?
Yes,
absolutely.
All right, so he took the snap, but he dropped back as though he's gonna throw it with his left hand, right? Do you know what that does to a defense? And then he switched.
Can't even read it. Can't read that. How do you read that?
Then he switched and threw the ball 50 yards with his right hand because he's actually right-handed for a strike and a touchdown. I've never seen that shit before in my life, bro. The shit that Lamar could do, if y'all just watch him, he's amazing. I'm gonna tell you that now.
You said you played safety, right?
MVP?
Yeah.
Did you see his MVP season?
How do you read?
You don't.
You don't. I play football, so I know what I'm talking about, right? Bro, it's how do you read? You can't do that. Mike Vick wasn't doing that, bro. It's
okay,
weird.
cool. I got you. So the thing he can do better than Mike Vick is drop back left-handed.
Stop doing that. He can read a defense.
It sounds simple. It sounds simple.
No, he's so disrespectful.
But see, here's the thing: when the quarterback drop back to pass, you thinking, what's his first read? Right? So that shifts the whole defense. And it doesn't register because on the film it says you've been right-handed for the last 20 years.
Absolutely.
So, bro, it was amazing when I saw it. That's all I'm saying. Let me read these super chats real quick. Q Dub with the $5. This is like saying Kareem would dominate Shaq or Buckets would catch Vic. Yeah, no, hell no. Dick Buckets stunk a little bit for real. Isaac with the $5 said Kimbo Slice. How Kimbo didn't he die of a heart attack?
He was knocking niggas the fuck out though.
Yeah, that powder caught up with him.
Wait a minute. He was hold on. He was not that good in the UFC, by the way.
No,
he was
not horrible.
Knocking regular niggas out in the street.
When he beat up Bird, I'll never forget Bird face. If y'all ever know the one where he said, "That's all you got, nigga, it's over." That's ingrained in my head forever. I ain't gonna lie.
I have a good one I'm about to drop.
Be safe, Scan. Rico Savage with the $5 says, this Chi-Town. What's up, Chi-Town? He said, my generation got more money, living in better cribs, driving better cars. We winning the generation before. Us ain't fucking with us.
Nigga, all that shit on credit.
This nigga is lying.
Y'all don't own shit.
They've been repoing the hell out of them damn Hellcats too.
Shit like that.
What up, Al? With the 20 boys, I heard you was a bruz. Yeah, man. I know Ricky Smiley was lying by what he said today. 100% he's a fucking liar. Period.
He's a fucking liar. That's a definitely fact. That nigga from Dallas, I know this guy. He's a liar, bro.
Well, deep down said enough. I was just saying from the Q standpoint, he fucked up on something you would never fuck up on. I said, yeah, he's lying. Cali Bev was popping with the $5 says, tell millennials and Zoomers to entertain themselves without the internet. Gen X wins. Cali Bev, go to sleep.
Yeah, what the hell you talking about? We had Legos. What the hell you talking about?
Yeah, exactly.
We played throw them up, bust them up. We played with sock footballs. Nigga, like we was outside.
We was definitely outside, like all the way outside, and we mac more chicks than y'all.
Drinking out the water hose.
Yes, the early
millennials.
Yes,
I know
not
water hose.
90s ass niggas. You 90s niggas wasn't outside.
Did you drink out of water hose, Beans? Exactly.
Absolutely, nigga. We
No, he didn't. You don't even know what a water hose is. Got a well. Oh, yes.
We took the caps off the fire hydrants. What do you mean?
Hey, that's one thing though. I know in this space, people hate talking about sports. We was at 650 people. Nigga said, "I'm out of here." Shell Shock with the 2000s. Randall Cunningham was a beast.
Absolutely,
he was pretty good. John with the $2 says, "Vic said himself, Lamar was way better." I think he.
Well, Vic was outed as a liar, so there.
Damn, man. Yo, man, it's been a dope stream. Beans, I wish you would have tapped in earlier, but shout out to Fantastic, my man Triple Black. Luke, this is your first time. You did pretty good, man. You up here with professionals. You understand that?
Yo, listen,
niggas you looking at up here are professionals, man. So you did a good job, bro.
I've been tapped in with y'all. I've been tapped in with the podcast and everybody's podcast for a long time. So I'm just glad to finally get up here. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's what's up, man. You did a good job, bro. Yeah. Shout out to you, bro.
On the Pacific Islander side of the game. Hawaiian token face ass boy.
Damn, man. Yo, shall we be back Monday?
Wow, face ass boy. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, we back Monday with the AQ. Y'all be safe over the weekend. Don't do nothing I wouldn't do. You feel me? Get your weekend started. Be safe. Do the right thing, man.
Peace.
Beans, I ain't even hit off live yet, nigga. You
peace.
Like, share, subscribe. Hey, D-Town, be safe, man. You doing a lot of smiling and shit. Y'all doing that horse racing shit today that y'all do?
Nah, not today. We might have a little trail ride this Saturday. I got
trail ride, yeah. I gotta come out there one time. I'm gonna lock in with
Hey,
you.
hit me up, man. Let me know, man. For all y'all on the panel, man. For real, man. Y'all come to Dallas, man. Make sure y'all link up with me, man. Real talk, man.
They do this trail ride shit, y'all.
Yeah, we gonna do it all. Whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, we can go country or we can go city, baby. Whatever you want to do, man. We gonna do it. You know what I'm saying?
We gonna go back to school so you can fix your vocabulary. What the fuck we gonna do?
Yo, Cheek, where you from? New Orleans, right?
No, I'm from Atlanta.
I'm about to just read the captions.
Well, I thought you was from New Orleans.
Right, exactly.
all the niggas from New Orleans.
Hey, y'all, I don't sound that country now, do it. God damn.
What's up?
That boy say cheat. God, late now.
Nigga, you sound like your babies come out whining country. They be wow, wow, wow.
Yeah, he definitely got whip marks on his back. That nigga escaped. Hey, everybody in the chat, be safe. I love y'all, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend, and we out.